Chapter 123. As a matter of fact, the officials were right in thinking that Wang Wei was cunning when necessary. Over the years, he did not stop thinking about how to get rid of these noble families that were a nuisance to his rule. As such, he wanted to kill their backer first, their hidden cards, the supernatural realm cultivators. As such, he invented an array that would prevent them from flying, then secretly trained people that were capable of instantly setting up this formation and scattered these people to different cities of the dynasty's territory. One of the reasons he acted so swift and brutal today was because he wanted to lure these supernatural realm cultivators to show themselves, then rapidly arrest them with the formation he created. Unfortunately, these people seemed to be on guard and just destroyed a few houses before immediately flying away. After sighing for a while that his plan failed, Wang Wei regained his bearing and continued the meeting. "What happened to the pills that I have asked you for?" suddenly asked Wang Wei to Yan Liling. "I'm not done refining them due to the large requirement. I'm still confused. Why do you need so many rare and high-quality pills?" responded Yan Liling with a confused look on her face. "I need them for something. I'll tell you all about it when everything is done." "Well, given the fact it is extremely hard for me to refine low-grade earth-tier pills without a divine sense, it will still take a while for me to refine all of them." "Well, take your time and give them to me when you are done," replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. Yan Liling just nodded and did not ask any further questions. However, someone else did. "Your Majesty," said one official. "What do we do with the war in the barbarian wolf kingdom?" "Send reinforcement immediately," responded Wang Wei without hesitation. "Tell General Tu that he has less than a week to breach the capital city." Everyone nodded and the court meeting of the day was officially over with all the ministers leaving. As usual, Empress Dong Lifen stayed behind to talk to Wang Wei. When the room was empty with the two of them left, she got up from her throne and bowed to Wang Wei and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for listening to my advice today." As smart as Dong Lifen is, she could tell that His Majesty had no plans to just brutally kill all the nobles without any reasons or official statement. However, when Wang Wei showed that he changed his mind after hearing Dong Lifen's plea, it provided her with more power in the court. It showed to the officials that the Empress had the ability to influence the Emperor. With the ability to influence the Emperor came the power to influence the entire dynasty. As such, there is nothing that officials fear and respect more than an Empress that can whisper to the Emperor's ear. After all, what if the Empress started to talk badly about any of them to His Majesty? Wang Wei smiled and waved for her to get up and sit down. To be honest, she was not the main reason that he acted so callous and indifferent during today's meeting. Over the years, in order to properly govern his dynasty, Wang Wei has been using the concept that the law is above everything and should be followed and respected. Although Wang Wei was not as harsh as the Qin's dynasty back on Earth, he was still very moderately strict when it came to the law of Great Xia. Unfortunately, a problem soon arose. A faction of scholars that worshipped the law was formed. These people called themselves the School of Law and became a rabid supporter of this way of ruling the dynasty. At first, Wang Wei supported their factions as it made it easier to control the court. However, recently, these people seem to have gotten over their heads and started to play with the notion that even the emperor should be bound and restricted by the law. So, today Wang Wei used this opportunity not only to lure his enemy from the shadow, but also to send a message to these scholars that as long as he was here, his words will be absolute, and will be above everything in this dynasty, even the law he himself created. As for Dong Lifen's act of acquiring more power, he just provided an opportunity. In that situation, any of his ministers could have spoken and he would have listened. The fact that she spoke first and took this opportunity showed that she is politically savvy and knows when to take action. As for the reason that neither Wang Ju nor Yan Liling spoke, it was because none of the people cared about the struggle for political power. For one, they had plenty of power already in the Great Xia dynasty. Secondly, and more importantly, they are just travelers in this world. For them, the experience in this small world will one day become nothing but a fond memory that they reminisced about in their very long and fulfilling life. After sitting down, Wang Wei and Dong Lifen then began their study of the dynasty's qi luck. After a few hours, the Empress left happily as usual and Wang Wei checked his qi dragon. He smiled after noticing that a quarter of it had already returned to the color purple. Afterwards, he headed straight for a sealed room in the palace. After opening this secret room, Wang Wei saw countless puppets standing there without moving. All these puppets had human shape and emanated a powerful aura. After checking the room, a vicious smile appeared in Wang Wei's mouth before sealing the room and leaving. Meanwhile, back in the Black Moon Sect's territory, Li Jun was sitting inside a military barracks while reviewing papers. After the Black Moon Sect surrendered, he quickly brought people over from Great Xia to occupy the territories. After more than a month of hard work, all the people of this new territory became aware of the rules and regulations of Great Xi, including the benefits like free schooling and access to their own fertile lands as long as they pay their taxes. As such, it was quite easy for them to accept the new rule. After reviewing his paper, Li Jun looked at General Wan and asked, "What about the duel letters? Did the Iron Fist King accept the challenge?" "Yeah, Grand Commandant," responded General Wan. "The Iron Fist King said that the duel can take place at the border of our territory 3 days from today." Li Jun nodded, not that surprised by the outcome. He did not just randomly make this plan. He did so after a deep and careful analysis of the history and character of the Iron Fist King. Suddenly, Li Jun noticed a hesitant look on General Tu's face. As such, he said, "If you have something to say, just do it." "Commandant, I'm just worried that the Iron Fist King will go back on his words. That all of this is just a trap against you." Li Jun nodded and did not admonish his subordinate for being so cautious. As such, he replied, "Given the character of the Iron Fist King, the chance of him going back on his words are very slim. However, even if he did so, it will not matter. The reason that I used this method to settle our territories was in order to be fast and efficient. If he goes back on his words, we'll just have to use the hard way to conquer the Iron Fist Kingdom." A fierce light flashed through Li Jun's eyes when he said that, then he continued, "And if it is indeed a trap?" Li Jun just sneered at the idea. With his strength, would he be afraid of any trap? However, he still took note of this possibility. He has also learned a great deal of things after the incident back in Blackwing City. As such, he decided to take a few elite soldiers to accompany him during this duel just in case something beyond his calculations goes wrong. 3 days later, at the border of the Black Moon Sect's territory and the Iron Fist Kingdom, Li Jun, wearing his armor and holding his spear, waited for someone to show up. After a few minutes, he saw an old man with white long hair and white beard traveling towards him on top of a horse-like demonic beast. After a few minutes, the old man stopped a few meters from Li Jun and descended from his mount. His armor shone under the light of the sun. He looked at his opponent and said, "Slaughter God Li Jun, Iron Fist King Tai Gang," replied Li Jun while observing his opponent with a look of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised at the fact that the Iron Fist King was an old man, but his actual age. Based on secret methods he learned from the sect without personally checking his body, he can roughly estimate that the Iron Fist King was actually only just over 100 years old. Given the fact that he is actually a peak divine altar realm cultivator, he should have at least 1,000 years of lifespan. And yet, Li Jun could actually see that he did not have long to live. The Iron Fist King looked at the soldiers a few thousand meters from them and asked, "You do not trust me? Well, it's just precautions, they will not have any effect on the battle." "Good, then let's get this started," replied the Iron Fist King with excitement after taking out a halberd as a weapon. Chapter 124. Li Jun rushed towards the Iron Fist King and stabbed him. His spear turned red and headed straight for the Tai Gang's head. However, the Mad King was not to be outdone. Without hesitation, he swung his halberd to block the oncoming attack. Bang! The two weapons clashed together, creating a powerful shock wave that destroyed the ground around them. Despite this, the two of them did not move an inch. After the first attack, the two of them continued to rapidly clash against each other. The air trembled and sparks could be seen when their two weapons met each other. From a distance, the soldiers could only see two shadows overlapping with each other. The weapons of the two of them also left only afterimages, signifying the fact that the two of them were moving faster than the ordinary eyes can capture. At first, the Iron Fist King could match with Li Jun, but after more than 10 clashes he started to feel the pressure. Each strike of Li Jun seemed to become heavier and heavier. By the 30th clash, the Iron Fist King started to move backwards. With each step he took back, he managed to neutralize some of the force from Li Jun's spear. However, he knew that this was not a real solution to his situation. By the 40th clashes, the Iron Fist King started to expire profusely. His breathing was rapid, his steps were weak and his arms trembled with each swing. More importantly, his vast origin chi was running out faster than he expected. He looked at the normal and relaxed behavior of his opponent and sighed. "These extraterrestrial demons are as strong as I anticipated," thought the Iron Fist King in the midst of battle. He knew that this was not the way to go, so he changed tactics. When Li Jun attacked him again, he did not collide head-on. Instead, he moved his halberd sideways and blocked the attack. Then he used the recoil of the attack to move a few meters away from his opponent. Li Jun looked at the Iron Fist King a few meters away from him and did not chase after him. After all, his purpose was to subdue him, not kill him. As such, he will also allow his opponent to use all his cards and defeat him with absolute strength to show the difference between them. After taking a few seconds to breathe heavily, the Iron Fist King managed to regain some strength and stamina. More importantly, all the 270 divine veins inside his body absorbed the spiritual chi around him to replenish his origin chi. The Iron Fist King was surprised by the fact that his opponent allowed so much time to recover, but he did not care about the reason. As long as he managed to have a satisfying battle, he did not care about anything else. After recuperating his strength, the Iron Fist King decided to use a different method. He raised his halberd in the air and swung down. With a swish sound, a more than 30 meters vertical slash headed straight towards Li Jun. The slash destroyed anything that was in its way, the ground and the air. When Li Jun noticed the green slash coming his way, he did not falter. His spear turned red and directly pierced the slash. Boom. An explosion occurred after the two attacks touched each other. The ground around Li Jun exploded into countless pieces with debris flying everywhere. However, Li Jun did not care about this. What he cared about was the fact that this was not a normal attack, but a spiritual one. After clashing with the slash, countless images suddenly appeared in his mind. He saw the death of all his concubines, his companion Yen Liling, his mother and father. He even saw Wang Wei's death. For a brief moment, a deep fear suddenly enveloped Li Jun, fear of losing the people closest to him, fear of being alone in the world. However, after a brief moment, these images disappeared. As a person who passed the pagoda trial, Li Jun has a powerful Dao heart and willpower. What's more, his spirit is way more powerful than the Iron Fist King. The Iron Fist King watched with a frown how his opponent easily destroyed his attack. This move was one of his most powerful and proud methods. Being able to bring out the inner fear of his enemy, then weakening their combat ability. The Iron Fist King has always been proud of how strong his spirit was as it was cultivated through countless battles. Spirit attacks, huh? Said Li Jun with a smile on his face. Why don't you try mine? After saying that, Li Jun also used a flying attack from a distance. However, his attack was not a slash, but a more 40 meters long spear manifested from the origin weapon in his hand headed straight for his opponent. After seeing this, the Iron Fist King's face changed and he mobilized all the origin chi in his body to prepare to defend. Instead of using another flying attack, the Iron Fist King clashed heads with the oncoming spear. His halberd turned green as he clashed with the upcoming red spear. Boom. The halberd clashed with the attack, creating a powerful explosion in the surrounding slash. Nevertheless, the Iron Fist King still managed to stop the attack for a brief moment. However, it was only for a short while. Immediately afterwards, the spear pushed him backwards, leaving skidding marks on the ground. However, the Iron Fist King was still trying to stop the attack. He vomited a big mouthful of blood and his old face became pale. However, he did not stop. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes as he used more strength in order to stop the attack. He mobilized all the origin chi possible and strengthened the muscles in his arms to increase his power. This method was somewhat useful. With this newfound power, the spear slowed down dramatically, but it still did not stop completely. As such, the Iron Fist King was miserable. He threw up countless mouthfuls of blood. His armor was mostly destroyed and he seemed to have aged considerably. After being pushed for more than a few hundred meters, the spear was stopped and disappeared. However, before the Iron Fist King could breathe a sigh in relief, an intense desire to slaughter invaded his mind. He secretly cursed as he realized that he was affected by a spiritual attack. The Iron Fist King's eyes suddenly turned red as he felt his mind slowly being swallowed by the desire to kill. He tried to fight the urge by himself, but it was to no avail. As such, he tried physical pain to wake him up. He clenched his teeth and hands until both his mouth and palms were bleeding. This pain seemed to be useful, so the Iron Fist King sought to use this method. Without hesitation, he stabbed the pointy end of his halberd straight into his thigh. He screamed out loud in agony. However, the intense throbbing pain managed to distract him from his desire to kill. Immediately afterward, the Iron Fist King knelt in one knee to support himself. Despite his act of self-mutilation, the Iron Fist King realized that even this level of pain was not enough to completely free himself from Li Jun's spiritual attack of slaughter. As such, he started to twist the halberd that was still stuck on his raised leg. Blood squirted out his thigh as the Iron Fist King screamed out loud. However, he did not stop for even a second. After a few minutes, he stopped his actions as he could feel that he already got his bearing back. The intense urge to kill all things in existence slowly faded away until it was completely gone. The Iron Fist King breathed rapidly as he felt exhausted both physically and spiritually. He looked at Li Jun with a little bit of fear in his eyes. However, immediately afterwards, his fears were replaced by a desire for battle, even though he was not in the shape to fight right about now. Your plan will not succeed, suddenly said Li Jun, who watched all the Iron Fist King's actions with a calm look on his face. What do you mean? I figure out the reason why you are so young, yet you have so little lifespans left. You used battles between life and death to break through the cultivation realm quickly, said Li Jun while placing his spear on his shoulder. Is there something wrong with that? Well, there is. If you do it once or twice it will be fine. But, if you do it constantly, you will use your lifespan to pay for each breakthrough. The Iron Fist King's eyes lit up after hearing this. He has been pondering the reason for his rapid aging. He thought it was because there was something wrong with his cultivation technique, but it seemed that it was not the case. The Iron Fist King then sighed after realizing his mistake, then he asked, "What do you mean that my plan will not work?" Chapter 125. Li Jun smiled after hearing the question and explained, "You probably wanted to break through the supernatural realm during a life and death situation. However, the success of such a thing is almost impossible." "Why is that?" asked the Iron Fist Kingdom with genuine concern. Although he managed to successfully cultivate to the peel of the divine altar realm, his cultivation technique method did not have the method to break through to the next realm. As such, when he received the due invitation, he accepted without hesitation as he believed this powerful extraterrestrial demon could give him just the right amount of pressure that allowed to break through. Unfortunately, he seemed to have not only underestimated the difficulty in breaking through the transcending mortality realm, but also how strong his opponent actually was. It may be possible to use life and death situations to break through the body refining, divine sea and divine altar realm. However, the supernatural realm is actually a transformation of life level. Cultivators will go from the early phase of cultivation to the middle phase. A perfect example is the fact that a supernatural realm will have at least 10,000 years of lifespan, which is 10 times that of the divine altar. You still did not explain how it is impossible to break through? Asked the Iron Fist King. In order to reach this realm, a cultivator must catch a ray of good fortune chi from heaven and earth. When this chi blends in with the divine altar, an ancient lamp will be formed to hold the good fortune flame. The good fortune flame is actually quite the magical thing. It allows cultivators' origin chi to transform into origin essence. It allows cultivators to open their Niwen aperture and have their own sea of consciousness, thus granting cultivators access to their soul. Now, imagine that you have to do all these transformations and baptizement while in the midst of battle. Without a peaceful environment full of spiritual power, this very precise process can fail with the tiniest of mistakes. The Iron Fist King frowned after hearing this. He realized that his plan was actually quite dangerous. Not to mention whether his enemy would give him time to make his breakthrough, even if he did, he might still fail. First of all, he did not even know what the chi of good fortune was, let alone find it and catch it to make his breakthrough. Even if he did, how long would such a wonderful and powerful transformation of the essence of life take him? Probably years if not decades. How could he do such a thing while fighting for his life? The Iron Fist King sighed after realizing his errors due to lack of knowledge and inheritance. After pondering for a while, he looked at Li Jun and asked, "Why are you telling me this? Something tells me it is not because you are absolutely sure of your victory?" "You are indeed right," responded Li Jun with a smile. "My big brother wants you to acknowledge allegiance to him." "Big brother? You mean the Emperor of Xia wants me to become a general under him?" "No, you misunderstood. To us, this world is nothing but a trial for which we will eventually leave. My big brother acknowledged your abilities and wanted you to follow us back to our world when we leave here." The Iron Fist King's eyes lit up after hearing this. He knew that these extraterrestrial demons came from a very powerful world. There are even rumors that their world actually has great emperors. After pondering for a few moments, the Iron Fist King then said, "I can agree to your request, but I have a request." "What is it?" "As long as it is in my power, I can do my best to help." "I can see that you did not use all your strength during this fight," said the Iron Fist King with a dangerous light in his eyes. "I want you to attack me with your most powerful attack." "Are you sure about this?" asked Li Jun with a frown on his face. "With your current situation, you will probably not survive my strongest attack." "It's all right. Anyway, it's just death," replied the Iron Fist King with a nonchalant attitude. Li Jun looked at the determined look on his opponent's face and he could guess the reason for the request. Although the Iron Fist King believed the words he said previously, he was not convinced before trying. After all, he is a man with strong willpower. How can he easily change a decision he has made, especially when it comes to his future cultivation path? As such, Li Jun did not try to persuade him anymore. He gathered all his strength and rushed towards the Iron Fist King. His spear lit up red and he yelled, "Blood riot," before stabbing his opponent. The Iron Fist King's eyes lit up when he saw this attack. A sudden dread of death overcame and he could feel like he would die if he was hit by this attack. With a strong will, the Iron Fist King overcame his fear of death and began to mobilize his last remaining strength to fight back. However, to his horror, he discovered that his body could not move. He suddenly felt that all the blood in his body was not under his control and he could not move. Then all his blood started to move backward from his body, destroying anything in its path in order to return to the heart. Once all his blood reached his heart, it condensed into a small ball, then exploded. Boom. The Iron Fist King heard an exploding sound in his mind, then looked at Li Jun's spear that was only a few centimeters from his heart. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. However, immediately afterwards, blood started to come out in every orifice in his body. Whether it was his eyes, noses, ears and even the pores in his skin. With an incredible look on his face, the Iron Fist King fell on his back with his body looking quite stiff. Li Jun looked at him on the ground and shook his head. He took a pill from his space ring and a look of pain could be seen on his face as he looked at the pill. Well, he could not help as this was a high-grade Earth-tier pill that primordial spirit realm cultivators can use. It's not that Li Jun did not have access to higher levels of pills, but this was the highest level of pills allowed in the trial. What's worse, this pill was actually a healing one which made it even more valuable. However, Li Jun did not hesitate much to feed this pill to the Iron Fist King. Another reason that he chose such a valuable pill was due to the fact that it could help alleviate the Iron Fist King's problem with his lifespan. After feeding him the pill, he carried him back to the military barrack. While the Iron Fist King was resting, Li Jun was reviewing the last attack he made during this fight. As a matter of fact, this move was not actually a part of the heaven fighting scripture that he cultivated, but one he created himself after years of study. When he started to cultivate, his big brother Wang Wei warned him to not strictly follow the scripture and to think of his own Tao instead. Although the heaven fighting scripture provided a step-by-step guidance on how to cultivate the Tao of fighting, Li Jun chose his main Tao to be slaughter. His dream, or should say goal, is to be a fierce general that slaughters all the enemies in his big brother's path of the emperor. Although Li Jun knew that this was probably an unrealistic goal, he will give in all his effort trying. So this blood rebellion technique is his first step on cultivating his Tao of slaughter and he is satisfied with this result. Just like that, 4 days passed and the Iron Fist King finally woke up from his coma. He looked around and muttered in a weak voice, "Am I alive?" He raised his hand and immediately noticed something different. His hands were not as wrinkled as he remembers them to be. He even noticed that his voice was also different, it was full of vitality. A few minutes after waking up, Li Jun walked into the medical room and said, "It seems that you are recovering rapidly. I guess I owed all of this to you. Well, as long as you do go back on your promise, everything will be fine. A Taigang is man of his words. Since I promised to surrender to His Majesty Wang Wei, then I will do so." Li Jun nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. He chatted with the Iron Fist King for a while before leaving him to rest. Meanwhile, in the Great Shu Dynasty, national teacher Feng Heng was walking with a frown on his face. After checking all the Taoist temples in the capital, he realized that the incense power contained there had mysteriously disappeared. Even after checking thoroughly, he could not find the reason. While walking around, someone approached Feng Heng and handed him a paper and the frown on his face increased after reading. According to the information he just received, this situation was exactly the same in the other temples around the Great Shu Dynasty. Feng Heng knew that the Tai Profound Gate had a strict and severe rule when it came to absorbing incense power. Although he himself knew that he did not do such a thing, however, if one of his competitors used this event as an excuse to attack him, he would be in quite the tough spot. As such, Feng Heng started to mobilize all the power of the dynasty to investigate the situation. Chapter 126. After giving his orders, Feng Heng returned to his own main temple. When he reached his cultivation room, he suddenly saw a middle-aged man standing there waiting for him. The middle-aged man had a calm and serene look on his face. His eyes radiated a profound wisdom that made anyone who approached him instantly have a good impression of him. Despite the man's unusual temperament, this was not the thing that caught people's attention when first meeting. His most noticeable or recognizable trait was his short black hair. Unlike most people who keep their hair long, this man had very short hair. Although it was to the point of being completely bald, it was quite close to it. However, this short somehow accentuated his calm and peaceful vibe. Feng Heng looked at the man with a surprised look on his face and asked, Master? The man just nodded to Feng Heng, who rushed to meet him with an exciting smile on his face. Master, you seemed all right now. No, you seem better than all right. Yes. I have found something that stabilized my primordial soul. Really? Ha, who would have thought that such a small world would have such a powerful thing, responded Feng Heng, genuinely happy for his master. Yes, who would have thought, nodded the middle-aged man. Disciple, how are things going recently? I just received an envoy from the Great Zhou dynasty asking us to not interfere in their battle with the Great Wu dynasty. So, what are you going to do? I'm going to accept. After all, remaining neutral was our original plan. However, the people of the Great Wu dynasty need to pay certain prices to buy our neutrality, responded Feng Heng while looking out a window in his room. Feng Heng's master nodded after hearing this, then he suddenly asked, something seemed to be on your mind. What happened? Master, I just discovered that a large portion of incense power was absorbed in the temples throughout the dynasty. I'm just worried about this. A gleam of light flashed from Shifuyu's eyes after hearing his disciple's words and asked, did you find the culprit? That's the problem, Master. I have not found anything despite personally searching with, well, you know what? Shifuyu nodded as he understood the meaning behind his disciple's words. Do you think that one of your competitors in the sect did it? It's unlikely. As the Tao child of the sect, I am the only one chosen to participate in this trial. Disciple, you are too tender. Do you think your competitors will easily give up the position of Tao child? Even if they cannot attend the trial with the supporters they have, they can easily sneak in a few of their subordinates into this world in order to cause you trouble. Feng Heng frowned after hearing this and started thinking. The Tai Profound Gateway of choosing a successor is different from the Tao Opening Sect. While the Tao Opening Sect was decided purely based on strength, Wang Wei being the only exception, the Tai Profound Gates process is more complicated due to it being a religious sect based on Taoism. Besides strength, its successor, aptly named Tao Child, is chosen based on the amount of people supporting them in the sect and, more importantly, their understanding of the sect's philosophies and teachings. In the Tai Profound Gate, this is called Dharma Heart or Dharma Perception. One of the reasons that Feng Heng was able to become the Tao Child was due to his profound Dharma perception. And the reason he had such a deep understanding of Taoist Dharma was because his master, Shifuyu, personally explained it in great detail to him. As such, Feng Heng has a great deal of respect for his master. Not only because of his powerful origin, but because of his profound understanding of Taoism. After his master pointed out the possibility of his competitor sending spies to try to sabotage his trial, he realized that this was actually a possibility. Even if he failed this trial, his status would not be affected that much. As the sect's Tao Child, he is the heaven chosen selected to fight for the heaven will in this generation. One failure is not enough for him to be disposed of his position. However, if he was ever caught in possession of incense power, then he would be in a difficult situation even if he did not personally absorb it. After thinking about this, Feng Heng decided to spend more resources focusing on finding the spies his competitors sent in this world. At the same time, Shifuyu nodded with a smile after this. Great Zhou Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Ji Song sat in his dragon throne and looked at the envoy that had just arrived back from the Great Shu Dynasty. His bulging muscles could be seen from his dragon robe and he emanated a majesty at all times. So what was the result? He asked. The envoy trembled a little after hearing the question before answering. Your Majesty, they agreed to not interfere, but they have some demands? What demands? Asked Ji Song back, who had anticipated this outcome. The envoy took out a paper with a list of the demands and intended to hand it over to someone that would then give it to His Majesty. However, the paper suddenly flew from his hand and landed on Ji Song's hand, who immediately started reading it. After taking a brief overview of the list of demands, Ji Song frowned for a little while before going back to normal. The list mostly demanded population. Although the quantity was quite large, it did not go over his bottom line. As such, he readily agrees with the terms. Immediately afterwards, he stood up from his chair and said, now that everything is ready, let's start the war with the Great Wu Dynasty. I never liked these cunning snakes. I will personally lead the battle for this war. After saying this, Ji Song ignored the dissuasion of his ministers and headed straight for the military barracks. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Ji Su sighed and did not say anything regarding this matter. Back in the Great Xia Dynasty, the Iron King Fist, who has just healed from his injury, was sitting in a soaring phoenix construct flying back to the capital to meet Wang Wei. Is it true that people can become great emperors in your world? Asked the Iron Fist King with a cunning gleam of light in his eyes. Li Jun noticed this gleam and he could understand the reason behind this, but he did not say anything but just smiled and said, "It's true. Our world has given birth to countless great emperors. I wonder what it is like to be so powerful," muttered the Iron Fist King under his breath. After a few hours, the two of them reached the capital and went to see Wang Wei, who was sitting on his dragon throne. After entering the meeting room, the Iron Fist King looked at the officials around and ignored them. He glanced lightly at Wang Wei before bowing. "Tai Gang has seen His Majesty." Wang Wei nodded to him to rise and he took a good look at this charismatic Mad King. Due to the precious pill Li Jun used to heal, he looked a lot younger than the image he saw of him. He no longer looked like a decrepit old man, but more like someone in his 60s. After close observation, Wang Wei discovered that this Iron Fist King did fully respect him. Or to be precise, he seemed to have some ideas that he should not have. As such, Wang Wei suddenly used the power of his true will granted by his transcendent Tao foundation and he looked the Iron Fist King straight into the eyes. Suddenly the Iron Fist King felt tremendous pressure from Wang Wei's eyes. He felt like every secret on him had been seen through, then he saw countless strings attached to him and started to strangle him. The Iron Fist King felt a supreme pressure that wanted him to kneel down in allegiance, however, he refused to do so. He bit the tip of his tongue to alleviate the pressure, however, it was of no use. He suddenly coughed off a mouthful of blood and knelt in one knee on the ground. However, he was still resisting the pressure, the supreme will that enveloped him. However, to his horror, he discovered that his divine altar started making creaking sounds, and more new cracks started appearing. He could feel that his divine altar would be destroyed if he resisted any more, but he refused to give up. As a man who can easily accept death, being crippled was nothing to him. Nevertheless, the Iron Fist King still felt humiliated. Not at the fact that he was forced to kneel down, but at the fact that his opponent just needed one look to make him into this severe situation. After resisting the supreme will for a few seconds, the Iron Fist King was eventually forced to his knees. He sighed and stopped resisting. He realized the vast difference between him and these extraterrestrial demons. He quickly erased the ambitious thought he had in his mind. Or at the very least, bury it deep until he has the strength to do so. Wang Wei nodded after seeing this and said, "Although your foundation is weak, you have a strong will and you are also a person who knows when to bow to circumstances. Well, welcome Tai Gang to be a member of my group." Chapter 127. After teaching the Iron Fist King a lesson to make him realize his place as a subordinate, Wang Wei nodded, then took out a talisman from his space ring, which was then handed over to Tai Gang. After getting the talisman, the Iron Fist King got up from the floor and wiped out the blood dripping down the corner of his mouth and inserted his origin chi into the talisman. Suddenly, a lot of information was inserted into his mind. As a result, the face of the Iron Fist King became increasingly ugly as he kept reading on. The information he received was actually just basic knowledge of the myriad emperor world. For example, the body refining realm had 12 layers instead of the 9 he previously believed. The highest amount of divine veins was actually 365. As for the 270 he had, it was the bare minimum required to break into the next realm. However, people who did that had the worst foundation possible among cultivators. Although the talisman explained that having a bad foundation does not always equate to strength, as some people have terrible foundations but their strength are unimaginable. Nevertheless, without a strong foundation, the future of these people will always be limited. It is impossible for a normal foundation, body refining 9th layer, to break through the saint realm. At the same time, it is almost impossible for a saint foundation, 10th layer, to reach the supreme realm. Although the Iron Fist King tried to find solace in the fact that this information mentioned the fact that it was almost impossible to achieve, meaning that there were exceptions to this rule. He knew that this was a long shot. As such, despite showing a calm look on the surface, his rapid breathing and accelerated heartbeat showed otherwise. Wang Wei noticed the Iron Fist King's reaction and said, "You do not need to worry about these things. When we return home as my subordinate, you are guaranteed the method to achieve a supreme foundation. As for the more powerful Tao foundation, you have to use the sex points to acquire one. This will depend on your capability." After hearing this, the Iron Fist King took a deep breath and bowed to Wang Wei. This time he did not bow slightly but did a 90-degree bow and said, "Thank you for the opportunity." Despite losing to Li Jun and acknowledging his surrender, the Iron Fist King was a proud man who believed that he was not in any way inferior to these extraterrestrial demons. He believed that the main difference between him and these foreign guests was the fact that he did not have the same amount of resources and opportunity granted to them by birth. However, after reading all the information on that talisman, he realized that things were not as simple as he believed them to be. The difference between the people of this world was not just resources, talents, or opportunity, it was a vast difference in civilization. The world that these foreigners came from have way more knowledge and understanding of not only the cultivation path, but of the ways of heaven and earth. Adding to their long and preserved history, these people have countless inheritances left from their predecessors. Meanwhile, this warring kingdom world has a recorded history of about 2 to 5 million years. If it was before, the Iron Fist King would have thought that this was a long period of time. However, according to the information he just read, cultivators in the Supreme Realm can actually live that long. In fact, there is a high chance that the person who passed down the cultivation method of this world is still alive somewhere out there. After dealing with the Iron Fist King's affair, Wang Wei began to discuss the affairs of Great Xia. He looked at Li Jun and asked him to report the situation of the war. According to recent reports, Generals 2, 4 and 5 have breached the barbarian Wolf Kingdom capital, thus effectively conquering the whole kingdom. The people of the Black Moon Sect's territory have also surrendered without any problem. To be precise, they have welcomed us with open arms. In the past few days we have conquered the Iron Fist Kingdom. However, there have been revolts all over the territory. But now that the Iron Fist King is awake, we should be able to quell the anger of the people and settle the territory once for while. After saying this, Li Jun looked at the Iron Fist King, who just nodded in agreement. Wang Wei was satisfied as always with Li Jun's work and nodded in approval. Well, now that our territory is so vast, the current division may not be enough. Wang Wei suddenly stopped his words and looked in the corner and roared out loud, "Who dares to intrude in this court's meeting?" Everyone was surprised by the sudden roar and looked in the same direction as His Majesty, but there was nothing there. As such, many people became puzzled, while some people believed that His Majesty had made a mistake. Of course, with the exception of Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wang Ju. They knew that it was impossible for Wang Wei to make a mistake. However, even they could not detect anything after looking. After seeing no one answered his call, Wang Wei instantly mobilized his powerful fleshly body and threw a punch. His skin and muscle vibrated rapidly and the vibration traveled into the air directed at the corner. Boom! The entire palace trembled and an explosion took place. Cracks started to appear everywhere in the palace, forcing many palace maids and eunuchs to cry in fear. Afterwards, someone flew from the palace. The person or shadow hit many walls and pillars on his way until he reached the palace's courtyard and landed on his knees. The shadow threw out a big mouthful of blood and organs. His clothes were broken and numerous dust stains could be seen on it. The only place intact was the mask that this shadow was wearing. Soon after the shadow landed, Wang Wei and a group of officials appeared and surrounded the shadow. "Who are you?" asked Wang Wei. "Just an ordinary assassin," replied the shadow with a weird voice that prevents anyone from distinguishing whether it is male or female. "If an ordinary assassin can easily infiltrate the royal palace and reach more than 20 meters close to me before I even noticed, then I really wonder what extraordinary assassins are capable of," replied Wang Wei with a sneer on his face. The shadow spit out a mouthful of blood and asked, "I'm curious on how you were able to notice me. I mean, even the divine body realm lady over there did not find me." "It was because I felt the fluctuation of your soul," replied Wang Wei calmly. "Now that I answered your question, it's your turn to respond to mine. Who are you? Who sent you?" However, the shadow just got up from his one knee and did not answer the question. Wang Wei did not let go and continued, "In fact, I can guess by your strength and method that you are from the Death Order Palace. What I'm wondering is who hired you." The shadow finally spoke and said, "Since you know that I am from the Death Order Palace, you should be aware that we never reveal the identity of our clients." Wang Wei sneered after hearing this. "I do not need you to say anything to know who it is. You people from the Death Order Palace are also known for doing things only for money. And of all the people in this trial that I know would do such a shameless thing as hiring outside help are only the clowns of the Great Shu dynasty. So, I guess that it was probably Crown Prince Sun when that sent you." However, this time the shadow did not say anything. However, Wang Wei still continued, "Well, based on how your soul fluctuated just now, it seemed that my deduction was correct." Suddenly the shadow laughed out loud. His laughter was creepy as it sounded like countless voices laughing together. Worthy of Sacred Son Wang Wei, the Heaven Chosen currently viewed as the most threatening of this generation. Not only strength is unparalleled, but also possesses extraordinary wisdom. Many people feared that you would be just like your father, but they were wrong. They should be worried whether you will be more terrifying than him. "Should I be proud that some random people praise me?" answered Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. You're right that you should not be proud, answered the shadow. Compared to the one in the western White Tiger continent, you are still a little far behind. A flash of intense dread appeared in the shadow's eyes after saying this. An emotion that Wang Wei detected through soul fluctuation. However, immediately afterwards, the shadow disappeared without a trace right in front of everyone. Wang Wei immediately concentrated to feel any soul fluctuation, but he failed this time and did not find anyone. Instantly, he activated his true vision ability and saw the Qi Luck dragon of everyone around. Suddenly, he noticed a strange purple Qi dragon outside the capital. Without hesitation, he flew straight to the sky and headed for it. However, midway en route, the Qi dragon instantly disappeared, and by the time Wang Wei arrived outside the city, he could not find anything. After looking for a few minutes without success, Wang Wei returned back to the palace and supervised the reconstruction. Chapter 128. After returning to the imperial palace, Wang Wei supervised the reconstruction of the destroyed parts. With the help of countless cultivators that can easily carry tons of weight, the entire palace was reconstructed in just a few hours. Back in the Dragon Throne, all the officials had a severe look on their faces. The emperor had just been assassinated, and yet no one realized this, yet alone reacted fast enough to prevent this. The commander of the royal guard knelt in front of Wang Wei asking for him to be punished. In fact, Wang Wei did not blame him. Even he himself realized the assassination once the person got so close to him. So, how could he blame the commander? However, seeing the way he was blaming himself, Wang Wei could guess that he probably would not accept it if he did not punish. As such, he deducted half a year of salary and sent him to the frontier to open territory and promised to reinstate his position after he acquired enough merits. In fact, many people blame themselves for failing to prevent this assassination. However, the person most affected was in fact Wang Ju. As a person in charge of intelligence and assassinations, and a cultivator in the divine body realm, she did not even notice the presence of the shadow. Her job is in fact to protect Wang Wei from situations like this. In the Dao opening sect, every generation of shadow is not only in charge of gathering information for the sect master, but also to protect them from dark plots and schemes. The shadow's job is to do the dirty work of the sect master and to protect him from other people who do dirty work. Wang Ju knew from a very young age what her duty was, and she has managed to do this job quite well, until today that is. Today Wang Ju realized her inadequacy. This generation of Heaven Chosen are not only growing rapidly, but they are also very powerful. They already have the power to fight the divine body realm while in the divine altar realm. Today's event made Wang Ju realize that her talents might not be enough to keep up with this generation's Heaven Chosen. Maybe, one day in the future, someone else will take over her position. After thinking about this, she sighed and placed these thoughts in the back of her head. However, a frown was still on her face throughout the meeting. Meanwhile, Wang Wei first discussed how to calm down the people after the assassination. After all, it is easy to notice how the palace was destroyed. Many of the citizens were currently worrying about the situation. The next major discussion was about the next opponent that the great Xia have to face, the Fang Divine Dynasty. Well, Wang Wei can see how prideful and narcissistic the ruler of this dynasty is just by the name. However, unlike other enemies he faced, he has to take this one seriously as it is headed by one of the Heaven Chosen from that is participating in this trial. Grand Censorate. Grand Censorate. Wang Ju, yelled Wang Wei. His Majesty, responded Wang Ju. Did you say something? I'm asking you to explain the details of the Fang Divine Dynasty. Yes, as you wish, nodded Wang Ju, who took a deep breath to regain her bearing. The Fang Divine Dynasty is run by Empress Fang Lijuan, a member of the Divine Clan. She is this generation's divine child of the Fang family who was chosen to participate in the trial. As a matter of fact, there is another member of the Divine Clan in this world. As far as we know, the two of them seem to be in an alliance. However, this was not unexpected as the Divine Clans are usually part of the Divine Dao League. After Wang Ju finished her introduction, the majority of officials were in fact puzzled. As such, one person bravely asked, I'm sorry, Grand Censorate, but I'm very confused. What is the Divine Clan? Are they gods? And what exactly is this Divine Dao League you referred to? Wang Ju did not immediately answer the question, but gazed at Wang Wei instead. After seeing him nodding with his head, she then explained, the Divine Clans refer to a family that has cultivated a great emperor. Then, the great emperor left his Dao in his blood to pass down to the next generation. As a result, the members of the Divine Clans are thus born with a bunch of extraordinary abilities derived from their bloodlines. So, they are like the blood human race of this world. said another official. Afterward, all the members of Wang Wei's group looked at this person with a speechless look on their face. I am speechless at the fact that you just compare the bloodline of a great emperor with a bunch of demonized humans, said Yan Liling. The official who said the previous comment became embarrassed and dare not raise his head again. Excuse me, His Majesty, said the Minister of Education. From what we know, you are also from an emperor lineage, meaning that one of your ancestors was also a great emperor, so why are you not part of the divine clan? You look too highly at these divine clans. They are nothing but a bunch of prideful, arrogant, and miserable people who are shackled by the very bloodline that they are so proud of, said Wang Wei with a sneer in his face. In fact, not just him, even Li Jun and Yan Liling had the same sneer on their faces. Clans like the Wang, Li, and Yan were always at odds with the people of the divine clans. Despite his words, Wang Wei could still some confusion in his official's face, so he further elaborated, our ancestors also ponder whether to pass their own Dao through bloodline. However, through observing the demon race, they soon realized the grave downside or defect of bloodline. Although it will provide descendants with powerful talents and many abilities, it will also restrict them. The people who have bloodlines are often limited by said bloodlines. Since the Dao of a great emperor already existed inside the divine clan's descendants, it became increasingly difficult to cultivate other Dao than the ones they are born. As such, the majority of them abandoned studying other Daos and focused on the ones they are innately born. Is there something wrong with that? Asked the Minister of Education. Of course there is, answered Wang Wei. Without your own Dao, it is absolutely impossible to become a great emperor. Even if the heaven will was placed right in your hands, you still could not become an emperor. The consequences of this is the fact that the majority of families belonging to the divine clans have only one great emperor, which is their ancestor that started the clan in the first place. A select few have cultivated a second emperor, however the numbers of these families can be counted in one hand. The officials finally understood what the so-called divine clan is all about. However, despite how His Majesty despised these clans, the majority of these officials had a look of envy and yearning in their face. Wang Wei secret shook his head after seeing this. Then he continued to explain, these divine clans are doomed to be exterminated or weakened with the passage of time. After billions of years, they have long understood the downside of their bloodlines. However, they still refuse to change and adapt to the time. Instead, they bonded together by forming the Divine Dao League. Through years of intermarriage, they have strengthened their alliance and preserved the power of their bloodlines. Unfortunately, this method has only slowed down their weakening of their power. With each generation they became more and more irrelevant. I do not know how many years the Divine Dao League did not have a proper heaven chosen to represent them in the Heavenwell battle. However, it seems that this time they have more than one. After analyzing the information regarding the Fang Divine Dynasty, the official came up with the plan to postpone the war to a month later, as they had just finished conquering 3 kingdoms and had not fully taken control of them. After a month, Li Jun and the 5 named generals will reunite and attack the Fang Divine Dynasty together. Then the meeting was over and everyone left with the exception of Wang Ju, who was kept behind by Wang Wei. He looked at his head maid and motioned for her to approach him. Wang Wei started caressing her hair just like his mother used to do to him, then said, I understand your struggle. You have been with me even since I could walk properly. So, you do not need to worry about being replaced. After this trial, I will ask my father to provide you with a supreme Tier Dao washing pill in order to increase your talent. That way you can follow me all the way to the end of my emperor path. Wang Ju was suddenly surprised, then she nodded her head like a bird picking at woods. Then tears started to fall from her eyes. She tried to quickly wipe them out, but it was no use. As such, she bowed to Wang Wei and ran away from the imperial palace. Crying was a great shame for a shadow like her. Chapter 129. After heading the Fate's shadow headquarters, Wang Ju locked herself in a room, refusing to meet any of her subordinates. The truth of the matter was that today's failure affected her more than she let on. The reason being the fact that the little rivalry between the Dao Opening Sect and the Death Order Palace. The title or position of Shadow is not just some random position of the sect with no power. On the contrary, the Shadow is considered the Een of the sect Masters Yang. As such, the Shadow is privy to tremendous amounts of knowledge and information that even some Supreme Elders are not aware of. Some information can be very well considered taboos of the world. As such, every generation of Shadow will have countless restrictions placed on them in order not to reveal these secrets. On top of that, the Shadow will go through a ceremony in which they bind their life to the sect master that they served. If the sect master died for some reason, the current shadow will be responsible to hand over all his subordinate and power to the next chosen shadow, then commit suicide to accompany the sect master in the afterlife. There is only way to dissolve this bond, and that is for the shadow to defeat the sect master that it served in a direct duel. The reason for this was actually the origin of the shadow. This method of binding the shadow was used by the sect to keep their secrets and properly control their intelligence agency and prevent them from defecting to the enemy sect. As such, long ago the shadow did not have the opportunity of freedom, until the shadow ruler emperor. Thinking about the shadow ruler emperor, Wang Ju sighed. This was indeed an amazing emperor of the sect. He was the only emperor from the sectarian faction of the Tao opening sect. Not a lot is known about the shadow ruler emperor besides the fact that he was an orphan adopted by the sect to train as an intelligent agent. Through numerous competitions, he slowly rose to the highest position of shadow and started to serve the sect master at that time. According to the sect's record, he was a fine shadow and was extremely good at his job. Until he did something no one expected. He demanded a fair deal with the sect master of the sect right before the Heaven Mandate battle. Back in that time, the position of shadow was not nearly as high as today. As a matter of fact, most shadows were nothing but dead men raised by the sects, ready to sacrifice their lives for the sect at any given moment. So, when a shadow demanded that he actually fought the sect master, right on the verge of the Heaven Mandate battle, many people were shocked, then outraged that a lowly slave raised by the sect dared to challenge their master. Many people called that the shadow was executed immediately. However, some elders at that time convinced the others to just allow this fight to happen as a way to show the superiority of the sect master and squash the ambitions of future shadows. So the fight was set. However, to the horror of all the high levels of the sect master of that time was decimated. According to records, the fight was not even a close one as the shadow easily defeated the sect master of that time. In fact, if the sect master did not activate the restrictions placed on the shadow, he might have died in that battle. After this fight, the high level were shocked and terrified. You have to know that the sect master at that time was their most powerful cultivator, chosen to fight for the heaven will of that generation. However, he was defeated so easily. As such, many people of the sect wanted to immediately kill the shadow to prevent a future enemy. With the powerful restriction they had placed on him, it was still possible to do this. However, not all people felt that way. A few people believed that the shadow was raised by their sect and belonged to one of them. Instead of killing, it is better to remove the restriction on him, then allow him to represent the sect in the Heaven Mandate battle instead of the sect master. The disagreement between the two sides got so bad that it reached the point that a civil war was about to happen in the Tao opening sect. However, on the brink of the war, a powerful elder appeared and stopped the fighting. The elder then reprimanded all the upper echelons of the sects for forgetting the teaching of the ancestors. He reprimanded them on how over the years, the sect have gotten arrogant due to the fact that they are considered one of the most powerful sects in the world. And if such arrogance did not stop, then it is only a matter of time before the sect is ruined in the hands of future descendants. After that, the elders sided with the more reasonable faction and removed the restriction of the shadow and allowed him to represent the sect to compete for the heaven will. Wang Wei remembered how intrigued she was when she read this part of history. She always wanted to know who was the person that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The records did not mention any name, just referred to him as the elder. However, Wang Ju believed that the origin of this person was extraordinary as he could actually be all the upper echelons of the sect. Being able to reprimand all those supreme realm true monarchs, then let them listen to him, this person must not have high status but also be very powerful. Wang Ju guessed that this person must be one of the immortal venerable or Tao ancestors that the sect have kept a secret. When Wang Ju was in the shadow training camp, she learned of their existence. However, the information she knew was also disturbingly vague. So, she knew that by only reaching a certain level she would be privy to these secrets. Back to the story of the shadow. When the heaven will battle arrived, the shadow went on to suppress all his peers. His appearance was a shock to many of the heaven chosen of that generation when they realized that the person representing the Tao opening sect was the shadow known to do the dirty works of the sect. However, none of that mattered because the shadow managed to prove the Tao and become known as the Shadow Ruler Emperor. After this event, a new sect rule was created that allowed the shadow to challenge the sect master in order to remove their restriction and change from shadow to sect master. Of course, Wang Ju has no desire to challenge Wang Wei for the position of sect master. As a matter of fact, she is technically not really the true shadow as this position is still in the hands of the person serving sect master Wang Tian. The reason that she remembered this story right now was because of what Wang Wei said to her today. The Shadow Ruler Emperor was treated terribly back then by the sect, however, he still remained loyal. After he became emperor, the Shadow Ruler could have forsaken the Tao opening sect, or turned hostile to them, but he did not. So, when Wang Wei said those words today, it showed that he treated her like her family instead of just a subordinate. And it also made her realize that the loyalty of a shadow to the sect master is not a one-way street like she believed, but a tunnel that connects them both together. Just those soothing words were enough for Wang Ju, but she did not expect that her young master even promised to give her a Tao washing pill. She knew how precious that pill was, as it requires a total of 9 million years to make, not to mention all the precious materials needed. In order to refine such a pill, an alchemist has to place his furnace in a formation and let countless years pass in order for it to be finished. And most alchemists would not even live long enough to see the pill finished due to the long time required. And what is the purpose of this pill? Well, as the name suggests, it is to allow the Tao to wash away a person's body and increase their talents. Whether it is their sensitivity to spiritual qi, the strength of their body, and more importantly, their understanding. This pill is only used by the sect when there is no heaven-chosen talented enough to represent them in a generation. With this, the sect can turn an ordinary genius into a heaven-chosen with a talent close enough to people with special physique. Even then, according to the sect's rules, the sect master cannot directly decide who to provide this pill to. The decision must be made when more than 3/4 of elders agree to the same person. However, Wang Ju is aware that each of the 3 families of the Tao opening sect have secret stashes of this pill hidden in their own clan. These clans will never publicly acknowledge that they have such a thing because the sectarian faction actually does not. The 3 families have gone through extreme lengths to keep the recipe of the Tao washing pill to themselves, thus weakening the strength of the sectarian faction. This is the reason that Wang Ju did not doubt Wang Wei's words when he promised to provide her with the pill. Chapter 130. While Wang Ju was dealing with her own emotional discovery, Wang Wei was drinking tea and relaxing in the imperial garden. Wang Wei was thinking about the assassin's words. The person mentioned that he was not as powerful as someone from the Western continent. Based on the fear he felt from the assassin's soul fluctuation, he guessed that this person must have had a run-in with a very powerful heaven-chosen, one that had a deep and lasting impact on them. Given the information he has read, Wang Wei guessed that the assassin was referring to the heaven-chosen born in the D clan Di Tian. Di Tian was a genius born with the power of reincarnation. As a result of this, after his birth, many Supreme Realm powerhouses who had reached the limit of their lifespan believed that they could find the way of immortality from the power of reincarnation. Although it is known that only great emperors are immortal, many cultivators who are desperate are not willing to just accept such a fact. As such, many people believed that their chances lied in the Tao of reincarnation. So, many true monarchs attacked the D clan after the birth of Di Tian created a powerful vision of Samsar, the cycle of reincarnation. Unfortunately for these cultivators, the D clan is a powerful emperor lineage in the Western continent that has cultivated 5 great emperors. Technically speaking, the D family is more powerful than Wang Wei's Wang family, as they have cultivated 1 more emperor. As such, the birth of Di Tian was followed by countless slaughter. As a matter of fact, these cultivators knew exactly how powerful the D family was and how deep their background was. Unfortunately, the Western White Tiger continent is inhabited by countless devil cultivators. And these devil cultivators are as ruthless to themselves as they are to other people. So, no matter how many of them died, they still rushed to the Dis family emperor formation without hesitation. The battle lasted 3 days until the D family discovered a way to hide the reincarnation power emanated from Di Tian. Even then, ever since that day, the Western continent has not been peaceful. Unfortunately for the devil cultivators in the Western continent, although they are vast in number, the D family is still the overlord of the continent. This event took place 3 years before Wang Wei was born, and it shook the entire myriad emperor world. The truth of the matter was that Wang Wei did not care that much about the assassin's words. The reason he was thinking about its words was to determine whether to place more surveillance on Di Tian after he returned home. Wang Wei never believed for a second that he was invincible. However, he always believed that he would be the last one standing. No matter whether Di Tian truly is more powerful than him now, he still believes that by the time of the Heavenwell battle, he will have surpassed him. Of course, Wang Wei also understood that the path of the emperor is full of ups and downs, that nothing is set in stone. No matter how confident a candidate is, he or she will never say with absolute certainty that they can become emperor. As such, Wang Wei, being a person who likes to be prepared for any situation, has created a backup plan for him in the unlikely scenario that he failed to win the Heaven Will and prove the Tao. And that plan is actually simple enough. Seal himself to wash away his karma. Wang Wei believed that after cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture to the highest level, even if he failed in the Heavenwell battle, he can still survive. Afterwards, all he has to do is seal himself for countless generations to wash away his karma, then fight in another generation. And if he fails again a second time, then he will repeat the process again. Wang Wei believed in his firm Tao heart that his willpower will not be destroyed like his grandfather after experiencing many failures. And if he fails to survive the Heavenwell battle, well, Wang Wei has a plan for that as well. To be precise, he has an idea that involves relying on his mysterious soul. However, as of now, he does not know whether this plan is possible yet. While Wang Wei was lost in his own thoughts, Empress Dong Lifen was sitting next to him serving him tea. She tried to call him a few times, however, he was unresponsive. She thought that the reason he was distracted was because of the scroll in his hand, so she reached over, taking a peek on what was written in it. In the scroll she saw a title at the top followed by a list. It was written as such: Most Unique and Powerful Cultivation Technique. 1. Origin Path Scripture. 2. Past, Present and Future Buddha Book. 3. Undead Phoenix Scroll. 4. Empress Wuxia Sutra. 5. Myriad Things Dusk Scripture. 6. Ancient Desolate Body Refining Scripture. 7. Deceiving Heaven Longevity Art. Before Dong Lifen could finish reading the list, Wang Wei woke up from his distraction and looked at her. She immediately blushed a little as she was leaning on him while reading. However, luckily for her, His Majesty did not say anything. In order to deal with the awkward situation, she asked, "Your Majesty, what is this list you are reading? Is this something from your world?" "No, this is something that I just made up for personal reasons," responded Wang Wei while shaking his head. Dong Lifen caught on to the fact that His Majesty did not want to talk about the list, so she did not mention it again. However, things became awkward again, making her lower her head and blushing again. Luckily for her, Wang Wei started to explain his understanding of breaking to the 12th layer of the body refining realm. As a person who has cultivated this realm more than 9 times, he was quite the expert. Just like that, a week passed by. An urgent meeting was going on in the Great Xia courtroom. "What happened for you to gather us together like that?" asked Wang Wei towards Wang Ju. "Your Majesty, we have just received news that Crown Prince Ji Song was also assassinated yesterday." "Oh," responded Wang Wei with a surprised look on his face. "What exactly happened?" "We do not know a lot of information, but we do know that the Crown Prince is fine. However, he still suffered from minor injuries," added Wang Ju. "Do you think that it was the same assassin that attacked His Majesty?" asked an official. "No, given the distance between Great Xia and the central area without a flying construct, it would be impossible for the same assassin to reach there so quickly. Not to mention the fact that said assassin was injured. However, from the method the assassin used, we can infer that he or she was probably also from the Death Order Palace," answered Wang Ju. Everyone started pondering after this, especially Wang Wei. "It seems that the age of conquest is rapidly approaching this trial," said Wang Wei, who then looked at Yen Liling. "Chancellor, you need to speed up the time needed to soothe the people of the newly conquered territories. As for you, Li Jun, you can ask the Iron Fist King to organize his kingdom's former army and participate in the attack against the Fang Divine Dynasty." Li Jun nodded. However, Yen Liling had a frown on her face after hearing this. "Can we trust him?" she asked. "Since I decided to take him under me, I will trust him until he proves otherwise," replied Wang Wei calmly. After the discussion, everyone left to do their own work. However, before leaving, Yen Liling handed Wang Wei a space ring with a bunch of earth tear pills inside it. Wang Wei smiled mysteriously after receiving it. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou dynasty, in a military barrack that bordered the Great Wu dynasty, Ji Song was destroying everything around him. Chairs, tables, maps and weapons. After doing that, he seemed not satisfied, so he punched the wall, an act that made his bandages turn red. "Are you done venting now?" asked Ji Su. After hearing this, Li Song stopped moving around and sat in the one remaining seat left in the room. "Did you find the culprit?" he asked with gritted teeth. "No." "Why not?" "By the time I discovered the assassin, he was already too far away. And you know I'm not allowed to use my real strength in this trial." "Well, tell me you at least know who it was," responded Ji Song with veins appearing all over his naked upper body. Probably. "Probably? Well, do you or do you not now?" GC sighed and said, "We have received news from our informants that Wang Wei was also attacked a week ago. They have overheard that the assassin came from the Death Order Palace under the order of the Great Wu people." Given that you were attacked a week afterwards, it is very likely that this was not a coincidence but a premeditated attack. After hearing this, Ji Song clenched his teeth and said, "Damn those snakes of the Great Wu dynasty, and damn those rats of the Death Order Palace. I mean, isn't their participation a violation of the hidden rule?" "I'm afraid not," answered Jisoo. The hidden rule stated that people of higher cultivation from the Death Order Palace could not assassinate the younger generation of other sections. However, competition of the same generation was allowed. After hearing this, Ji Song became even more angry. However, he restrained himself this time before saying, "Back then, we should have completely annihilated the Death Order Palace." Chapter 131. For once since this trial, Jisoo agreed with his little brother. Throughout its long history, the Death Order Palace has created trouble all over the world. You could say they are the single reason that all sects in the Myriad Emperor world cultivated intelligence personal. After suffering numerous loss at the hands of the Death Order Palace, many sect created their own section responsible for intelligence gathering, counterintelligence, assassination and counter-assassination. While the Dao Opening sect has the Shadow, other emperor lineage have their own spy agency like the Brocade Guard of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. The reason that Ji Song said those words was because the Death Order Palace was almost destroyed. Back in the ancient emperor era, the founder of the Death Order Palace was the founder of the Assassination Dao. During her generation, all the people of the world suddenly discovered that all the major Heaven Chosen did not appear when the Heaven Will battle arrived. She suddenly appeared, easily killed at the cannon fodder in the battle, took the Heaven Will, proved the Dao and claimed the name of Unseen Emperor. After investigation, the cultivators in that era discovered that all the Heaven Chosen of that era were secretly killed by the Unseen Emperor right before the Heaven Will battle commenced. Unfortunately, it was too late. By then she was already the winner. And just like that, the process of the Unseen Emperor proving the Dao was the easiest beside the Heavenly Sun Emperor. The Unseen Emperor was in fact an assassin for a mortal kingdom before starting on the path of cultivation. She used to assassinate the political rivalry of the kingdom she served. In order to commemorate her origin, she created the Death Order Palace after proclaiming herself emperor. The second emperor of the Death Order Palace was very different from the first. He did not believe in hidden assassination. He believed that a true assassin should have the power to kill their enemy in frontal combat even without hiding in a corner to sneak attack. His whole Dao evolved around the idea that I'm going to assassinate you and I'm telling you beforehand, so try to stop me. So during his Heaven Will battle, he showed up and faced all the Heaven Chosen of his generation head-on. However, no one could stop his dagger. After proving the Dao, he took the name of Untouched Emperor. The reason for the Death Order Palace's almost extinction was because of the Untouched Emperor's son named Wu Ming. After the Untouched Emperor proved the Dao, his son participated in the Heaven Will battle of the next generation. An emperor having descendants after proving the Dao was actually a very rare thing due to the fact that they belonged to a higher dimension of life. So, most of their descendants will either turn into ugly and disturbing monsters, or will have terrifying talent. This was the case for Wu Ming. Unfortunately, despite how noble his birth was, he still lost during his Heaven Will battle. However, he survived. An act that made him terribly bitter. After that, he started acting out and made radical reforms to the Death Order Palace. The Death Order Palace, who was a respectable sect with a bottom line, turned into power-hungry hyenas that only recognized money or origin sources. As long as someone had money, they could hire assassins from the Death Order Palace. It reached the point where even mortals could hire assassins as long as they had origin stones or sources. Because of this, a reign of terror began in the Myriad Emperor world. All sects and factions began to hire people from the Death Order Palace to kill their enemies Heaven Chosen. It reached the point that someone once hired an assassin to go after a great emperor. That great emperor was furious and decided to destroy the Death Order Palace. Unfortunately, that emperor could not deal with the two-emperor formation of the palace and left in anger and shame. In fact, there is a reason that this great emperor did not have the power to even break the array of the Death Order place. Due to the reign of terror created by the constant assassinations, the majority of great emperors born during that time were actually pitifully weak due to the fact that the majority of true Heaven Chosens were long killed before they could grow up. The situation continued like this until all the sects had enough. Thus, all the emperor lineages bonded together to form an alliance. All the emperor lineages activated their emperor artifacts in order to break through to the defense of the Death Order Palace. Unfortunately, after they did so, a will of the untouched emperor appeared after disappearing for millions of years and stopped the cultivators. The emperor did not do anything to the sects as he only came to right the wrong that his son had committed. As for the cultivators of that time, they knew that they could not destroy the palace with the arrival of the untouched emperor. However, they refused to back down so easily. They demanded that the Death Order Palace sign a treaty that prevents their older generations from assassinating the younger generation of other sections. Otherwise, they will destroy the palace at any price. The untouched emperor nodded in agreement, so, under the witness of heavenly Tao, the treaty was signed, thus sparing the Death Order Palace from extinction. After this incident, the Death Order Palace remained low-key and abided by the treaty. While the Ji brothers were discussing the Death Order Palace, a similar conversation also took place somewhere else. In the endless void, close to the warring kingdom world, many true monarchs sat cross-legged in the emptiness arguing about something. "Are you not going to say anything?" asked retired Prince Ji Han, who had replaced Ji Chang after he returned back to the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty to heal his injuries. "Say what? You Great Wu people are always up to something sneaky. It is obvious that it was you people that hired the Death Order Palace. Shouldn't you explain yourself?" retorted true monarch Ji Han. "Since it is the younger generation that took action, we did not violate the hidden rule. Don't try to be sneaky. The problem is the fact that you did not solicit the permission of any of us before allowing the people of the Death Order Palace to participate in the trial. As such, we deserve an explanation." "I must have forgotten," replied the true monarch of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty with a nonchalant look on his face. "Our Divine Tao League also demands an explanation," said one of the true monarchs of the Divine Clan. Despite this, the true monarch of Great Wu did not say anything. "Aren't going to say anything, Yenshin? After all, your heaven chosen was also attacked?" asked Ji Han. "It does not matter," replied Yenshin. "In the end, my young master will still suppress all of you and become the biggest winner of this trial." Ji Han just snorted after hearing this and did not say anything. He looked in the void and shouted, "I guess you should be around here, Diamond Death. This trial no longer welcomes you." Soon after saying these words, the void fluctuated and a person appeared. He had a mask on his face and looked illusory or non-existing. Diamond Death did not say anything but waved his hand in the void, then two people appeared in front of them. They were the two assassins sent into the trial. Afterwards, Diamond Death opened a space channel and left. During the whole process, the true monarch of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty watched all of this while secretly gritting his teeth. He wanted to say something but he did not dare. Not to mention it would be useless. The rule of the Death Order Palace is that they will take on any job, but they will not refund the money after failing. And if you want to assassinate the same target again after failure, you have to increase the price by at least 10 times. Ji Han looked at the departure of Diamond Death without interfering, then he looked at the true monarch of Great Wu and said with a sneer, "Now that your crown prince does not have people to do his dirty work for him, I want to see how he fends for himself? After this assassination attempt, you people have greatly angered our crown prince. And soon he will bring his wrath to the door of your Great Wu dynasty." The Great Wu true monarch's face became ugly after hearing this. He knew the capability of their crown prince, and he could immediately tell that he was not the opponent of Crown Prince Ji Song. Instantly he wanted to forfeit this trial and leave with his participants, but looking at the look that all the other true monarch were given him, he knew that they would never allow such a thing to happen. He sighed to himself and prayed that the third prince, Sun Jiaolong, would have enough strength to fight with Ji Song. Or at the very least, be able to hold him back long enough for Crown Prince Sun Wen to come up with another scheme. Chapter 132. In the Great Shu Dynasty's border, Ji Song was still fuming over the fact that someone tried to assassinate him. However, he did not throw a temper tantrum like previously. Suddenly he thought of something and asked his brother, "You said that Wang Wei was also attacked?" "That's right. Did he get injured?" "The information we received did not say anything regarding this," responded Jisoo with a calm look on his face. "He was not injured, right?" replied Ji Song while looking deeply and intensely in his big brother's eye. However, Jisoo did answer him this time. "This can only mean two things," continued Ji Song with a sharp look on his face. "He is either stronger than me or his perception is way above me. Well, not just me but even you, a divine body realm cultivator." After a few seconds, Jisoo said, "It's probably the latter. After all, he is known for his powerful soul." After hearing this, Ji Song clenched his hands, making all the huge muscles in his arm bulged. However, he did not act out this time around. Instead, he looked in the direction of the Great Wu dynasty with a fierce killing intent in his eyes. After that, Ji Song popped up a few pills in his mouth, donned on his armor and started his conquest of the Great Wu dynasty. With a fierce momentum, he used his own overwhelming strength to conquer cities after cities of the Great Wu dynasty. Monarch Sun Wen started freaking out after hearing the constant news of his territory shrinking. As such, he quickly drafted all the military power of the noble clans in his dynasty. Unfortunately for him, the noble did not completely listen to him. Although they accepted being drafted into the war, they decided to drag the process as slowly as possible, thus hindering Sun Wen. An act which made His Majesty Sun Wen quite angry. For once in his life, he realized that his younger brother was right. These nobles are a bunch of cunning foxes. Without placing the fear of heaven deep in their bones and soul, they will start acting presumptuous. As such, he mobilized his own power and arrested all these nobles, then took over their military power by force. Unfortunately for him, this act was soon proven to be useless. The army refused to listen to his order. They claimed that they are only loyal to the nobles and the true royal family. It was then that Sun Wen realized that he had made a grave error. When he first came to this world, he used the promise of taking the royal family of the Great Wei dynasty back to their world in exchange for them to hand over their dynasty. A trade that the former royal family happily accepted. Sun Wen then happily thought that he had made a wise move, as this allowed him to be the first of all the heaven chosen to create his own dynasty. However, his so-called dynasty was in fact created on thin air. The event with the nobles proved to him that the foundation of the dynasty he created was actually very shallow. Over the years, Sun Wen has tried many ways to take both the political and military power of the dynasty from the royal family and the noble clans. And he believed that he had succeeded. According to his original plan, after taking over all the power of the Great Wu dynasty, he would use the people of the Death Order Palace to take out the two most powerful heaven chosen of this trial, Wang Wei and Ji Song. Then he would sweep over the world with his powerful army and slowly weed out the other participants. However, his plan was nothing but him dreaming. Everything was merely his illusion. Not to mention that his assassination plan failed. All the power he thought he had was just an appearance. It was a show to blind his eyes. All this time, all the power of the dynasty was still held in the hands of the nobles and maybe even the royal family. All these times, Sun Wen thought he was quite clever and cunning when dealing with these nobles, that he was a master tactician playing chess with the whole kingdom. However, it turned out that he was the one being played with by these nobles. After coming to this realization, Sun Wen became even more aggrieved. By this time, it was already too late for him to reorganize the army to be able to fight against the rapid advancement of Ji Song. So, without a choice, he asked his brother Sun Jiaolong to lead the army that was especially trained by them and a group of freshly recruited peasant army to defend against the Great Zhou attack. Unfortunately, this was just a stopgap measure and one that can barely reach said standard. Sun Jiaolong was no match for Ji Song, let alone their half-baked army. So, the advancement of the Great Zhou continued, albeit at a slower pace than before. And just like that, a few weeks have passed. Another war started in the eastern region. After calming the people of the territory, Li Jun, the 5-number general, and the Iron Fist King, who was now referred by his name Tai Gang, were starting their conquest of the Fang Divine Dynasty. Their advancement was even more rapid than the Great Zhou people. With puppets or constructs that are based on modern military equipment and strategy also inspired by modern warfare, the process was fast, easy, and efficient. As such, in just half a month, the Great Xia dynasty conquered more than a quarter of the Fang Divine Dynasty's territory. Of course, this was due to the fact that this time, Wang Wei decided not to slowly let the people adjust to the rules of the Great Xia before continuing to conquer more territory. The plan that Wang Wei decided was to quickly swallow the Fang Divine Dynasty, then slowly digest it by soothing the people and putting down rebellions. However, the rapid advancement of the Great Xia dynasty was brought to the attention of their ruler, monarch Fang Lijuan. Fang Divine Dynasty, Imperial Palace, a court meeting took place. One official said with a sweet and melodious voice, "Goddess Empress, the situation of the border is quite perilous. We need to take actions as soon as possible. Can you tell this goddess the reason that we have lost so much territory in such a short amount of time?" Responded a nice voice, however it was full of coldness and alienation. The voice came from monarch Fang Lijuan. She was sitting on a dragon phoenix throne, which is a throne carved with both dragons and phoenixes intertwining with each other. Despite the artistic beauty of the throne, it paled in comparison with Fang Lijuan's beauty. She was wearing a red phoenix gown with a crown on her head. She had skin as white as the purest jade, and eyes that shined brighter than the most beautiful of jewels. However, those eyes were cold and indifferent. And it was not the kind of cold from a person devoid of emotion, but the coldness from despising everything and everyone around. In Fang Lijuan's eyes, everyone was beneath her. She exuded a noble temperament, a temperament that said that she was born above everything and everyone, a sacred and divine temperament. After asking the question, the female officer who previously spoke handed a scroll to the goddess empress, as that was the way Fang Lijuan liked to be addressed, that explained how the Great Xia army used constructs to rapidly transport their army to anywhere in their territory. She was surprised as she was surprised by how novel and ingenious this idea was for a small thousand world like this one that does not have teleportation for transporting troops. "This Wang Wei is not a simple role to come out with such a smart idea," said the empress with her cold voice. "However, this should not be enough for our territories to be lost so quickly." "You are correct, Goddess Empress. Another reason is the fact that we do not have anyone who could stop General Li Jun from breaking through our cities," replied another female officer. "Wait a minute," said Fang Lijuan. "Are you saying that Wang Wei did not show up? And this Li Jun was the one who led the army against our dynasty?" "That is the case, Goddess Empress. So, what you are saying is that a quarter of this goddess dynasty was occupied without Wang Wei, the opponent that I am supposed to compete against, showing up." The room instantly became quiet after the empress asked this question. The majority of people lowered their heads and dared not face those cold and indifferent eyes. After a few minutes of awkward silence, one official mustered the courage and said, "Goddess Empress, you should not underestimate Li Jun, as he is the successor of the Li family. He has grown up with sacred son Wang Wei since they were young and are closer than brothers. More importantly, he possessed the 20th heavenly physique, the battle maniac body." After hearing this, Fang Lijuan started thinking. She knew that anyone who possessed a special physique was not simple, as their talents were on par if not greater than their divine clan's member with pure bloodlines. However, she was still not happy about this. Fang Lijuan felt that she was underestimated by Wang Wei, and she will never allow anyone to look down on her. She is the only one who looks down on people. After thinking about this, Fang Lijuan gazed at all her officials. The majority of them were women, with a few men here and there. She smiled coldly and said, "This goddess will head to the border personally and see what is so special about this battle maniac Bodis owner." Chapter 133. Fang Lijuan was standing on top of a city wall looking at the Great Xia resting outside. She looked at a handsome man in a black armor that had a terrifying fighting intent in his eyes. However, Fang Lijuan could feel that the terrible fighting intent was slowly transforming into a slaughter will. Her cold eyes scanned the black armored general up and down and asked, "Is that him? The owner of the battle maniac physique?" She asked one of her personal maids. "Yes, Goddess Empress, that's young Master Li Jun. As long as you are able to defeat or stop him, our people can take care of his other subordinate." Fang Lijuan nodded her head, then jumped off the more than 300 meters city, landing lightly like a feather falling from high ground. Afterwards, with just a few steps, she traveled a few hundred meters, arriving not far away from the Great Xia army. When she arrived in front of the army, she saw Li Jun standing there with his spear on his shoulder waiting for her. She was not that surprised. If this battle maniac body could not even keep up with her speed, then she would expect this fight to go as quickly as possible. Li Jun was surprised by how beautiful Empress Fang actually was. Although he had seen an image of her, it was nothing compared to the real deal. After all, an image could not capture her noble and divine temperament. However, Li Jun will not take her lightly as an opponent. Although he loves beautiful women, he still knows when to control himself. "This goddess has been very upset with what you have done to my dynasty. So, show this goddess how capable you are." Li Jun just smiled and did not say anything. He activated his origin chi, turning his spear deep red, then he rushed towards Fang Lijuan and pierced her throat. Li Jun did not show mercy, nor did he hold back his strength. He knew that Fang Lijuan was a true heaven chosen just like him, and he needed to do his best in order to have a chance to win this battle. Fang Lijuan in the order hand did not flinch by this attack. She gently waved her delicate hand, then a white crystal wall appeared in front of her. Li Jun's spear hit the crystal wall, however the wall was not immediately destroyed, but cracks appeared on it. After a few seconds, the crystal wall burst into countless pieces. However, the pieces did not randomly scatter all over, but floated in the air, turned into countless sharp sticks and flew towards Li Jun under the control of Fang Lijuan. Li Jun frowned as he looked at all the numerous crystal shards covering the sky. He moved his spear in a circular motion to block the attack. The pointy crystal shards fell on Li Jun like drops of rain. With the rapid spinning of his spear, he managed to block the majority of shards, but a few bypassed his defenses and penetrated both his armor and his skin. However, Li Jun ignored such minor injuries. As soon as he finished defending from the shards, He immediately waved his swords, creating a massive slash that traveled towards Fang Lijuan. The goddess empress waved her hand again and another white crystal appeared in front of her blocking the slash attack. However, immediately she noticed something was wrong. Li Jun had disappeared from his position. Suddenly, Fang Lijuan felt a sense of danger from behind her and turned around. Her pupils immediately dilated as she saw Li Jun's red spear approaching her throat. With the slightest hesitation, she raised her arms, which also instantly turned crystal white like an armor was encasing them to block the attack. Most of the attack was blocked, however Fang Lijuan's skin was also pierced, thus injuring her. Furthermore, the force of the clash pushed her a few meters away from Li Jun. Fang Lijuan looked at her bleeding skin and frowned, then she looked at Li Jun and said, "I cannot believe that you actually injured this goddess divine body. If you do not wish to be injured, do not participate in battle. With your background, it is quite easy for you to spend the rest of your life living a wealthy and luxurious life." "You are right," responded Fang Lijuan with a cold and cruel smile. "Alright, let's stop with the warm-up." After saying this, her eyes suddenly turned completely white, the divine temperament of hers increased. Everyone who looks at her will have the urge or desire to kneel down and worship her. Afterward, a crystal armor encased her entire body, leaving only her eyes that can be seen. However, even her eyes started to shine like crystals. One thing that was different about the crystal that formed the armor was the fact that it was blue instead of white. The blue crystal armor resembled the most beautiful piece of art. It was as if gods themselves took their time to carve it. Li Jun looked serious when he saw this. He knew that Fang Lijuan had just activated the power of bloodline, meaning that she was taking this fight seriously. As such, he prepared to take things more seriously as well. However, before fighting he said, "It's fine to fight seriously, but it is better to move the battlefield somewhere else." After hearing this, Fang Lijuan looked around and noticed how their short confrontation had destroyed the terrain around here. There were crystals scattered everywhere, and the wall she previously was still there. More importantly, the soldiers of the Great Xia had to run far away in order not to be killed by the aftermath of their battle. Fang Lijuan understood Li Jun's concern for his soldiers, so she agreed to move the battle to the forest nearby. Of course, it was not because of the goodness of her heart that Fang Lijuan agreed. She knew that if she insisted on fighting in order to injure the Great Xia soldiers, Li Jun could just run in the direction of her own army to kill them. At that time, Fang Lijuan will have to decide whether to stop him or continue to kill these soldiers. And as prideful as Fang Lijuan was, she refused to use such underhanded methods. As such, she just agreed to move the fight to another location. After the agreement, the two of them traveled to a forest not far from the city to continue their battle. Li Jun was the first to attack as he thrust his spear, then a more than 100 meters spear manifested from him and rushed towards Fang Lijuan, who was not to be outdone. She waved her hand and a gigantic blue crystal sword also manifested it and clashed with the oncoming spear. The two attacks cancelled each other out, but the two of them did not stop afterwards. They rushed towards each other and clashed head-on. Li Jun swung his spear, while Fang Lijuan took out a sword from her space ring as a weapon. After coating the sword with her blue crystal, she directly clashed with Li Jun's spear. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of these two made the air tremble and the ground quaked. The shockwave of their clash blew away all the trees in a more than 500 meters radius, killing all the animals living nearby. Clouds of dust could be seen in the path they traveled through, along with many broken trees. However, none of these two people care about this kind of thing. Li Jun did not take any advantage during the clash against Fang Lijuan. However, he kept scanning and observing her moves in order to find a flaw. Unfortunately, there was none. So he decided to make one himself. He clashed with Fang Lijuan's sword again, but this time he suddenly increased the amount of origin chi used to slightly move her swords out of trajectory. This move created a short pause in Fang Lijuan's action. However, this short pause was all that Li Jun needed. So, without hesitation, he swung his spear and hit her on her stomach, thus throwing her flying away. Bang! Fang Lijuan flew away and hit countless trees in the process, thus destroying anything on her way. Then, she landed straight into a river that was a few hundred meters from their fighting place. Despite successfully landing a powerful hit, Li Jun was not happy as he could feel that the crystal armor defended most if not all of his attack. And he was right. A few seconds later, Fang Lijuan rose up from the bottom of the river with a few cracks on her crystal armor. However, there was not even a scratch on her body. Her crystal eyes looked in the direction of Li Jun and rushed towards him without any pause. The battle had just begun and it was not clear yet who would be the final winner. Chapter 134. By the time that Fang Lijuan had arrived in front of Li Jun, the cracks on her crystal armor had already healed completely. So without pause she attacked him again with her sword. The two of them clashed against each other again, further destroying what little was left of the forest. Li Jun wanted to use the same tactic he did before, however Fang Lijuan did fail for the same trick twice. As soon as Li Jun increased his strength to try to move the direction of her swords, she also increased hers to counterattack the force generated by her opponent. However, it was more than this. Fang Lijuan anticipated Li Jun's attack, so when he tried to use the same attack again, something unexpected happened. Countless crystal spikes suddenly appeared from Fang Lijuan's armor and headed straight towards Li Jun, who tried to react in time by the sudden change of event. He instantly activated all his 365 veins and controlled the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to create a barrier around him. Unfortunately, his reaction speed was still too slow. Numerous crystal spikes still managed to break through his barrier and armor to pierce his body. Li Jun vomited a mouthful of blood and he started to breathe with difficulty. One of his lungs has been pierced. Any injury to the internal organs are considered dangerous in this cultivating realm, so Li Jun wanted to remove the crystal spike in his body. However, Fang Lijuan did not give him the opportunity. She rushed towards him with her swords to finish the job she started. However, Li Jun was also prepared this time. Without hesitation, he waved his spear in the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The ground exploded, then a cloud of dust appeared between the two of them. This cloud of dust managed to hinder the sight of Fang Lijuan, providing Li Jun with enough time to move more than a few hundred meters away from her. An act which made Fang Lijuan quite unhappy. If she was in the supernatural realm and had a divine sense, this kind of low-level tactic would not have worked. Meanwhile, Li Jun had already removed the spikes from his body. However, his lungs were still bleeding, so he mobilized his origin chi to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, the process did not go as smoothly as he expected. He discovered that his lungs have started crystallizing, and his origin chi can only slow down the process. Li Jun knew that if given enough time, he could heal himself properly and stop the crystal from spreading throughout his internal organs. However, now he was in the middle of battle, so he can only slow down the process in order to continue fighting. After doing this, Li Jun looked at Fang Lijuan with a sharp intent in his eyes, then he rushed towards her without pause and pierced her. This time he instantly used his created technique, Blood Rebellion. Fang Lijuan sneered under her armor and thought that this was the same attack from the previous rounds. However, when she was about to swing her sword again, she discovered to her horror that blood was no longer under her control. She tried as much as possible to control them, however, her blood started reversing the trajectory they usually travel and returned to her heart, then exploded. Fang Lijuan knew how severe such an attack would be, so he immediately turned her heart into a blue crystal to protect it. Fang Lijuan then threw a big mouthful of blood, staining her beautiful armor all red. Although she managed to minimize the effect of the explosion through crystallizing her own heart, she was still injured. Afterward, Fang Lijuan looked at Li Jun full of coldness and killing intent. She was furious beyond words. She has never suffered from such injuries in her life. As a member of the Fang divine clan, she was born with the purest of bloodline. As such, she easily swept her peers with her overwhelming strength. Throughout the entire Divine Tao League, there are only a few people of the same generation that can compare to her. However, she was still confident that those people could not injure her like this. Although she has been injured before, these were nothing but skin injuries. In that last attack, if she did not react quickly enough, she might have died. Thinking about this, a great fear suddenly enveloped Fang Lijuan, followed by shame and anger. Meanwhile, Li Jun could guess what she was thinking through her eyes and he shook his head. This is the difference between these divine clans and other aristocratic family like the Li and Wang. They did not pamper their descendants and used brutal means to train them. Li Jun does not know how many real-life battles that he and Wang Wei faced in the battle tower. Many times they have come close to death. However, judging by the way that Fang Lijuan reacted, Li Jun could tell that this was the first time that she actually came close to death in a fight. In Li Jun's opinion, this method of cuddling their descendants is actually very harmful to them. When many of them come across death for the first time, the usual reaction is to be scared and break down. However, given the look on Fang Lijuan's face, he guessed that she might be one of the few good seedlings of the divine clans as she managed to put away her fear so quickly. Suddenly, a crystal path appeared under Fang Lijuan's feet, bringing her into the sky. Then she looked down at Li Jun with fury in her face. Then waved her hand. Countless crystal swords appeared in the sky, almost covering the clouds in the sky. Furthermore, these crystals were not blue but green. Li Jun looked at Fang Lijuan standing in the air with a spiral crystal path holding her up and said, "This is not fair. You know that divine altar realm cultivators cannot fly, especially in this small thousand world with low spiritual qi." However, Fang Lijuan just snorted coldly and responded, "There is no such thing as fairness in a fight. Furthermore, it is not this goddess' fault that your ancestors did leave you people with no bloodline abilities." "You are right about fighting not being fair," replied Li Jun. "However, I will not get into an argument with you about bloodline." After saying this, Li Jun stepped into the air by creating places for his feet to step on. This was the method Wang Wei used to fly, and it was taught to Li Jun. After reaching the same height as Fang Lijuan, Li Jun had a smirk on his face when he saw the surprised look on her face. However, deep inside he was a little worried. After using this technique, he realized how much origin qi it required to maintain it, not to mention the stamina requirement to always maintain a balance in the air. You should know that Li Jun has cultivated the 9 nirvana blood qi, up to 7 nirvanas, making his divine qi extremely large compared to his peers, and his origin qi is also large in quantity. However, according to his estimate, he probably won't last more than 2 hours fighting in the air like this. So, Li Jun wanted this battle to end as soon as possible. With a wave of his spear, he controlled the spiritual qi around him and turned them into countless weapons: swords, sabers, spears, guandao and halberds. With a wave of his spear, all the weapons rushed towards his enemy. And Fang Lijuan did the same. With the wave of her hand, all the crystal swords clashed with the oncoming attack. Bang, bang, bang. All these weapons clashed together, then exploded. The aftermath created powerful shockwaves that traveled for miles on. All the surrounding grounds were destroyed, the clouds in the sky were blown away. Even the Fang Divine Dynasty's city that was a few thousand of meters away trembled slightly from the shockwave of the battle. And the two armies that were still in the midst of battle stopped for a few moments and looked in the direction of the fight. All they could see was that countless weapons were falling down from the sky like the heaven was raining weapons, followed by powerful explosions. Even at this distance, the soldiers could feel the power of these attacks. Many people suddenly realized why these people decided to have this battle so far from them. Meanwhile, after a few minutes, the attack of these two heaven-chosen finished, and the clouds of dust created by their attack also blew away. Both Li Jun and Fang Lijuan were on the ground, breathing heavily. Li Jun had countless cuts on his body. His armor was mostly destroyed, revealing his injured muscular body. He stood there with blood slowly falling from the few crystal swords that pierced his body. As for Fang Lijuan, she was in even worse shape. Her crystal armor was also broken with pieces scattered all over, and she knelt in the ground with one knee. Her beautiful and divine face grimaced with pain while blood slid from them. She had different kinds of injuries all over her body. Some were sword slash, saber cut, or spears pierce. However, this was not the reason that she was so heavily injured. During the attack, she realized that all the attacks that hit her contained a powerful will that bypassed the defense of her armor and destroyed her inside. She realized that this was her opponent's fighting will. However, even trying to use her crystal ability to increase the defense of her inner organs proved to be futile. The fighting seemed to completely ignore her crystal and just proceeded to destroy the crystals themselves. Fang Lijuan raised her head and looked in the direction of Li Jun. Her eyes had a terrible killing intent in them. Li Jun suddenly felt something was wrong, however he was too late to react. Fang Lijuan bit the top of her tongue and screamed, "Crystal World!" Immediately afterwards, the entire environment around her in 1,000 meters radius turned into crystals. Whether it was the ground, trees, animals, river, and dust. Even the spiritual qi of heaven and earth started crystallizing. This also included Li Jun, who was not too far from her. Chapter 135. Li Jun's face became ugly after seeing Fang Lijuan's attack. Instantly, he realized that this must be a bloodline secret technique that is only used when a person is in dire circumstances. He also knows that only a person with the purest of bloodline can do such secret technique, and a price must also be paid. Unfortunately, knowing all of this does not provide any help to Li Jun. As soon as he saw the approaching crystals, he tried to move out of the way, but he was not fast enough. Li Jun suddenly notices that his feet were frozen or crystallized. Then, in just a few breaths, all the blood, muscles, and bones of his legs were also crystallized. He mobilized all origin qi to prevent the process, however, to his horror, even his origin qi started to crystallize. In that brief moment of resistance, the crystallization process had already reached Li Jun's divine qi. All the vast ocean of origin qi in his body started to also turn green. As such, Li Jun did not have a lot of time to think of a solution. So without hesitation he activated all his divine veins and started to rapidly absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This method had little effect as it slowed down the crystallization process of the divine sea. Li Jun knew that the reason that this method worked was because of his perfect Tao foundation. As such, he looked at his divine altar that resembled the battle tower and he sighed. The reason that he and Yen Liling could achieve a perfect Tao foundation was all because of Wang Wei. In order for a person to achieve a perfect Tao foundation they need two things: enough talent and an absurd level of control of origin chi. In order to have a perfect Tao foundation, a cultivator must perfectly carve the divine veins in his altar. However, the divine veins are small and complicated, it is very hard to control origin chi to such precision. Li Jun knew that he did not have such ability, however, his big brother allowed him to reach such a level. Wang Wei refined a little game that allowed a cultivator to inject their origin chi in a cube-shaped origin artifact, then they have to control their origin chi. The first few levels ask the cultivator to make some normal shape like square, triangle, and so on. At a higher level, cultivators have to control their origin chi to become as thin as wings of cicadas, then as small as strings a few millimeters. Then, after reaching that standard, they have to make all kinds of strange and complex geometrical shapes that are interlinked together. Li Jun remembered how terrible that game was. Every time he failed to reach the standard of control required by the game, the words, "You are a big loser," would appear on the screen, then a powerful lightning thunder would zap him. Forget how painful the lightning was, Li Jun always felt that this game was mocking him the way it called him a loser. Although Li Jun knew that the game was designed or programmed to act like that, however, he always felt that somehow that game had gained some level of sentience and was mocking him personally. So, he would throw it on the ground every time he failed, but picked it up immediately in order to prove to it that he was not a failure. So, just like that, with years of practice, Li Jun managed to reach the standard required to forge a perfect Tao foundation. Despite what Li Jun felt regarding that game, he still knew how precious it actually was. This was essentially a game that taught people how to have a perfect foundation. In fact, even if someone never reached such a high level, just being able to exercise control over origin chi made it an invaluable asset to the sect. So, when Wang Wei invented it, all the high levels of the sect were alarmed and arguments about how to properly use it happened for a while. Before this game, all the people of the sect only believed that only people with a certain level of talent could achieve the perfect Tao foundation. However, this game proved that talent was not absolute. That hard work and persistence can also allow people to have high achievement as well, given that an opportunity is provided to them. As such, most people wanted to use it as a way to train disciples. However, the Wang family did not want to hand over such a precious thing so easily, despite the fact the other three factions placed pressure on them. In the end, with the interception of Wang Wei, the Wang family decided to refine the game for the other factions, but the refining method will stay in the hands of the Wang family. Of course, the other families had no choice but to accept this condition, as when they tried to refine similar products, the final result was too far from the one that Wang Wei personally refined. All of these thoughts appeared in Li Jun's mind in just a blink of an eye, before he concentrated on how to deal with his current situation. Although his perfect Tao foundation slowed down the crystallization process of his divine sea, the same cannot be said for Li Jun's inner organs. In just a short time, intestines, stomachs, and kidneys. He spewed out a mouthful of blood, however, chunks of green crystals came out of his mouth instead. Without hesitation, Li Jun mobilized his slaughter intent to fight the crystallization process, and this method was useful. However, this method was also just a stopgap measure that slowed down the process. So, Li Jun began to use his slaughter will to fight against the green crystals. He focused all his spirit in order to muster all the strength possible. Unfortunately, it was still useless. In just a few seconds, the crystallization had reached his lungs, spleen, and heart. From the outside, Li Jun's entire body beside his head had turned into a green crystal. He looked like a beautiful sculpture. Despite the fatal situation he was in, Li Jun did not panic. Instead, his mind started to move quickly in order to find a solution. Suddenly, he moved his rigid head to look in a certain direction. At a distance of a few thousand meters, Li Jun saw the army of Great Xia battling the army of the Fang Divine Dynasty. Then, an idea came to his mind. He opened his mouth and made a swallowing motion. Suddenly, countless red lights from the army heading towards Li Jun. These red lights came from both the Great Xia soldiers and the Fang Divine people. Meanwhile, Fang Lijuan, who was sitting on the floor on her knees, removed the smug smile she had on her pale face after seeing these red lights. Her intuition told her that something bad was going to happen and she should stop it. So, she tried to stand up, but she did not have the strength. She tried to mobilize her origin chi, but her divine sea was empty. She sighed as she realized that she became as weak as a mortal after using the secret method of her bloodline. So, she instead took out a pill from her space ring and placed it on her mouth, hoping to heal as soon as possible before her opponent accomplished whatever he was doing. Meanwhile, after a few seconds, all the lights from the battlefield had arrived in front of Li Jun. These red lights were actually the slaughter chi that all the soldiers accumulated through countless killing during war. Li Jun controlled all these slaughter chi and fused them into his own slaughter intent. All the red lights entered Li Jun's body, turning his eyes a deep and scary red. Suddenly, Li Jun felt the urge to kill anything and anyone in his sight. He began to have visions of all the people these soldiers had killed, whether it was man, women, or children. Li Jun guessed the memories of killing women and children belonged to the people of the Fang Divine Dynasty, as the Great Xia soldiers have strict military rules not to kill unarmed and weak civilians. Li Jun bit the tip of his tongue in order to regain his clarity, then used his strong willpower that was cultivated during the pagoda trials to gain control of all the slaughter chi. After succeeding in fusing these slaughter chi with his spirit, a giant face appeared behind Li Jun. The giant face was wearing a mask with 3 sides on it. Each side had another face on them. Although the giant face had a mask on, its eyes actually resemble Li Jun's to an unnatural uncanniness. Then, the frontal face on the mask opened its mouth and roared, following which, a powerful will suddenly entered Li Jun's body, forcefully destroying the crystallization process that took place. In just a few seconds, all the green crystals in Li Jun's body in both the inside and the outside were instantly destroyed. Li Jun started coughing afterwards. A few green crystals were spewed out of his mouth, followed by red blood. He took a deep breath before looking at the 3-faced masked image behind him with a happy smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, the 3-faced mask head turned into a deep red-black spear. Then Li Jun threw it with all his force towards Fang Lijuan. The spear rapidly traveled through the air while making whistling noise before piercing straight through Fang Lijuan. Luckily for her, right before being impaled, she took out a talisman from her space ring that provided her with some protection. However, she was still thrown away by the sheer strength of the spear. Meanwhile, Li Jun watched as his spear, Slaughter Spear, carried Fang Lijuan away, flying until she was out of sight. Li Jun then spewed another mouthful of blood and pieces of internal organs. After seeing this, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and threw a bunch of pills in his mouth. Chapter 136. While Li Jun was slowly healing the injuries he suffered from this battle, far away from him, on top of a mountain stood a person that was observing the battle from a far distance. This person was a handsome young man with gray hair and eyes. He had a relaxed and easygoing temperament, a temperament that says that this person was capable of doing anything he wanted, and nothing between heaven and earth can stop him from doing so. This person was of course Wang Wei, and the reason he was there was to make sure that nothing happened to his brother Li Jun. Wang Wei could guess how powerful people with bloodlines can be in the early stage of cultivation. Depending on how pure their bloodlines are, their advantage can be ever more exaggerated than people with special physique. During the battle, Wang Wei was worried about Li Jun, especially after Fang Lijuan's last attack. He was ready to intervene at any time, and he almost did. However, seeing the non-panic look on his little brother's face, he gave him the benefit of the doubt and let the battle continue. And it seemed that he was right to do so. Not only was Li Jun able to find a way to counter Fang Lijuan's secret method, but he also grew more powerful during the moment of life and death. Wang Wei sighed while looking at Li Jun, who was sitting cross-legged to heal his injuries. He knew that as his main general, Li Jun will be responsible for cleaning up many obstacles for him during his emperor path. And in doing so, Li Jun will also face many powerful enemies. As such, he cannot always protect him. However, Wang Wei can still try to ensure his survival no matter the circumstances. After thinking about this, Wang Wei flew into the sky and left unnoticed by anyone or anything. Meanwhile, after healing for more than an hour, Li Jun opened his eyes and exhaled a black gas from his mouth. He stood up and clenched his teeth. He could tell that he was only back to 40% of health. However, this was more than enough for now. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the Great Xia army a few hundred meters in the distance. Once he arrived, he saw that the battle had just finished. Many soldiers were carried to the infirmary to treat their wounds. Li Jun frowned after seeing the situation, as he noticed that the amount of casualty was unusually high for this battle. Was the Fang Divine Dynasty's army so powerful? Muttered Li Jun to himself. After that, he headed straight to the main military barrack to meet the 5-number generals. After entering the barrack, the upper echelons of the army were quite happy to see Li Jun. So, they quickly asked him about the result of the earth-shaking battle that just took place. Her Majesty Fang Lijuan will not be a problem to our expansion from now on, replied Li Jun with a calm look on his face. More importantly, what happened here? Why are there so many casualties? General One sighed after hearing this before answering. After Grand Commandant left, the winning balance was tilted towards our army as we five and General Tai Gang held back the powerful cultivators from the Fang Divine Dynasty. However, something unexpected happened midway through the battle. A hoarder of demonic beasts suddenly came out of nowhere and started attacking both armies without any reserve. We temporarily stopped fighting against the Fang Divine Dynasty to focus on the demonic beasts. However, there were too many of them. If it was the Iron Fist King, I mean General Tai Gang, who led a suicide charge against the horde, our casualties would have been much more. Of course, the greatest credit has to go to Chancellor Yen Liling to use a powerful pill forcing the demonic beasts to kill each other. We might have not survived. It was after hearing this that Li Jun noticed Yen Liling sitting somewhere in the corner of the room. He smiled at her before continuing the meeting. However, Yen Liling was not bothered as she knew the proper time for them to talk to each other. Li Jun held his chin while pondering, then he asked, "Wasn't there a report a few months ago of demonic beasts acting up all over the Great Xia's territory?" "Yes, Grand Commandant," replied General Tu. After investigation, the reason was not discovered. However, the Fate Shadow Guards believed that a new ruler among the demonic beasts might have been born, and it is currently fighting for supremacy with the old ruler. Could it be the people of the herd-raising valley? Thought Li Jun to himself. However, he did not focus too much on this issue as he had more important things to do. What happened to the people of the Fang Divine Dynasty? After the demonic beasts attacked, they suffered a great deal of casualties. So, they returned to the city and used the walls as a barrier. However, after the demonic beast left, the Fang Divine Dynasty's army quickly left the city as well, answered General 3 this time. Li Jun nodded after hearing his news, then he gave his order. Now that Fang Lijuan will not be a problem temporarily, we need to occupy as many territories as quickly as possible. Tai Gang, you are in charge of the army during this expedition. Afterwards, all the people in the room left to execute their orders. Meanwhile, Li Jun started to cuddle with Yen Liling. "Why are you here?" asked Li Ju with a smile on his face. "I was worried about you, and it seemed that I was right to worry. Looking at your pale complexion, you are probably more injured than you let on." After saying that, she took out a few low-grade earth-tier pills and handed them to him. Li Jun swallowed all of them without hesitation. "Where did you get so many earth-tier pill?" asked Li Jun. "Big brother Wang Wei wanted me to refine them for him, but I kept a few after handing the majority to him." Li Jun nodded, then began to enjoy this rare peaceful time with his companion. After spending months amidst war and slaughter, Li Jun enjoyed those rare moments of tranquility. "Aren't you worried?" suddenly asked Yen Liling. "Worried about what?" "Worry that Tai Gang will replace you as Big Brother Wang Wei's right-hand man. After all, he seemed very popular in the army." Li Jun was surprised by the question, then he shook his head with a smile. "Not to mention the bond that me and Big Brother Wang Wei shared, I still believe in myself. No matter the time, place, or circumstances, I will be strong enough to suppress Tai Gang." Furthermore, way before Big Brother Wang Wei decided to select a few more generals under him, he talked to me about it beforehand. He even promised me that I can also directly tell him if I did not like a candidate he chose. After saying this, Li Jun looked in a certain direction. This was the direction of the mountain where Wang Wei observed the battle. Although Li Jun did not see anything, he could feel someone watching over him in that direction. This feeling was not the extreme perception that cultivators had that allowed them to notice it when someone observed them for too long. It was like he had a mysterious or unknown connection to whoever was standing there. It was then that Li Jun realized that his big brother was watching over him during this battle. This was one of the reasons that Li Jun did not panic during the moment of life and death in that battle. For one, he believed in himself to get out of this situation. On the other hand, he also believed that if the worst were to happen and he failed, his big brother would show up and rescue him. After thinking about this, he smiled. However, immediately afterwards he felt someone pinching the little flesh on his waist. He winced in pain and looked at his companion with confusion. "What are you smiling about?" asked Yen Liling with a ferocious look on her face. "Are you thinking about how beautiful Fang Lijuan was?" "Of course not." "So, you do think that she is beautiful?" "I never said that." "You did not correct me when I called her beautiful, meaning you agree that she was in fact beautiful," replied Yen Liling coldly. "Linger, you cannot just place words into my mouth." Li Jun, I did not say anything about all the other women since you knew them way before you met me. However, I am warning you. There better not be any more, otherwise I do not mind turning you into a eunuch when you are sleeping. Li Jun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and clamped his legs together after hearing this. So, he just kept nodding his head repeatedly. Chapter 137. Deep in a mountain, inside a man-made cave, a beautiful woman opened her jewel eyes and exhaled a deep breath. She had a pale complexion, however, this fact did not diminish her sacred and divine temperament. This woman was of course Fang Lijuan, who was secretly healing her injuries after her defeat at the hand of Li Jun. That last spear almost killed her despite the fact that she used a powerful talisman to defend herself. However, right before she was about to die, her bloodline activated itself and saved her life. However, this further aggravated Fang Lijuan's injury. As a result, she could no longer use her bloodline powers. As a matter of fact, she feared that if she did not treat things seriously that her bloodline might be disabled. After sighing at her misery, Fang Lijuan stood up and took out a token to deactivate all the formations she placed in the cave. Afterward, she spent a few seconds to determine where she was, then headed back to the Fang Divine Dynasty's capital. Inside the Imperial Palace, Fang Lijuan was sitting on her Dragon Phoenix throne looking at all the excited faces of her officials. "It is good to see you back, Goddess Empress," said the left Prime Minister in a sweet voice. Fang Lijuan nodded and asked directly, "What happened during the time that this goddess was gone?" The room instantly became quiet after hearing this, so a deep frown appeared in Fang Lijuan's indifferent face and she said, "Right, Prime Minister, you say? It's been a few weeks since the Goddess Empress left, and in that time, another quarter of our territory has been lost." Fang Lijuan further frowned after hearing this. It was not because a quarter of her territory was lost, but because the number was smaller than expected. With Li Jun there, the Great Xia army should have already reached the capital by now. "How did you slow down the advancement of the Great Xia army?" asked Fang Lijuan. "We used the suicide squad," responded the Minister of War, who was actually an attendant that Fang Lijuan brought to this world. Just like Li Jun, she has grown up and served Fang Lijuan ever since she was a baby. Suicide squad? By implanting an exploding talisman among the soldiers, we send them into suicide mission against General Li Jun, thus preventing him from interfering too much into the battlefield. However, as a result of this, the finances of our dynasty is dangerously low. Fang Lijuan's eyes lit up after hearing this as she realized that this was a great method. Although this was a temporary solution, it was the best they could do during such a situation. "You do not need to worry about the dynasty's finances as long as we recaptured our territories back, we will have plenty of wealth." "How is the casualty of our soldiers?" "The casualties were extremely high, but all of them are happy to die for you, Goddess Empress," replied the Minister of War. Fang Lijuan nodded, then started discussing the affairs of the dynasty before dismissing all the officials. Afterwards, she took out her conferred god list and imperial seal and connected to the dynasty's Qi luck. Fang Lijuan observed how the Qi dragon of the dynasty was crawling and resting while licking the wounds all over its body. After closer observation, she also noticed how the dragon was on the verge of turning back to a flood dragon. Fang Lijuan sighed after seeing this, then a firm look appeared on her face. She headed to a secret room of the palace and activated a formation. Immediately afterwards, a handsome man holding a wine jar appeared in front of her. The young man had listless eyes, and he gave the feeling that he has not slept for countless years. And yet he still remained extremely handsome. "Oh, Wanner, my love, why have you called me at this time of day?" asked the handsome man with a smile on his face. "Huang Min, do not call this goddess Wanner as we are not that close," responded Fang Lijuan with a look of disgust on her face. "Well, technically speaking, you are my fiancé. This was the decision of our divine clans, the goddess never accepted such an engagement." "Ah, that's fair. So, for what reason have you called me?" asked Huang Min after taking a sip from his jar. "I'm calling you to form an alliance together," responded Fang Lijuan after taking a deep breath. "I have heard of your defeat at the hands of the bloodline-less successor of the Li family. Is that true? Are you trying to mock this goddess?" "Of course not, my love. I'm merely trying to ascertain the reason for your change of mind regarding our dynasty's alliance. Just answer yes or no," replied Fang Lijuan with gritted teeth. "I have no problem with forming an alliance, however, regarding our engagement," Fang Lijuan sneered after hearing and answered decisively, "You are dreaming if you think you can use this situation to force this goddess to agree to our engagement. Even if this goddess lost in this trial, the Fang Divine Clan can still find another small 1,000 world to send me to conquer. And if worse comes to pass, I would rather use Luck Stone to attain a purple gold chi luck. After saying this, Fang Lijuan secretly clenched her hands. If it was up to her, she did not want to use either of these methods. If she uses the first method, then she will have to waste a lot of time. Not to mention how long her family will spend to find the appropriate world to send her. After all, not all worlds can be used to gather chi luck. Even if they did, she will have to spend a great deal of time in order to conquer it. She has already spent more than 10 years in the Warring Kingdom world. And if she has to conquer another world, the time spent will be more than triple. Of course, 30 years is nothing to a cultivator like her who is in the Divine Altar Realm and has more than a 1,000 years of lifespan, not to mention the extra lifespans that her bloodline offers her. Unfortunately, in this glorious age where all the Heaven Chosen are growing at an alarming rate, wasting more than 3 decades is more than enough time to allow other people to advance by leaps and bounds, thus creating a large gap between her and them. As for the luck stone, well, unless she was desperate, Fang Lijuan would probably never use these things to increase her luck. Huang Min laughed after hearing Fang Lijuan's response, then said with a smile, "Wanner, I'm just kidding around. I am more than happy to form an alliance with you. Just send a delegate to discuss the details." Fang Lijuan nodded after hearing this, then cut off the communication array without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the west of the Fang Divine Dynasty lies the Huang Divine Dynasty. Inside an imperial palace, Huang Min smiled and faded after the communication array was shut down. "Damn slut, sooner or later I will have you under my crotch," muttered Huang Min with a sinister look on his face. "Did you say something, Your Majesty?" said a charming voice full of temptation. Huang Min looked at all the women around him dancing and singing while dressed in revealing clothes, then waved his hand to dismiss them. After that, he took out a map of the entire Warring Kingdom world and looked at it while thinking. The map was divided into 5 regions. In the eastern region, there was the Great Xia Dynasty along with the Fang Divine Dynasty. Further west was his Huang Divine Dynasty, which also bordered the Fang Divine Dynasty in the eastern side. On the western side was the Savior Coalition, which was a dynasty made up of many native kingdoms of this world. They banded together under the idea that they needed to save this world from extraterrestrial demons that have invaded. One of the reasons that Huang Min agreed so easily to this alliance was because he himself was having trouble with the Savior Coalition. To be precise, he was having trouble with their leader. This guy was like a cockroach. Every time Huang Min meets him, he will defeat him to the point of almost killing him. However, somehow he always managed to escape. Afterwards, this guy will still return to fight with him again and again. What's worse, Huang Min has noticed that this guy has become more and more difficult to defeat. In the last battle, he was forced to activate his bloodline to defeat his opponent. However, Huang Min did not really care about the Savior Coalition. What worried him the most was that on the western side of the coalition lay the central region where the 3 central dynasties occupied the majority of the territory. Huang Min knows himself best, and he realized that he could not fight alone against the people of the central dynasties or the Heaven Chosen of Great Xia. So, he accepted Fang Lijuan's alliance in order to team up with and fight these giants. Huang Min then continued to look at the map in order to see whether he had better options. In the northern region, there is a vast frozen piece of land. However, due to the terrible temperature, few people or things can actually survive there. In the southern region, there was a vast forest where the majority of demonic beasts lived. This place was no place for humans to live as it was designated as the demonic beast territory. In the western region was a vast desert. Although this place had many desert kingdoms or dynasties, there was little to no resources there. As a matter of fact, the living conditions there were probably worse than even the frozen north. As a result, the majority of cultivators there are extremely weak. As far Huang Min was aware, there probably was no Heaven Chosen who picked the western region as their starting point. After thinking about this, Huang Min sighed and put away the map, then continued drinking while pondering about the future. Meanwhile, in a city located in the Great Xia territory, a man had just finished drinking and was walking home. His head was spinning, resulting in him wobbling while walking. However, the man still fumbled his way home. Suddenly, a gray light flashed from his eyes and he fell into the ground. By the time he woke up, he had a terrible headache, so muttered, "Did I drink that much last night?" However, the man soon noticed that he did not recognize where he was. So he looked around to discover to his horror that he was in a dimly lit room with many statues around. The man suddenly sobered up and looked around him while being on alert for any sudden movement. After noticing that nothing happened, he became bold and started observing these statues. He realized that they were not statues but more like puppets. The man had come into contact with cultivators' puppets before, so he recognized them. He also realized that these puppets may be dangerous, so he decided to immediately leave here as soon as possible. However, he suddenly smelled a very enchanting smell in the air and looked in the direction that the smell came from, and it was in the opposite direction of the exit. Despite the fact that his heart warned him to leave, his greed told him that a tremendous opportunity was awaiting him, so he followed the appetizing scent. There, the man entered a room filled with countless gold, silver, origin stones and countless bottles of pills. He opened one and he realized where the smell came from. The man immediately became excited as he realized that he encountered an adventure that would change his life. Suddenly, the man noticed a golden book located in the middle of the room. Realizing that this book was probably the most important item in the room, he rushed towards it. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he arrived a few meters from the book, countless patterns appeared around the book, then they spread out all over the room. The man looked at the shining book with yearning. Although he could not see the whole title of the book, he still saw a few words that read, Longevity Art. The man hesitated whether to try to take the book. However, after seeing the formation array that was about to activate, he did not do so. However, he still took a token that was near him before rushing out there. While running away, the man could see that all the puppets were starting to be activated, so he hurried to the exit. After leaving the weird place, the man sighed to himself, then left the mountain area he found himself in. A few days after this incident, inside the Zheng family manor in the Great Xia capital, Patriarch Zheng Yong was holding a token in his hand with a look of excitement and said to his servant, "Are you sure that it was a secret realm?" "Yes, Patriarch. One of our servants discovered it by accident a few days ago after drinking too much." Zheng Yong nodded before asking back, "How many people know about this?" "Currently only me and you, Patriarch." Zheng Yong nodded and waved for his servant to leave. Then he looked at the token in his hand with excitement. He finally discovered a way for their family to rise again. Chapter 138. Patriarch Zheng Yong was indeed in a good mood as he saw hope for the future of his clan. The past few years have been very stressful for him, and he spent most of his time thinking whether Wang Wei will send a troop of soldiers to kill all the people of his family. Zheng Yong gazed at the token in his hand with a smile on his face while thinking about his next move. In this world there are two things related to space rings and secret realms. Space rings can be made by a few rare refiners through a spiritual material called Heaven Meteorite. Many cultivators have tried to use this material in order to create a teleportation array, but unfortunately no one has succeeded. As for secret realm, who are also referred to as cave realm, are small dimensional spaces born naturally from heaven and earth full of spiritual chi. As a result of this, the secret realms are often a blessed place for cultivators. Zheng Yong knew how important secret realm can be to a family, as his Zheng clan used to have a secret realm of their own. Unfortunately, after years of use, the secret realm was destroyed. Additionally, from the information he received, Zheng Yong guessed that this particular secret realm was probably an inheritance left by an ancient power. After pondering for a while, he contacted one of the loyal divine altar cultivators of the Zheng family and sent him to check out the secret realm. Without alerting anyone, the divine altar cultivator secretly left the capital and headed in the mountain range where the secret realm was discovered. After using the token he was giving, he was teleported inside. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he was attacked by one of the puppets. The cultivator fought for a few hours before taking out the core of the puppet, thus rendering it immobile. Afterwards, the cultivator walked a few meters in the inner part of the secret realm when he smelled a very attractive smell. With his years of experience, he could tell that these pills were at least high-grade profound tier, and probably even reached the earth tier. Thinking about this, the cultivator wanted to rush to the place where the pills were located. However, he was ambushed by countless puppets. He spent so much effort just to disable one puppet, so he knew that he was no match for so many of them, so he left the secret realm to report to his patriarch. Zheng Yong furrowed his brow after hearing this, as he realized that the protection of the secret realm was more powerful than expected. However, this only proved that whatever was inside this secret realm was in fact more valuable than he expected. As such, Zheng Yong contacted the transcending mortality ancestor of their Zheng family to go and check out the secret realm. The Zheng family's ancestor was more than happy to do so, as she too understood the significance of such a secret realm to their clan. After entering, she noticed that all the puppets were lined up together like a well-trained army. She ignored them and flew in the air, bypassing them. After entering the Zheng class ancestor discovered that her flying ability was banned inside the room. However, she was able to notice all the wealth and pill bottles around. She opened one of them to smell it. She immediately recognized it as an Earth-grade pill, as the mere wisp she took was enough for her origin essence to increase by a small amount. She checked a few more bottles and realized that they were all of the same quality. Then she raised her to look at the altar where a golden book was lying there. She did go after the book, as he already knew that there were formations arranged there. Instead, she tried to place a few bottles of pills inside the small space ring she had in her hand. Unfortunately, as soon as she did that, the array in the room activated and she was prevented from doing so. Following which, countless puppets were activated and attacked her. However, she was not afraid. As a transcending mortality cultivator, how could she possibly be afraid of a few puppets? Unfortunately, she was too arrogant or looked too high at her ability. Although she was more powerful than one puppet, however, with all of them working together, she was not a match for them. Not to mention that these puppets have the ability to work together like they all had one mind. As a last result, the Zheng family ancestor had no choice but to run away from the secret realm. Immediately afterwards, she secretly returned to the capital and told her encounter to Zheng Yong, who had an ugly look on his face after hearing this. "Ancestor, if we use all the secret strength of the Zheng family, could we capture the secret realm?" asked Zheng Yong. Unfortunately, Patriarch Zheng received a negative answer to his question. After pondering for a while, Zheng Yong had a flash of determination in his eyes. Later that night, in a secret room of the Zheng Manor full of anti-spying formation, a meeting took place. Before I say another word about the topic of our discussion tonight, I need you two to sign a soul contract that states that if any of you reveal the slightest bit of news about the topic we discussed tonight, all your direct and indirect bloodline descendants will suffer thunder retribution from heaven. Zheng Yong, is there any need to be so cautious? Asked Patriarch Chang Lu. Old Zheng, what made you so serious? Asked Patriarch Leng Zan. Are you two going to sign it or not? Responded in a cold and indifferent voice. Seeing the reaction of Zheng Yong, the two of them realized the severity of the situation, thus decided to sign after pondering for a while. A few minutes later, Patriarch Leng Zan screamed, "What? You discovered a secret realm? Don't yell out loud, you idiot!" reprimanded Patriarch Chang Lu, an act which made Leng Zan look around with suspicion. Then he took a deep breath in relief after realizing that only the three of them were in the room. Immediately afterwards, Leng Zan became excited at the prospect of their family. The past few years have been a nightmare for his Leng family. Most of the property was taken over by His Majesty Wang Wei. Their family had lost all the power they had in the previous kingdom. They were forced to obey the law and would be punished as long as they made even the slightest of mistakes. He has never been so aggrieved in his past 250 years of age. However, now he saw hope for his family's future. While Leng Zan was imagining the happy future of his clan, Patriarch Leng Zan was way more calm or level-headed than him. As such, he asked, "Old Jing, let's be honest with each other, why did you tell our family about the secret realm? Shouldn't you keep this kind of good thing for your own clan?" After hearing, Leng Zan woke up from his fantasy and looked at Zheng Yong with suspicion. As for Zheng Yong, he wanted to lie and said that he thought about the two of them as a way for their clans to unite in times of struggle. However, he knew that despite the rash way that these two acted sometimes, they were by any stupid. After all, no stupid person can hold the position of patriarch for as long as these guys have. Not to mention that these guys probably would not believe him if he told them such blatantly lies. Despite the fact the three clans have been in alliance for countless years and have intermarried for numerous generations, they would not hesitate to betray each other given the price was high enough or the circumstances demanded for it. So, he told the truth. He told him about how difficult it was for his ancestor to break through all the obstacles of the secret realm by herself, and he needed the strength of their clans. After the other two patriarchs understood the entire situation, they nodded and discussed how to properly divide the wealth inside the secret realm. When it came to their benefits, all three of them forgot their friendships and turned into animals in the jungle going for their prey's jugular. The next day, after coming to an agreement that satisfied all three clans, each of the transcending realm ancestors met each other to discuss the proper plan to defeat all the puppets inside the secret realm. After making a concrete and reliable plan based on the information provided by the Zheng clan ancestor, all three of them entered together. Unfortunately for them, as soon as they entered the secret realm, something they did not anticipate happened to them. Chapter 139. After entering the secret realm, all three of them noticed that something was wrong because they immediately realized that they could fly in the air. According to the information previously received, the Zheng clan ancestor flew over to the inner part of the secret realm. However, now things seemed to be different, thus making their previous plans useless. However, despite the sudden change, the three of them did not stop their movement and still proceeded to where the pills and inheritance was. However, as soon as these ancestors took a few more steps, countless puppets started attacking them, so they fought back with their immense strength. Unfortunately, the strength of these puppets were not to be underestimated. More importantly, there are too many of them. I thought you said that the first wave of puppets were quite easy to get through? Asked the Lung clan ancestor. It's supposed to be. Previously, a divine altar realm cultivator managed to pass through this wave easily and reach the inner layer, responded the Zheng clan ancestor. This can only mean one thing, said the Chang clan ancestor. After the last visit, all the formations of the secret realm were fully activated. The two nodded after hearing this. However, this did not change their current situation. Even with using all their powerful spells and attacks, they can only destroy a few puppets. What's even worse was the fact that after a puppet is destroyed, the remains will instantly vanish from the ground. Then after a few minutes, a brand new puppet will appear from the previous remains. The only way to prevent such a thing from happening is to destroy the core of the puppets. Unfortunately, these puppets seem to be designed with the ability to constantly move their cores around, making it very difficult to locate. Should we use our Tao flame? Asked one of the ancestors. However, no one answered him. If it was the past, all of them might agree to do so. However, they have learned from the extraterrestrial demons that using their Tao flame or good fortune flame is akin to ruining their future. As one of the highest realms of this world, these ancestors only care about two things: their family and pursuing higher realms. Unfortunately, they care more about their own strength than their clans. As such, they will not sacrifice their futures for their families. How about we use the strength of our family elites to slowly clear out these puppets? With more people, the process should be simpler, said the Zheng clan ancestor. A suggestion that solicited the approval of all the others. Immediately afterwards, the three of them rushed out of the secret realm. The Zheng clan ancestor flew towards the capital, while the other two flew in different directions. After secretly returning to the Zheng clan manor, the Zheng ancestor explained the entire situation to Patriarch Zheng Yong. Ancestor, is there really no other way? Asked Zheng Yong. However, his ancestor just shook her head. But it was already very difficult and risky to allow three of you to secretly enter the secret realm under the nose of His Majesty Wang Wei. So, how are we supposed to move so many of our elites? Especially when we already told His Majesty that we did not have any other secret strength hiding? The Zheng clan ancestor sighed after hearing this and said, Patriarch, I'm afraid that you will have to wait until His Majesty leaves this world before our clans can enjoy the benefit of this secret realm. Zheng Yong's face became ugly after hearing this. Then he started thinking about other possible solutions. However, he realized that all of them contained great risks and could end up with their clans being discovered by the royal family. As such, he also sighed and agreed with his ancestor. Just like that, more than a month passed by. Although Patriarch Zheng Yong agreed to take things slowly regarding the secret realm, he did not stop thinking about other ideas. Suddenly, his main servant rushed into his study room and said while breathing rapidly, Patriarch, terrible news. The news about the secret realm has been leaked. What? Exclaimed Zheng Yong. How is that possible? How do you know the news has been leaked? There is a rumor circulating in the capital that the Zheng clan has discovered a secret realm that holds the secret of longevity. Zheng Yong's face became ugly after hearing this. However, the servant was not over. Furthermore, after investigation, I have discovered that this rumor has spread far beyond the Great Xia territory. How far has the rumor spread? According to the clan secret agents, the rumor has already reached the central region. Patriarch Zheng Yong immediately slapped his servant, sending him flying away and crashing into the walls. Then he looked at him with a terrifying killing intent. There are only a few people that know about the secret realm. The other patriarch signed a soul contract and would not dare to say anything. Our family's ancestors were also bound by the contracts, which left only me and you who could leak the information. I know that I did not mention it to anyone, so Shuanghui, do you have something you have to say to me? Patriarch, I swear to heaven that I did not mention a single word to anyone. My family have served the Zheng clan for countless generations and I have grown up with you. Please do not doubt my loyalty. Zheng Yong took a deep breath and replied, still full of killing intent. It is because of your years of service that I did not immediately kill. So, if you directly confessed who you told the news, then, I promise to make your death as quick as possible. Shuanghui kowtowed on the ground and said, Patriarch, if I was the one who leaked the news, do you think I would still be standing in front of you? However, it does not matter what I say. If killing me can prove my loyalty to the Zheng clan, then I will gladly accept my death. Zheng Yong took a deep breath after hearing this to calm down himself. He realized that his servant was right. If he leaked the information about the secret realm, he would have done it for a price. Thus, Shuanghui should have long run away with his reward after selling the news. Then, Zheng Yong started thinking that maybe the leak came from the first person who discovered the secret realm. Maybe he told someone else before he was disposed of. Despite this, Zheng Yong still regretted that he did not immediately kill his main servant after receiving the news a month ago. However, now it was too late. To be precise, it was useless. Even if Zheng Yong discovered where the leak came from, there is nothing he can do since the news had already spread so far and wide. Realizing this, Zheng Yong's killing intent was gone. Then he started thinking about countermeasures. Now that the information has been leaked, he needed to take precautions to ensure the safety of his clan. The best course of action is to run away from the great Xia capital since it was at the foot of the emperor and run away. The Zheng family have been living in this land even before the Dong royal family created the Eastern Rain Kingdom. So, they have created many secret paths in case their family encountered a disaster and needed to escape as quickly as possible. Although in the past few years the Fate Shadow Guards have discovered a few of them, not all of them were found. As long as Zheng Yong moved fast enough and took a few descendants from the main branch and secretly left, there will be hope for the Zheng clan. Additionally, the token to enter the secret realm is still in Zheng Yong's hands. As long as he can hide for long enough for all these extraterrestrial demons to finish their trial and leave this world, his Zheng clan can still rise again. As for what would happen to the other clan members that are left behind, Zheng Yong figured that some people might capture them in order to track the groups that escape. However, the most likely scenario is that most of them will be killed. Although Zheng Yong was sad about this outcome, he knew that necessary sacrifice is required to survive the current ordeal. After making a plan, Zheng Yong decided to execute this as soon as possible. Unfortunately, before he even had time to give his order, another servant rushed into his study. "Patriarch, there is a eunuch outside with an edict summoning you to the palace. And the royal guards have surrounded our manor, preventing anyone from entering and leaving beside you." Zheng Yong's face became ugly as he realized that he was too late to react. After sighing, he rearranged his clothes to look more presentable before heading outside to receive the edict. Chapter 140. Wang Wei was sitting in his dragon throne reviewing papers about the situation throughout the dynasty. He was reading about how Li Jun was having trouble in his conquest due to the fact that the Fang Divine Dynasty suddenly received aid from someone else. Although he also sent Yan Liling to help Li Jun, the speed of the war was too slow to his liking and he was pondering whether to participate in it himself to speed things up. However, his study of Qi luck had reached an important crossroad and he needed to spend his extra time and energy there. After all, without the ability to absorb luck, all of this trial would be meaningless. While thinking about Qi luck, another thought suddenly appeared in Wang Wei's mind. Through soul fluctuation, he has noticed that Dong Lifan has started to have certain emotions towards him that she should not have. Well, who can blame her? After all, Wang Wei was a very handsome and charismatic man. Unfortunately, he did not lie to her when he said she did not meet the requirement to be his Dao companion. What's more, after spending such a long time with her, he did not develop any feelings towards her. So, he decided to warn the poor girl so that she does not get her hopes up and become disappointed. While Wang Wei was thinking such narcissistic thoughts, a royal guard brought a man inside the throne room to meet him. Instantly, Wang Wei recognized him as the patriarch of the Zheng clan, Zheng Yong. After Zheng Yong met with His Majesty, he did the proper bow before saying, "Minister Zheng Yong has seen His Majesty." "You may rise," replied Wang Wei before staring up and down at Zheng Yong without saying anything. Meanwhile, Zheng Yong had sweat falling down his back despite having a calm look on his face. Today can be considered the first time that he has truly met His Majesty in person. Although he has seen him through image formation when he made speeches to the people of Great Xia, although he has been playing political games with His Majesty for the past 2 years, this was still their first official meeting. And Zheng Yong was under tremendous pressure. The deep gray eyes seemed to be able to see through all of his mind, soul, and secrets. Furthermore, somehow, he had the illusion that His Majesty was holding a string that attached itself around his neck, determining his fate. Nevertheless, Zheng Yong did not show any of his thoughts on the surface and he also did not speak any more words, just waiting in the suffocating silence. Meanwhile, Wang Wei spent more than a few minutes observing this cunning old fox of the Zheng clan. The first thing he noticed was the fact that this guy was actually hiding his cultivation level. From the outside he looked like he had just entered the divine altar realm. However, the truth of the matter was that he was already at the peak with 270 divine veins, just one step to break through the supernatural realm. Given his age of close to 300 years old, this was actually quite the extraordinary talent for someone in a small thousand world. Another thing he noticed was through soul fluctuation that this patriarch was currently both in fear and wary of him. However, he still managed to compose himself and not show it on the surface. After finishing his observation, Wang Wei opened his mouth and said, "I'm sure you have heard of the rumors that are spreading throughout the capital." "Yes, Your Majesty." "What do you have to say for yourself?" "Your Majesty, all I can say is that these rumors are false. Whoever is spreading these rumors should be arrested as soon as possible and dealt with according to the law." "Is that so?" responded Wang Wei, this time actually releasing his own aura. An act which made Patriarch Jing Yong feel a terrifying pressure weighing on him. What's worse, the pressure was not physical in nature but headed straight for his soul. He felt that his mind, spirit, and soul would explode at any moment. However, Jing Yong still gritted his teeth and said while blood was slowly falling from his nose, "This minister swear to heaven that he is not lying." After hearing this, Wang Wei removed his aura then smiled brightly before saying, "Is that so? Well, it seems that some people in the Fate Shadow Guards have been negligent in their work. Since it is just a rumor, Zheng Patriarch, you can take your leave." Zheng Yong began to breathe heavily after the aura was removed. However, he was not in the slightest happy after seeing the smile on His Majesty's face. He could feel that things were not only not as simple as he imagined, more importantly, things seemed to be out of his control or understanding. And there is nothing more fearful for Zheng Yong. Today, he had come to the palace with the full intention of dying without revealing the news that he had the token for the secret realm. He hoped that his death would shift the world's focus from the Zheng clan to the royal family by showing to the world that His Majesty Wang Wei killed him after receiving the information about the secret realm. Unfortunately, his plan failed. As such, Zheng Yong left the palace with nothing but a bleeding nose and a frown on his face. Fang Divine Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Fang Lijuan was sitting on her Dragon Phoenix throne discussing recent events around the world. "The secret of longevity?" said Fang Lijuan with a sneer on her face. "Can a small thousand world like this one have the secret of longevity that many cultivators in our myriad emperor world have been searching for countless eras? According to our investigation, this secret realm contained countless earth-tier pills in it," said the Minister of War. "So what? Does this goddess care about a few lowly earth-tier pill?" The Minister of War sighed secretly after hearing this. Normally, Her Majesty is quite astute and tactically driven despite her arrogance. However, her recent failures at the border have made her lose some of her edges. As such, the Minister of War continued to explain, "In this world there are very few alchemists who can refine earth-tier pills. However, the success rate of these alchemists are abysmally low. So, it is impossible for them to refine so many pills. As such, we can deduce that this secret room was in fact one left from ancient time." Fang Lijuan frowned after hearing and said, "What's your point? Given the fact that this world also practiced the origin path, it is not too far-fetched to believe that a senior from the Myriad Emperor world came to this world to spread the Tao and left a powerful inheritance before leaving," responded the Minister of War while secretly cursing Li Jun. In fact, this argument has many problems, such as the fact that the majority of worlds in the community around the Myriad Emperor world cultivate the origin path. So, it is possible for someone from other worlds to leave an inheritance. As such, the Minister of War continued, "In fact, it doesn't really matter whether the secret of longevity really exists in the secret realm, but its location matters." "Great Xia," muttered Fang Lijuan, who seemed to think of something. "Yes. Sacred Son Wang Wei of Great Xia has been labeled by our factions as currently the most threatening of all the participants. However, having such a label on the head is not necessarily a good thing. Who among the Heaven Chosens are not prideful individuals? So they will not easily accept such praises for their competitor, especially after not even meeting him. So, with this rumor, it is the perfect chance for them to see what he is capable of and determine his level of threat. And if he is as threatening as their own elders have made him out to be, the secret realm is the perfect opportunity to form an alliance against him to kill him, or at the very least, eliminate him from this trial. Not to mention the slight possibility that this secret realm does in fact contains the secret of longevity. How can others let the people of Great Xia easily acquire such a thing?" Fang Lijuan immediately started thinking after hearing these words. She placed the arrogance she had before, calmed herself down and pondered deeply about the situation. After a few minutes she said, "Huang Min with his insidious mind will not pass by any opportunity to increase his power, so he will definitely send people to try to enter the secret realm. The people of the Savior Coalition are desperate, so they will also participate in the action." As for the central region, I guess 2 of 3 dynasties there will definitely appear. Sun Wen's Great Wu dynasty is on the verge of collapse with his war against the Great Zhou dynasty. This secret realm might be the straw he needed to survive. As for Ji Song, given the conflict he has with Wang Wei during the Spirit Road, he will not pass the situation up. The only uncertainty is actually that guy from the Great Shu dynasty. His motives and actions have always been mysterious. Chapter 141. Great Wu Territory. In a military barrack, Ji Song was conducting a meeting in the military camp. After hearing the rumor regarding the secret realm, he decided to head there immediately as this was his chance to get his revenge. Of course he would not get his way this easily. You cannot. Why not? Replied Ji Song, looking at his brother with a look of anger in his face. He was tired of his big brother preventing him from enacting his revenge. Although most of the time he listened to his brother, his patience also had his limits. Because it is too dangerous, replied Ji Su, who took notice of his little brother's impatience. With the opening of this secret realm, all of the participants of this trial will most likely go there in person. When I arrived, I can challenge Wang Wei directly in a duel and defeat him for the shame he made me suffer in the Spirit Road and avenge great-uncle Ji Xiang. Ji Su looked at his brother speechless, then started to massage his eyebrow. You do know that the secret realm is in the territory of the Great Xia, right? So what? So, if anyone dares to show up so blatantly, Wang Wei can order all the army of the Great Xia to besiege such a person in order to eliminate them. Ji Song frowned after hearing this, then he said, You are overthinking things. I have met Wang Wei personally and I can see that he has the pride of a heaven chosen. He would gladly accept my challenge. Ji Song did not say that just for the sake of saying it. He could tell what kind of person Wang Wei was during their battle in the Spirit Road. At that time, Wang Wei was weak as an ordinary mortal, yet he dared fight him who had the strength of body refining realm one-on-one. Such a person will not use insidious methods unless necessary, unlike those weasels of the Great Wu dynasty. You may be right, said Ji Su. But what about Li Jun? His job as Wang Wei's general is to remove obstacles for him. If he knew that you were there and he could use the lives of countless Great Xia people in exchange for yours, do you think he would hesitate? Even if Wang Wei ordered him not to, in that situation he will probably not hesitate to ignore the order. Ji Su sighed after saying this, then he continued, I have studied Li Jun's character for many years and came to the conclusion that he will not hesitate to sacrifice his life to pave the way for Wang Wei, let alone disobey his order. Ji Song frowned after hearing this, then looked at another person in the meeting room. This person was called Zhao Peng and he was the son of Prime Minister Zhao Yan. He was trained as Ji Song's general for the future Heaven Will battle. Although Ji Song did not think that this Zhao Peng would die for him as their bond was not that deep, he still believed that he would do anything possible to remove his enemies. After thinking about this, he sighed and said, So, are we just leaving the secret realm to the people of the Great Xia? Of course not, replied Ji Su. We first need to band together with the other Heaven Chosen in order to exert pressure on the Great Xia people to allow each country a certain amount of entry. Then we will send an elite team of soldiers to fight for the rewards inside the secret realm. Ji Song then nodded in agreement with his brother. In fact, Ji Su was quite suspicious of this secret realm. For one thing, the rate at which this news circulated throughout the world was too fast. Second, the whole situation seemed eerily similar to what happened to his little brother. Suddenly, news of something irresistible spread, then, many people jumped to find only to discover that it was a trap. This is exactly what happened to their Great Zhou imperial dynasty during the Spirit Road trial. Thinking about this, Ji Su's suspicion further grew and he was sure of his deduction. However, he did not say anything to his little brother in order not to remind him of what happened in the past. As for the other Heaven Chosen, he did not plan to say anything. Not to mention whether they would believe him, it was not in his interest to warn them. On the contrary, Ji Su had the idea to further add to this plan. A few days later, in the Great Wu imperial dynasty, Sun Wen received a letter from Prime Minister Ji Su of the Great Zhou dynasty. In this letter, Ji Su promised him a temporary ceasefire in exchange for them to temporarily band together to exert pressure on the Great Xia dynasty to allow people entry to the secret realm. What's more, in the letter, Ji Su promised him that he would provide a few more entry spots from the Great Zhou as long as he promised to team up with him once their people entered the secret realm. Sun Wen became very excited after hearing this news. He had heard of the secret realm and wanted an opportunity to enter. However, he was worried about the Great Zhou dynasty, but now he did not have to. Of course, one person was not that happy about this, and that was Sun Jiaolong. He felt that things were not that simple. Unfortunately, his big brother once again refused to hear his warning. So, after sighing again, he did not say anything. As a matter of fact, Sun Wen was not the only person who received the invitation to place pressure on the great Xia dynasty. Whether it was Feng Lijuan, Huang Min, and even the people of the Savior Coalition, they all received the invitation. Savior Coalition headquarters, a meeting was taking place. This meeting was composed of countless previous kings or monarchs that have lost their dynasty to the heaven chosen of the myriad emperor world. The rulers managed to escape after the fall of their kingdoms, but they eventually came together to form a power of their own. The leader of the Savior Coalition was actually a very young man that seemed to be of similar age with Wang Wei and the others. Coalition leader, you cannot participate in the secret realm personally. Yes, it is too dangerous. If those extraterrestrial demons gang up on you, you will not survive. The coalition cannot survive without your leadership. Coalition leader, think about the people. Without you, they will be brutally ruled by these extraterrestrial demons. At the center of the meeting sat a handsome teenager that had a proud and domineering look on his face. His name was Long Outyin, and if Wang Wei was here, he would immediately recognize this person as the cultivator he met that used the strange earth escape spell in the divine sea realm when he first arrived in this world. Long Aotian's life was basically a protagonist template. He was born with poor talents in a weak family. However, one day while bathing in a lake, he met a dying cultivator in the transcending mortality realm that washed away his body for him and increased his talent, then handed over to him his inheritance. After that, Long Aotian's life was smooth sailing. His cultivation rose quickly, he got plenty of rare opportunities, and he made all the people who looked down on him pay. In fact, Long Outyin has noticed that his luck has increased dramatically the past 10 years. Although he knew that he was lucky, however, compared to the past 10 years, the amount of opportunities he encountered are simply too much to count. At this point in his life, Long Outyin knows that as long as he enters a mountain or forest area, he will encounter one or two fortunate encounters. Whether it is to discover rare herbs, precious ores, or powerful inheritance, for him, it was only a matter of strolling in the forest or jumping off a cliff. Long Outyin thought his life was going to continue to be as boring as it was until he managed to save a beautiful girl that was being chased. After that, he learned that she was the princess of a fallen kingdom that was destroyed by a bunch of invading extraterrestrial demons from the endless void. After hearing this, in order to woo the beautiful princess, Long Outyin promised to avenge her and her kingdom. He also promised her to kick these extraterrestrial demons out of their world and build back her kingdom. Then Long Outyin started his path of conquest. With the support of the princess royal family and all the resources he got from all his adventures, he built an army and fought against the extraterrestrial demons. He rallied all the royal and noble families that had lost everything together to form the Savior Coalition, essentially crowning himself emperor. Unfortunately for Long Outyin, he suffered his first major defeat in life after fighting with his rival enemy Huang Min. In that first battle, Long Outyin did not even last a few attacks and was almost killed. It was then that Long Outyin realized the terrors of the extraterrestrial demons. The strength that he was so proud of was actually nothing but a joke to those foreigners from the higher realm. Fortunately for him, he has always been lucky. So, no matter how much time he lost to Huang Min, he still managed to escape. And after each escape, he grew stronger and more powerful. Because of his recent growth, Long Outyin has become arrogant, as he believed that the only reason that these extraterrestrial demons are more powerful than him is due to their family background. As long as he is given enough time, he believes that he will soon surpass all of them, then uses his strength to suppress all of them, then exile them from his world. Then he can take this rare opportunity to conquer the whole world like the ancient emperors. With the chi luck of the entire world, it won't take long before he cultivates the transcending mortality realm, past the heavenly tribulation to go to the higher realm. As a matter of fact, Long Outyin has even greater ambitions, that is to become great emperor. He believed that after entering the higher realm with his talent and luck, he can slowly rise to the top of the cultivation path and one day proclaimed himself emperor. All of his plans can start with this secret realm. Long Outyin believes that with his luck, there is no one better than him to inherit the secret of longevity. Additionally, even if something goes wrong, he believes that nothing will happen to him. So, when he received this invitation letter from the great Zhou people, he decided to enter the secret realm personally despite the disagreement of his subordinates. Chapter 142. Great Shu Dynasty Taoist Temple. Feng Heng was sitting cross-legged on a black and white futon. In his hand was an invitation letter from Jisoo. Suddenly, the swastika tattoo on his body lit up, then a short-haired middle-aged man appeared. It was his teacher. What are you going to do? Asked Shifuyu. Honestly speaking, I have no desire or interest in this so-called secret realm, responded Feng Heng while pondering. However, I fear that on the unlikely scenario that something extraordinary was in fact inside, the other contemporary Dao Childs will acquire it through the people they have infiltrated in this world. Recently, Feng Heng has managed to track down a few of the spies that his competitors in the sect infiltrated in this world. However, he still did not manage to catch any of them. So, he placed a lot of his focus on tracking them. On top of that, soon I will have to worry about the Great Zhou dynasty's attack. After they conquer the Great Wu, there is a very good chance that they will attack us next. Shifuyu nodded, and he could guess this result based on his disciple's temperament and the plans he had previously made. So he said, in that case I will go check out the secret realm myself. Feng Heng was a little shocked, then he immediately asked, Master, will you be all right? Disciple, you do not need to worry about me. My primordial spirit has not only stabilized, but I have also recovered some of my strength. Although I cannot personally take action because of all the true monarchs observing this trial, I can still sneak into the secret realm without anyone noticing. Feng Heng then nodded after hearing this, then he agreed to Jisu's invitation. Great Xia Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Wang Wei was reading a letter that contained all the signatures of all the remaining power of this trial. The letter asked him to allow these factions to send elite troops to enter the secret realm and compete fairly in the secret realm without interference. Of course, Wang Wei knew that this was essentially a threat, but he did not care about this. He smiled to himself, then muttered, it should be about time. A month later, a visitor came to see Wang Wei in the palace throne room. It was Patriarch Zheng Yong. Unlike the previous time he saw him, Wang Wei noticed that he was more haggard and listless, like his mind has been restless or on edge for a long period of time. More importantly, he seemed to be injured. Minister Zheng Yong has seen His Majesty. You may rise. Patriarch Zheng, what brought you to see me today? Immediately after hearing this, Zheng Yong knelt on the ground, placed his forehead on the floor and said, I beg His Majesty to save the Zheng clan. Oh, did something happen to your clan? Right under this monarch's nose? As a matter of fact, Wang Wei knew exactly what happened to the Zheng clan and the reason that their patriarch had come to see him. With the news that a secret realm was discovered by the Zheng clan, many people have investigated and discovered the entrance of the secret room. Unfortunately, the token to enter the secret realm was still in the hands of Zheng Yong. As such, the people interested in the secret realm started to observe every move and action of the Zheng clan. At first, these people were patient and cautious due to fear of Wang Wei intervening. However, when they realized that no one said or investigated their actions, they became extremely bold. They tried every means to either infiltrate the Zheng clan manor or get any information about the token from the different family members. However, recently, the actions of these people started to escalate. They kidnapped important family member of the Zheng clan to torture information out of them or asking to exchange the secret realm token with these captured people's lives. And last night, someone directly attacked the Zheng clan manor, resulting in Patriarch Zheng Yong's injury. Meanwhile, Zheng Yong secretly clenched his hand when he heard the question. Of course, he knew that His Majesty was aware of all the chaos that is happening in the capital. If he did not purposely allow it, how could these foreigners act so blatantly and arrogant? However, Zheng Yong did not show it in his face as he knew that he was the one asking for help. So, while still kowtowing, he said, due to the fact that the news of the Zheng clan's secret realm leaking, there have been countless atrocities done against our clan. So, I ask Your Majesty, my Zheng clan, after all, we are also people of Great Xia. We are also your people, we also pay taxes just like everyone of the dynasty. Wang Wei smiled, then placed his right hand on his chin before saying, what you say is indeed true. You are indeed my people. However, from what I remember, a month ago you personally told me that your clan did not discover a secret realm? According to the dynasty's law, you and your entire clan can be annihilated for lying to this monarch. Zheng Yong did get up from the ground and immediately replied, Your Majesty, this minister did not lie. This secret realm has been part of the Zheng clan's inheritance for countless generations. As such, we did not discover it, nor is there any secret of longevity inside. This is the reason that the minister said that these rumors were false. He he, said Wang Wei with an interesting smile on his face. Even when the situation has aggravated to this level, you still want to quibble and play word choice with me. Zheng Yong slightly raised his head and looked directly at Wang Wei. He pondered for a brief second, clenched his teeth and opened his mouth to say something. However, he was stopped by a motion of Wang Wei. I don't have the patience to watch you try to finesse your way out of this situation. After saying this, he threw a letter to Zheng Yong, which contained the demand of all the factions of the world to have access to the secret realm. After reading the letter, Zheng Yong's face became extremely ugly. According to his plan, he would share the secret realm with the royal family in exchange for them to prevent other people from intervening. However, based on the current situation, he is afraid that things will be out of control again. Your Majesty, your meaning? Provide each faction with a certain amount of spots, then set a date for 3 months later when all the people can enter the secret realm. Zheng Yong started to ponder rapidly. This situation is not totally bad for their Zheng clan as they are already aware of what to expect inside the secret realm. As long as they can get a few of the wealth or pills inside, it is enough for them to survive until His Majesty leaves the world. Additionally, Zheng Yong believes that most of the Heaven Chosens disdain those earth pills inside the secret realm and are probably after the Golden Book. As such, the only people that their Zheng clans have to be wary about are the people of the Savior Coalition. What's more, he knew that all these people attending the secret realm will most likely compete with each other. However, his Zheng clan can still form an alliance with the Lung and Chang clan to combine their forces together. Zheng Yong can actually accept this result. Compared with the worst result imagined by him in which His Majesty just killed all the people of his clan and took the entrance token from him, he could still accept this final result. As such, Patriarch Zheng Yong accepted Wang Wei's proposition and he left the imperial palace with satisfaction. Following which, the royal guards of the Great Xia started to arrest or kill anyone who dared to act with impudence in the capital, thus providing the Zheng clan with breathing room. Of course, the attacks against them did not stop. They just became a lot more restrained and underhanded. The same day, Wang Wei sent a letter to all the Heaven Chosen, accepting their proposition and setting the date for the opening of the secret realm 3 months later. Just like that, 3 months passed quickly. During these past 3 months, the entire world was quiet. All the wars stopped and everyone was waiting for the day of opening. As a result, countless people traveled to the Great Xia dynasty, thus boosting trade and tourism. The dynasty's economy boomed rapidly in the past 3 months. When the day of opening arrived, countless elite soldiers dressed in different armors stood in front of Snow Tiger Mountain, which is the place where the entrance of the secret realm was located. These people came from all over the world and they were considered the elites of elites in the respected dynasty. After a few hours of waiting, the alliance composed of 3 families of Zheng, Leng, Chang arrived, signaling that the time for the opening was rapidly approaching. Chapter 143. In front of Snow Tiger Mountain, all the elites of different factions were waiting for the opening of the secret realm. The leader of the Great Zhou dynasty soldiers that will enter the secret realm move around looking for something. After a while, his gaze locked on the group of people chosen by the Great Xia dynasty. He observed each of them carefully. He saw how the soldiers donned the best of armor, stood up straight like spears, and a powerful aura emanating from them. The leader recognized this aura from elite soldiers that have gone through countless battles, an aura born simply from killing. Could the Prime Minister be wrong? He muttered under his breath. Should I personally enter the secret realm? While he was distracted, someone came to see him. The Great Zhou leader recognized this person as the leader of the Great Wu soldiers that would enter the secret realm. The man cupped his hand and said, Commander Zhang Qi, on behalf of Monarch Sun Wen, I would like to thank Prime Minister Ji Su for providing us with their own entry spots in this secret realm. Zhang Qi smiled happily and answered, There is no need for pleasantry. In foreign lands like this, it is better to have more allies than enemies. Afterwards, the two of them had a brief chat before separating. Meanwhile, after watching the people of Great Wu leaving, Zhang Qi seemed to have made his mind about something. A few minutes before the secret realm opened, a bunch of people flying suddenly arrived. These people were the few supernatural realm cultivators in this world, including the 3 ancestors of the Zheng, Leng, and Chang clan. The majority of these people have lived in seclusion, away from the mundane affairs of the world. Others have secretly joined to fight against the Heaven Chosens of the Myriad Emperor world, and some have surrendered to them. Among all of these flying cultivators, the most noticeable was one that was actually protecting a carriage being carried by a few demonic birds. After the carriage landed, countless soldiers encircled the carriage, then a man wearing bright golden armor. The man had a handsome and youthful face. Unfortunately, it was ruined by his smug and arrogant look. This man was naturally Long Outyen. After exiting the carriage, he looked at the supernatural realm cultivator, who then waved his hand to manifest a golden throne. The reason that he brought this supernatural realm was because he wanted to share the wealth in the secret realm with him. Long Outyin was the kind of person who treated his subordinate very well, especially given the fact that this supernatural realm cultivator was the reason that he survived many of his battles against Huang Min. Long Outyin nodded before sitting on the throne, then all the elite soldiers of the Savior Coalition carried the throne while waiting for the arrival time. Meanwhile, Long Outyin had a disdain for all the other people around, an act which garnered the anger and ire of everyone around him. However, no one dared to go against him as they knew whose territory they were in. Nevertheless, many people remembered Long Aotian's face and secretly vowed to get their revenge once they entered the secret realm. Meanwhile, not far from Snow Tiger Mountain, a person was rapidly approaching. Every step he took, he would travel for more than a few hundred meters. The person was Feng Heng's master, true monarch Shifuyu. After arriving near the entrance, no one actually noticed him, so he decided to secretly enter the secret realm before anyone. With his level of cultivation, he can totally break the space that the secret realm is located in. As long as he is careful not to alert the other true monarch watching here from the endless void. However, as soon as he was about to execute his plan, a warning came to him telling him that he will be discovered if he does such a thing, so he stopped. Shifuyu frowned as he knew that this warning was his intuition or sixth senses that activated. He first thought that maybe the true monarchs had discovered him, but he soon refuted this idea. The technique he used to hide himself is very special that would allow him to even hide in front of a great emperor so they should not be able to notice him. As a matter of fact, if it was not the fact that this was a small thousand world and the space was actually quite fragile which could result in powerful fluctuation if he tried to forcefully open the secret realm, Shifuyu did not have to worry ever about being discovered. However, now his intuition was warning him, so he decided to be cautious. Instead of barging in like he previously planned, he secretly attacked his primordial spirit to one of the people that were going to enter the secret realm. When the time arrived, the Zheng clan ancestor took out a token, then activated it with her origin essence. Then countless runes appeared in the air forming a door. Without hesitation she allowed the three clans to enter first before entering herself. She was followed by the people of Great Xia, then all the other people rushed through the door. Luckily, Wang Wei had anticipated this and made sure that each faction decided between themselves the order between themselves. Oddly enough, the Great Zhou people were the last ones to enter. However, Commander Zhang Qi did not go in. Meanwhile, after all the factions entered the secret realm, they were immediately attacked by all the puppets. Unfortunately, these puppets have finally met their match. Even with their self-reconstruction abilities, they were no match for all the soldiers participating in the secret room. This was expected given the fact that all the people here were considered elites among elites. However, midway through the battle, when most of the puppets were destroyed along with their cores, the participants started fighting with each other. Everyone wanted all the treasures of the secret realm for themselves. As such, a bloody slaughter started taking place. Of course, the supernatural realm cultivators had the advantage despite not having the ability to fly. However, the other soldiers also had formations that allowed them to fight powerful cultivators. Midway through the intense slaughter, the secret realm started to tremble rapidly. The ground was shaky and most people found it difficult to stand up properly. Then cracks started to appear. There were cracks everywhere. In the ground, in the surrounding wall, eventually cracks appeared in the air itself, signifying that the space inside this secret realm was unstable. Many people suddenly understood that this might be a trap. However, it was already too late. The exit of the secret realm had long disappeared to the horrors of the people inside. Despite this, they still rushed to the place the exit used to be. Of course, not everyone acted this way. Some people ignored the destruction of the space around them and headed for the inner layer. Among these people was of course Long Outyin. When he reached the inner layer, he saw countless people fighting with the puppets located there. He then took out a talisman from his space ring that made him invisible. He had gotten this talisman in one of his fortunate encounters and it saved his life on many occasions. So he bypassed all the puppets and took all the pills, gold, jewelry and origin stones inside. Afterwards, he rushed to the altar to take the golden book. However, as soon as he touched the book, it turned into sand particles and disappeared. Long Aotian's face became ugly as he realized that he was played. This entire secret realm was probably a trap set up by one of these extraterrestrial demons. After figuring out all of these things, he immediately left the inner area looking for an exit. Long Outyin did not want to die in a place like this. As a person destined to become a great emperor, how could he easily die at the hands of a trap? Among all the people rushing to find the exit, only one person was calm throughout the whole ordeal, and that was Shifuyu. He floated in the air while looking at all the terrified and desperate look of all the cultivators around him. He watched as one person that was passing by him was swallowed by a space crack, then was cut into millions of pieces by chaotic space. He watched as more and more space cracks appeared around the secret realm. As a result, more and more people were killed. He sighed, then waved his hand. Amidst the chaotic space, he opened a space passage especially for him, then he entered it without hesitation. Someone actually noticed the weird space passage that appeared and rushed towards it. Unfortunately, the passage closed instantly after Shifuyu left, releasing a special space energy in the process. This space energy was very little and tiny, then it scattered throughout the secret realm. As the space energy traveled further towards the inner layer, it was reduced to the size of an atom. Meanwhile, Long Outyin, who had just rushed out of the inner layer, suddenly felt a powerful earthquake, which made him fall to the ground. As such, he instinctively used his origin chi to protect his body from the fall. At the exact moment that Long Outyin fell on the ground, he landed exactly on the atomic-sized space energy. His origin chi then blended with the space energy, activating it and instantly opening a space passage that swallowed him and transported him out of the secret realm. Meanwhile, a few seconds after Long Aotian's departure, the secret room exploded, essentially destroying everything and everyone inside. Chapter 144. Snow Tiger Mountain. The people that did not enter the secret realm looked at its destruction with shock and confusion. A few people suddenly realized the meaning behind this explosion and immediately ran away. Meanwhile, in the clouds above the Snow Tiger Mountain, Wang Wei was floating in the air while looking at his masterpiece with a smile on his face. He has been planning this game for more than 2 years, ever since the noble alliances threatened him with the supernatural realm cultivators. After discovering a secret realm that once belonged to the Dong royal family, he started planning this game. In order not to let anyone discover his plan, he erased all records of this secret realm. Anyone who knew about it had their memories erased. At first, this plan was created in order to kill all the supernatural realm cultivators of the Zheng, Leng, and Chang clan. However, Wang Wei figured out it was a waste to use an entire secret realm to actually kill a few supernatural realm cultivators. So, he increased his layout or plan to cover the entire world. With this event, the majority of the elite of this world were killed, thus weakening the strength of all the factions of this world. Not to mention all the supernatural realm cultivators that were killed in this incident. What happened 2 years ago taught Wang Wei that these people could cause serious problems to his rule if they ever banded together. Although the majority of them are actually hermit and recluse, he did not want to rely on their willingness to decide whether they would cause trouble. As such, he took preventive measures and killed the trouble in the bud. In order to do so, he had to make it look like the Great Xia was actually also a victim, so he also sent an elite group of soldiers inside the secret realm. Of course, the soldiers that entered were not actually elites of the Great Xia. They were in fact all the nobles he previously captured during the invasion of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom. Afterwards, he placed the most expensive armors he could find on them, trained them for a few months to look like proper elite soldiers, then had Li Jun installed slaughter chi into their bodies to make it look like they had witnessed countless battles. As a matter of fact, in order to be cautious, Wang Wei did not even take out all the wealth that he placed inside the secret realm. Instead, he allowed them to be destroyed along with all the cultivators, or so he thought. After watching his masterpiece for a while, Wang Wei flew to the closest city of Snow Tiger Mountain and met with Grand Censorate Wang Ju. "Is everything done?" he asked her. "Yes, Your Majesty. Under your order, all the Fate Shadow Guards started a large-scale assassination against all the officials of the other factions. Whether it was generals, ministers, scholars, or alchemists. We have targeted all the backbones of these dynasties, essentially crippling them." "What was the result?" asked Wang Wei with a nonchalant look on his face. "We have accomplished a great deal of success in the Fang Divine Dynasty, the Huang Divine Dynasty and the Savior Alliance, and the Great Wu. We did get some success in the Great Shu Dynasty, however, given how weak our influences are there, the result was not as satisfactory as we expected. However, the people of Great Zhou seem to have anticipated our attack, resulting in failure. As a matter of fact, a few of our agents were killed there." Wang Wei nodded after hearing this, not that surprised by this outcome. He never believed that his opponents were all idiots. Based on Jisu's intelligence, he would never fail for the same method twice. Furthermore, today when he saw that the Great Zhou had given the majority of their spots to the Great Wu people, he figured out that his plan might have been noticed by him. However, he did not care about this. Even if Jisu exposed his game, he had many other ways to lure the people of the world into the secret realm. And if all of that failed, he would still be satisfied with getting rid of the noble alliance from his own dynasty. "Anything else to report?" asked Wang Wei. "Yes, Patriarch Jing Yong has asked to meet with you after being arrested. Do you want to talk to him? No need, just execute him with all the other patriarchs. Also, leave no one alive in their clans, responded Wang Wei by waving his hand. After finishing the meeting, Wang Wei flew towards Snow Tiger Mountain again. However, by this time, the majority of people had long run away. Wang Wei waved his hand and countless arrays were activated, isolating the chaotic space currents or energy that still existed after the explosion. Then his eyes lit up. Another reason that he chose this method of killing all the elites of the world was actually to create an environment for him to refine his fleshly body. Over the years, Wang Wei has spent a lot of time practicing the ancient desolate body refining scripture, and refining his bones. However, the process has been quite slow. So, after discovering the secret realm, he thought about using the power of chaotic space to further refine his fleshly body. So, after activating the formations to prevent other people from entering the area, he started to refine his fleshly body with the power of chaotic space. Of course, Wang Wei only dared to do such a thing because the level of space in this small thousand world was quite weak, otherwise he would be ripped to shreds if he ever tried something like this back home, especially with his current realm. A few kilometers away from Snow Tiger Mountain, a man with a hood covering his face was standing on top of a demonic beast. This demonic beast was actually a tier 4 one given the aura he exudes. The man finished reading a talisman, then looked in the direction of Snow Tiger Mountain, then he muttered, "Killing all the elites of the world in order to pave the way for your future conquest? This Wang Wei is not as simple as the elders said. However, this also works in my favor." The hooded man sighed and motioned for the demonic beast to move. Then, the bird-looking demonic beast turned invisible. No, it just blended into the surroundings. An act which also made this hooded man invisible. Then, they left in one direction. However, the man still muttered to himself before departing, "Unfortunately, my plans are not completely ready yet." Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou military barracks, Ji Song was reading information while fuming. As he breathes out loud, a powerful gas can be seen coming out of his nose. Veins could be seen popping out of his forehead, then he crushed the talisman in his hand. Immediately afterwards, a terrible bloodlust could be seen in his eyes. All the generals in the meeting room placed their heads down and dared not look him in the eyes. The reason that Ji Song was so furious was that he almost fell for the same trap twice, and by the same person too. If his big brother did not stop him, heaven knows what would have happened to him if he entered that secret realm. The more Ji Song thought about this, the more angry he became. Suddenly, the seats under him started melting as lava started falling out of his body. "Little Song, control yourself," yelled Jisoo, an act which eventually calmed down Ji Song a little bit. He ignored the melted chair underneath him, then took many deep breaths before completely calming himself down. He looked at his big brother and asked, "What do we do from now on?" "Luckily, I had anticipated this outcome, so our losses are actually negligible," responded Jisoo. The people he sent to the secret realm were nothing but prisoners of war that he secretly controlled through poisons. The only exception being the commander. However, Zhang Qi was sent there fully aware that he might not return alive. Fortunately, it seemed that he managed to escape the pursuit of the Fate Shadow Guards. Now that all the elite soldiers of the Great Wu dynasty have been killed, this is the perfect time for us to quickly capture all their remaining territory. Ji Song nodded in agreement before starting the war again. This time the Great Zhou dynasty was even more fierce. In order to rapidly move their troops, Jisoo used a large number of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts traveled day and night without rest. Once they reached their limits, Jisoo will place them inside his space ring, which was very large and capable of holding living beings, and replace them with new demonic beasts. In that way, the transportation system of the Great Zhou dynasty can reach at least 70% of the Great Xia that used constructs or puppets. Of course, the Great Zhou was not the only dynasty that was rushing to conquer more land. After the secret real incident, Li Jun also started a fierce attack against the Fang Divine dynasty. Chapter 145. The Great Zhou army was relentless in their conquest of Great Wu, especially their monarch, Ji Song. He was standing in front of the Great Wu army with just leather armor on his body. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch in the air, then a flaming meteorite rushed from him into the opposite army. The meteorite burned everything and everyone in its path. The Great Wu soldiers soon discovered that some of their companions were burned to the point that their flesh had melted with the armor they were wearing, making it impossible to distinguish the difference between one another. After the first attack, Ji Song did not stop. He continued to punch in the air, creating more meteorites in the air. After this attack was over, he opened his mouth and spewed out hot lava, scorching the remaining soldiers. With him along, he took out an army of more than 300,000 men. This time around, Ji Song did not leave anyone alive. After finishing his conquest, he motioned for his soldiers, who looked at him with both fear and reverence, to clean up the aftermath of the battle before heading to his next destination. Just like that, Ji Song slaughtered his way all the way through to the Great Wu Dynasty's capital. Unfortunately, once he arrived there, he ran into a little trouble. Sun Wen used the remaining Qi luck of the dynasty to activate a powerful formation to protect the last remaining territory, effectively preventing the downfall of his Great Wu dynasty. Ji Song looked at the countless ruins surrounding the entire city with a frown in his face, then he started attacking it. Numerous flaming meteorites and lava landed on the protection dome. Unfortunately, besides shaking a little, the array was not damaged even the least bit. Ji Song frowned before deciding to use more powerful attacks. He refused to believe that he could not break through this formation. However, his big brother stopped him before he continued. Then Jisoo reminded him that he could also use his dynasty's Qi luck to fight against this formation. It was then that Ji Song realized how stupid his behavior was. So, he took out his conferred god list and imperial seal to mobilize the Qi dragon of the Great Zhou dynasty. A golden dragon suddenly appeared on top of the Great Wu dynasty's capital. This dragon had the words Wu inscribed on its forehead. After appearing, the dragon roared to the heaven to demonstrate its superiority, then it rushed to the flood dragon of the Great Wu dynasty, and started to devastate it in a one-on-one battle. Ji Song watched this battle with a smile on his face. He could feel that his dynasty's luck would be the final winner. However, this process would take a little while, as the flood dragon had the power of formation to support it for a while. However, Ji Song was patient enough to wait for the outcome. Meanwhile, in the Fang Divine Dynasty, Fang Lijuan was in a border city overseeing the battle against the Great Xia army. In just a short few weeks, she already lost another quarter of her territory again. Given the fact that her bloodline backlash has not completely healed, her strength was dramatically reduced. Of course, in her current situation, it didn't really matter whether she had any strength. The majority of her officials and generals were assassinated, leaving not only the dynasty but the army in shambles. Even if she had the ability to stop Li Jun, her army was currently not in shape to fight against the Great Xia, given the fact that the chain of command was essentially crippled. On top of that, the reinforcements she received from Huang Min quickly left back to their own territory as they were needed there. At this point in time, Fang Lijuan had to acknowledge that she has failed greatly in this trial, and it is only a matter of time before her dynasty is destroyed and she will be forced to leave the Warring Kingdom world. While Fang Lijuan was thinking about her next step of action, her Minister of War, who managed to survive the assassination from the Fate Shadow Guards intact, entered the military barracks to report something. Goddess Empress, one of our scouts discovered a severely injured person close to our military barracks, said the Minister of War. Did someone from the Great Xia manage to bypass our blockade? That's not it. Oh, did you capture a member of the Fate Shadow Guard? That's not it either. So, why are you bothering this goddess with a random injured person? Asked Fang Lijuan with a puzzled look on her face. According to the information received, this person just suddenly appeared near our barracks, without any sign or movement. Oh, responded Fang Lijuan, a little intrigued. If this person has such magical means, maybe she could use it to turn the tide of this war. Do you know who this person is? We have identified the person as the leader of the Savior Coalition, Long Outyen. Fang Lijuan frowned after hearing this, not expecting this outcome. How could a native have such magical means? However, she still decided to see him. Soon, a person lying on a wooden bed was carried in front of Fang Lijuan. He has countless scars all over his body. Some were so deep that you could easily see his bones or internal organs. Fang Lijuan checked before realizing that this person's breath was so small that he could die at any point. So, she waved her hand to say, "He is useless to us, so just put him out of his misery." The Minister of War nodded and started to move the bed outside in order to execute the order. Wait, suddenly said Fang Lijuan. Wasn't he one of the people who entered the secret realm? I believe so, responded the Minister of War after pondering for a few seconds. She had received detailed news of Long Aotian's action due to the fact that he was the only king to enter the secret realm personally. So, how did he survive the explosion? Asked Fang Lijuan. A question that also baffled the Minister of War. After pondering for a while, Fang Lijuan continued, seal his cultivation and give him a pill that is strong enough for him to wake up, but not enough for him to completely heal. Also, send me all the information we have collected on this Long Outyen. A few minutes later, Fang Lijuan was reading all the information her dynasty had about Long Outyen. From his origin in a small family, to his sudden rise in cultivation, to his encounter with the princess of a fallen dynasty, and his fight for hegemony with all the heaven chosens, especially Huang Min. She was instantly shocked by how ridiculous some of the things that happened to Long Outyen were. For a brief moment, she thought that their spy agency had made a mistake and handed her a story about a mythical character written by scholars to entertain the masses. Suddenly, Feng Lijuan remembered a piece of information she had read long ago in her family's archive, so she muttered, "Son of Destiny?" This Long Outyen met all the requirements of the Son of Destiny that her clan recorded about. Thinking about this, a bold plan suddenly emerged in her mind. If she can succeed, then her trial will not fail. On the contrary, the benefit she would receive might even bring her a few surprises. Great Wu Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Sun Quan was sitting in his dragon throne with a look of despair. The entire room was destroyed due to his anger. At this point of time he knew that he had failed. Unlike other heaven chosen that would be given a second chance even if they failed this trial, Sun Quan knew that he was not one of them. He had many other brothers and sisters, so he was lucky to be able to be the one chosen to attend this trial. With this failure, his status in the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty would be in great danger and his cunning siblings would not hesitate to remove him from his status of Crown Prince. Additionally, he also knew that the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty were not so keen to participate in this generation's Heaven Will battle as they knew that a truly powerful great emperor will be born in this glorious age. Due to the fact that they are used to using their wisdom to fight, the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty knew that this era full of heaven-defying and powerful geniuses was not in favor of their style of doing things. Even so, they try to use this trial to see if there is still a slim chance for them. However, now it seemed that they were right. With this failure, Sun Quan knew that his path of emperor was over. Why don't you have a last battle with Jisong? Even if you lose, you have to lose with pride and glory, suddenly said Sun Jialong to his big brother. However, Sun Quan just scoffed at him before slowly standing up and looking through the window in the throne room. He looked at the panicked people of the capital, looked at the people who took advantage of this situation to rape, loot, and kill. Without much change in his face he said, "What can pride and glory do? Can they magically allow me to save this dynasty?" The room immediately became quiet after Sun Quan said this. A sullen and desolate atmosphere enveloped the entire room. After a few seconds, Sun Quan only heard a deep sigh before feeling something piercing his heart from the back. He instantly threw out a mouthful of blood while holding the sharp edge of the object from the front. While staggering to keep his balance, he slowly turned his head to see his younger brother, Sun Jialong, with tears in his eyes stabbing him from the back with a rusty sword. With a visible shock in his face, he stuttered, "Itch, how could you?" Chapter 146. Sun Quan could not believe that he would be betrayed, let alone by his younger brother, Sun Jialong. Their sovereign father has many children and many wives and concubines. As such, the competition between the siblings is quite intense. However, one of the reasons that Sun Quan managed to rise to the top was actually because of the support of his little brother. After all, the two of them are actually from the same mother. Most of Sun Quan's siblings are also tactically minded, so they are weak when it comes to direct confrontation. The only exception being Sun Jialong, who since he was young had always advocated being strong, courageous, and fearless in battle. So with his little brother's support in the muscle department and his tactical ability, Sun Quan was able to get an edge or advantage over his other competitors and acquired the position of Crown Prince. However, things did not seem as simple as Sun Quan imagined. After Sun Jialong stabbed his big brother, tears started to fall from his eyes. He looked at the slowing fading lights from his big brother's gaze and said, "I did not want to do this. Many times I tried to suggest to you to be like a real king, one that is powerful enough to support heaven and earth, one that can face any adversity with strong will and fierce determination, one that only uses politics and tactics when necessary. However, you never listened to me. All you can think about is how smart and cunning your plans are. Tell me, what have your schemes and plots accomplished? Or have they got you?" Sun Quan looked incredible at his younger brother. He did not expect him to have so much emotions bottled up inside him. To Sun Quan, his little brother was a dumb guy that only knew how to use force to solve everything. And without him, he would have long been killed by his other siblings. However, he was completely wrong. In his little brother's eyes, he was probably just a clown and cowards without a spine. Despite figuring out this, he was still a little confused. "What?" asked Sun Quan with blood falling from his facial orifices. "For the future of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty," replied Sun Jialong with trembling hands. "With the way things are in our dynasty, it is only a matter of time before we become irrelevant in the grand stage. Or even worse, completely destroyed. Our dynasty needs a true great emperor. Sun Quan was surprised by his little brother's words before looking down at the rusty sword that pierced his heart. He seemed to have thought of something and said, "So, that's how it is." Then he smiled before losing the last light of his light. After Sun Quan's death, the rusty sword in Sun Jiaolong suddenly absorbed something from Sun Quan's body, then the rusty sword turned golden and the character for human became even more clear. It seemed to contain a certain spirit. Afterwards, countless golden spots started to enter Sun Jialong's body, transforming him completely. Whether it was his strength, comprehension, talent, and soul were improved dramatically. More importantly, his luck broke from golden dragon straight to peak purple gold dragon, skipping the purple luck. The process only lasted for a few minutes before stopping. Afterwards, Sun Jiaolong looked at the sword in his hand with a complicated look on his face. He loathed this sword as the requirement to activate it is to kill a powerful king after losing his kingdom or dynasty. On the other hand, he will rely on it for his future emperor's path. At first, Sun Jiaolong was going to kill one of the heaven chosens of this trial to activate the sword. However, based on his big brother's terrible abilities that he displayed in the past years, he soon realized that such a thing might not be possible. So, in desperation, he decided to make such a drastic decision. As for his other siblings back home, he did not have the chance to kill them due to the cultivators always protecting them. More importantly, Sun Jiaolong knew that if he activated this sword back in the Myriad Emperor world, a powerful vision would occur throughout the entire world, thus revealing the identity of this sword. And with the strength of their great Wu imperial dynasty, it would be very difficult for them to preserve the sword. After reining in his thoughts, Sun Jiaolong looked at the protection array that was deactivated after the king's death. The Qi Luck Flood Dragon of the Great Wu Dynasty roared in sadness before dispersing into countless motes of lights, signaling the end of the dynasty. Meanwhile, both Ji Song and Ji Su were shocked by the sudden change in the situation. However, they soon regained their bearings and marched with their army straight for the imperial palace. They thought that maybe Sun Quan had decided to surrender. Inside the dragon throne room, Sun Jiaolong took one last look at the fallen Great Wu and swore to himself that he would never allow such a thing to happen to the Great Wu imperial dynasty. Afterwards, he placed the body of his big brother in his space ring before crushing a talisman. Immediately afterwards, a space crack appeared and swallowed Sun Jiaolong, and he found himself floating in the endless void. There he saw countless true monarchs looking at him with different gazes. Some looked at him with intrigue, some with sneer and disdain, some just looked like they took pleasure in his suffering. Of course, the particular gaze was very intense, full of anger and fury. It was the Tao protector of his big brother and his granduncle, retired Prince Sun Quan. "Why did you do it?" asked true monarch Sun Quan with a gruff voice, trying to control the fury inside of him. "Great uncle, I have my reasons." "Let's hear them then." "I believe that this is not the place to discuss this kind of thing," replied Sun Jiaolong while gazing at all the other true monarchs that seemed to be watching their conversation like it was a drama play in the brothels. Sun Quan took a deep breath to calm himself down, before taking out a token to activate a teleportation. As this world was discovered by their Great Wu imperial dynasty, they have placed an array to connect it to the Myriad Emperor place. Meanwhile, after the two of them disappeared, the true monarchs started discussing the situation among themselves. "I cannot believe that he actually killed his own brother. Isn't common knowledge that royal families are the most ruthless? Father killing son and brothers killing each other is a very common thing. Adding to that the competition of the heaven will, well, anything is possible." That may be true, however, they usually do these kinds of things in secret. After all, they still have to save their family's face. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess. "None of that actually matters," suddenly said some from the Divine Tao League. "Can anyone identify the sword he used?" No one answered the question for a while before someone said, "Could it be that sword?" "Unlikely, that sword has been lost for countless eras. In fact, many people believe that this sword never existed in the first place, or disappeared with its owner. In any case, this generation of Heaven will battle just got more interesting with another variable added to it." Many people had a pensive look on their face after hearing this. To be precise, they had a frown on their faces. If this sword is what they think it is, things will become more difficult for their Heaven chosen. Of course, one person thought differently from the other people, and that was true monarch Yenqin. He had the utmost faith in his young master, and he sneered at the idea that a mere weapon could actually decide the fate of the Heaven will. Any person who had such an idea did not truly understand the meaning of a glorious age. Any time that one generation of Heaven will was sacrificed for the next generation, It means that a fierce and brutal battle will take place in order to cultivate a very powerful great emperor. According to Yen Chen's guess based on past knowledge, there is a high chance that an eternal emperor will be born in this generation. As such, no matter how powerful the weapon in Sun Jialong's hand is, it can only allow him the ability to stand on the same footing as heaven chosens like his young master or crown prince Ji Song. And if Sun Jialong has the mindset that a weapon is enough for him to pave his way to the Tao, then that would only prove that his Tao heart is unsteady and he has no future in the path of the emperor. Meanwhile, after Sun Quan teleported back to the Myriad Emperor world, he looked deeply at Sun Jialong, his meaning very obvious. To which Sun Jialong just took out his swords and showed both the front and back to him. "Human destiny sword?" muttered Sun Quan with a great shock in his face. Chapter 147. True monarch Sun Quan stared at the sword in Sun Jialong's hand with an intense excitement, surprise, and hope, especially after he explained that it was actually the human destiny sword. As the name suggests, this sword holds the destiny, fortune or luck of the entire human race of the Myriad Emperor world. It was created by the human emperor back in ancient times as the luck condensation weapon of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Anyone who holds it is the rightful heir of the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty and has the right to recreate or re-establish the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty. Of course, no cultivators in current time will acknowledge this so-called heir, as no one would want some random person becoming their leader just because a sword said so. In fact, there are many other benefits that Sun Jialong will have access to as the holder of the human destiny sword. For one, he will have access to the Myriad Emperor Tao scripture, which is an emperor-level technique created by the human emperor that cultivates the Tao of emperor or the Tao of sovereign. Just this fact was enough to make retired Prince Sun Quan very excited, as their great Wu Imperial Dynasty finally has a second emperor scripture. Besides the one created by their founder, the remaining 3 emperor scriptures were in fact quasi-emperor tier techniques, maybe just a little more powerful than that. However, they still did not reach the level of a true emperor art. Another benefit that Sun Jialong will receive is the increase in talent and strength. As a successor to the human emperor, Sun Jialong's talent must reach a certain level, and if he does not, the sword will make it up for him. A third benefit is the fact that he should have access to the Great Qin treasury. There are rumors that the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty, as the only dynasty that ever conquered the entire world, held countless wealth. Wealth enough to make a single man have more resources than both the Tao Opening Sect and the Emperor Enlightening Academy combined. There are also rumors that the human emperor discovered a method of longevity and left it in this treasury. The fourth benefit that Sun Jialong will receive is the fact that after reaching a certain level of cultivation, he will be able to activate the human preservation array through the sword, as such, being able to have the power of an emperor formation anywhere in the Myriad Emperor realm. This is one reason that Sun Jialong did not fear showing his sword to true monarch Sun Quan. Although with his current cultivation realm he cannot yet activate the array, however, once someone tries to take the sword from him by force, the array will open up automatically to protect him. Despite this, Sun Jialong will still choose to remain low-key in the future, as the significance of this sword is too great to the Myriad Emperor world. This sword represents the legitimacy to rule the entire Myriad Emperor world. Although the majority of cultivators would never accept or allow this, however, there are many of them that would. As long as Sun Jialong decided to reveal his status as the human emperor's successor, countless people would still rally behind him, thus allowing him to form a powerful force very quickly. The Myriad Emperor world has been long divided by all the factions of the world. As such, no sect or dynasty would allow another powerful faction to rise up and take a piece of the pie that was already divided. If any faction wants to get more power, there is only one way, and that is to cultivate a great emperor. And even that may not be enough. The Myriad Emperor world has reached such a stable balance that not just any great emperor can decide the direction of the entire world. Said emperor must be extremely powerful in order to do so. This balance created by all the powerful factions of the world has both a positive and a negative. The positive is that the world is generally quite peaceful. There are few large-scale wars between factions, as they usually use their heaven chosen to decide the outcomes of things. A perfect example of that is the fact that there has been no Emperor Tao war since the Middle Emperor era. In other words, no emperor lineage has fought each other until extermination since the last era. The negative part of this balance is the fact that the Myriad Emperor world has become stale or stagnant for countless millennia. Nothing new or unexpected has happened for millions of years. Many people believe that the reason that the glorious age arrived in this era was because Heavenly Tao wanted to shake the status quo of the world, so it set out to cultivate a powerful great emperor that could bring brand new and better changes to the entire world. In fact, Sun Jiaolong did not reveal the most terrifying part of the human destiny sword to anyone. The most heaven-defying ability this sword granted him was the fact that he became the son of destiny of the myriad emperor world. Sun Jiaolong knew that with this title or position, his life from now will be extremely smooth at the very least until the heaven will battle. No matter what troubles he encounters, no matter what powerful enemy he faces, he will always find a way to succeed or escape in one piece. More importantly, from now on, wherever he goes, he will discover countless fortunate opportunities that increase his strength, wealth, or power. He will encounter countless beauties that will be helpful to his rise to the top. As a matter of fact, this is not just Sun Jiaolong's wishful thinking. Throughout the myriad emperor world's billions of years of history, there has only been one son of destiny, and that was the Heavenly Sun Emperor. The entire life of the Heavenly Sun Emperor was smooth sailing. Anywhere he goes, he will discover rare spiritual medicine, plants, or techniques. If he ever encountered an enemy he could not defeat, this enemy would be filled with bad luck until he or she mysteriously died in a weird or strange accident. One time of his many concubines was dying after severing from a powerful curse. So he wanted to find a rare elixir or pill to cure her. Just as the Heavenly Sun Emperor left his home, he heard an explosion not far from him, so he checked it out. It turns out that an alchemist blew itself out while refining a precious pill. When he arrived at the location, the Heavenly Sun Emperor discovered that the alchemist had died, but the pills in the furnace survived. And it turns out these pills were the very one he needed to treat his concubine. So, with a smile on his face, he immediately returned home, happy that he did not have to travel far. The worst thing is that this was not the most absurd thing that happened to the Heavenly Sun Emperor. During his generation Heaven will battle, he did not have to fight for even a second. A few minutes after arriving at the site of the battle, the Heaven will appeared in front of the Heavenly Sun Emperor who was inside a man-made cave deep in the mountain. Without any effort he took the Heaven will, proved the Tao and became a great emperor. He then took the name of Heavenly Sun to show he was favored by heaven, that he was the son of heaven and earth itself. Of course Sun Jiaolong will never believe that by being the son of destiny he will automatically become a great emperor. During the glorious age, luck is useless as only by killing all participants will the heaven will appear before the final winner. Furthermore, the fate of the Heavenly Sun Emperor is the perfect example of why no real powerhouse should rely on luck all their lives. After the Heavenly Sun became emperor, no one was willing to accept losing just like that. So, many doubts about the ability of the Heaven Sun Emperor aroused. People kept saying that it was only because of luck that he became an emperor, an act which actually infuriated him. So, the Heavenly Sun Emperor used his powerful strength to suppress all these people. However, no one was convinced as he was just using his higher cultivation level to bully people weaker than him. In fact, one of the most famous recorded incidents at that time was that a Heaven Chosen of that time spit directly in the face of the Heavenly Sun Emperor, refusing to bow to him even if it killed him. The Heaven Chosen directly called him a weak coward who relied entirely on luck to go through his whole life. After that incident, the Heavenly Sun Emperor did kill the Heaven Chosen. Instead, he set out to prove everybody wrong by attacking one of the most powerful forbidden land of the myriad emperor world, the Netherworld. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Sun Emperor's action just proved that the world was right about him. After entering the Netherworld, he never came out again, showing that even the Son of Destiny cannot rely on its heaven-defying luck for everything. Meanwhile, after checking the sword from Sun Jiaolong's hand, retired Prince Sun Quan immediately returned to the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty to discuss future plans with the sovereign and retired elders. Back to the trial, in the Fang Divine Dynasty, Long Outyen woke up after a few days in a coma. He looked around with difficulty before saying with a tired voice, "Where am I? Wait, I'm still alive." "You are indeed alive, thanks to your luck and this goddess' help," said a sweet and enchanting voice. Chapter 148. Long Outyen moved his head in the direction of the voice with great difficulty. Then he saw the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. She was wearing a white hanfu, fully displaying her divine and sacred bearing. Her eyes were cold and indifferent, making every man wanting to do everything to curry her favor, to elicit a simple smile from her, to see any kind of jubilance emanating from them. "Are you a fairy? No, maybe a goddess?" muttered Long Outyen subconsciously after seeing Fang Lijuan. "You can say that," she replied, still with a cold look on her face. However, Long Outyen did not care about this. The colder she was, the more he wanted to conquer her. Of course Fang Lijuan could see the possessive nature in Long Aotian's eyes, but she did not care about it. Most men that she meets have the same look, so she is used to it by now. "You should not move so quickly," Otherwise your wounds will open, warned Fang Lijuan when she saw Long Outyin trying to get out of the bed. However, he refused to listen to her. How could he allow his future wife to see him in such a weak state? As such, Long Outyin wanted to show that he was fine by getting. Unfortunately for him, he was still in a terrible state. Although the space he teleported through was somewhat stable, it was not enough for him to survive unarmed. As such, Long Outyin was almost grinded into tiny dust particles during a chaotic space teleportation. After trying to get up, all the bandages on Long Outyin suddenly started bleeding, signaling that his wounds were reopened. Fang Lijuan sighed after seeing this, then walked next to him to help him change his bandage. An act which placed a wide grin in the face of Long Outyin. However, Fang Lijuan did not say anything during the entire process. Afterwards, Long Outyin finally listened to her warning and rested properly instead of moving. Meanwhile, Fang Lijuan was sitting in her room looking at the bandages that she had just finished wrapping. Worthy of a son of destiny. Only a few seconds after meeting him, my IQ seemed to have been lowered. When would I, Fang Lijuan, help a man change his bandage? After saying this, a ruthless look appeared in her eyes, then she smiled cunningly. In the next few days, Fang Lijuan accompanied Long Outyin during his recovery. As such, the two got to know each other pretty well. Although Long Outyin was a little shocked when he discovered that she was an extraterrestrial demon, he convinced himself that only a person with such a background can be so beautiful and worthy of him, a future great emperor. Unfortunately, his recovery was going very slow. One day while conversing, Fang Lijuan suddenly sighed and said, "If only this goddess had a purple leaf cinnamon, your injuries could be healed in just a few days." "What's that?" "Oh, it's a very rare and precious herb used for healing. Unfortunately, I did not bring any with me from my world." Long Outyin frowned for a while before asking, "Can you describe this herb?" Fang Lijuan had a puzzled look on her face due to Long Aotian's words, but she did not pay much attention to it before describing the purple leaf cinnamon. However, to the surprise of Fang Lijuan, Long Outyin took out a strange herb from his space ring and handed it to her. She looked at the spiritual herb, then at him for a few times before holding Long Aotian's hand in excitement. "That's the purple leaf cinnamon? How come you have such a thing? With this medicine your injuries can heal very quickly," said Fang Lijuan with a smile on her face. However, immediately afterwards she realized how bold and audacious her behavior was, so she coughed in embarrassment, then removed her hand from his while blushing red. Meanwhile, Long Outyin was simply lost in Fang Lijuan's smile. To him, her smile was more exuberant than the brightest of suns, more beautiful than the most perfect of flowers created by heaven and earth, and more ethereal than a fairy dancing under the moonlight. Not to mention the smoothness and suppleness of her hands. For a brief moment he felt that he was holding the entire world, and for these short seconds, nothing else in the vast universe truly mattered. After taking a few seconds to regain her bearing, Fang Lijuan pretended nothing had happened before saying, "With this spiritual herb I can refine a pill for you that allows you to recover in just a few days." Without waiting for Long Aotian's response, she left the medical room and entered her own private room. However, the shy and happy look on her face was gone, replaced by a cold and indifferent one. She looked at the purple leaf cinnamon on her hand before muttering to herself, "I can't believe that I have found this extinct herb in this tiny small thousand world. Worthy to be this world's son of destiny. I just gave it a try without expecting anything, but who knows that he actually had it." After saying that, Fang Lijuan swallowed the entire herb raw, then started cultivating in order to digest it properly. After a few hours, she opened her eyes with excitement. Suddenly her eyes turned white, showing that she had activated her bloodline. Fang Lijuan immediately became excited as her bloodline backlash from the battle with Li Jun was finally cured. More importantly, she knew that this was the minimum effect of this herb. The main use of this herb is to purify her bloodline, further strengthen her talent and strength. This kind of herb has long been extinct in the myriad emperor world. The ancestors did not deceive me when they say that the endless void is full of miracles. Each world, no matter how small, has their own unique trait or characteristic, muttered Fang Lijuan. Then, she looked in the direction of the medical room with a smile on her face before continuing her cultivation. 3 days later, Fang Lijuan came to see Long Outyin again. An act which delighted him given how he missed her terribly the past few days. He noticed how Fang Lijuan was more vigorous and lively than before, so he thought that she was happy about the fact that he was going to recuperate as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Fang Lijuan handed Long Outyin one of her remaining middle-grade earth pill that she brought to this trial with her. After taking it, he felt a powerful energy rushing throughout his body, rapidly healing his injuries. Long Outyen was surprised by the efficacy of this pill. He did not expect a random herb that he picked from the forest would be so precious. He thought maybe Fang Lijuan would know what to do with all the herbs he had in his space ring that he could not identify. As such, he took out a pile of spiritual herbs and showed it to her. With a surprised look on her face, Fang Lijuan began to identify some of the herbs she knew, while putting aside the unrecognizable ones to be tested later. After finishing her task, she sighed and told Long Outyen that she did not have the time to refine pills for him as she was in the middle of a war. As such, in order to show his trust in her, he told her she could keep all the materials. An act which made Fang Lijuan further blushed in front of Long Outyen before running out of the medical room with all the materials. Long Outyen looked at this with a smile on his face. He could tell that she was one step closer to subduing the goddess of his dream. In the meantime that Long Outyen was playing lovey-dovey with another woman, his wife Princess Ling Hua had a worried look on her face back at the Savior Coalition. Due to the fact that her husband left her and her family a special talisman, they managed to survive the assassination from the Fate Shadow Guards. However, the same could not be said for the other royal families that ruled the Savior Coalition. As such, Princess Ling Hua was forced to take control over the coalition. Unfortunately, news of the fact that the coalition leader had entered the secret realm and is now dead spread throughout the nation, resulting in massive panic and chaos. Ling Hua acted swiftly by saying that the coalition was in fact not dead, just severely injured and recuperating. This act somehow calmed down the people a little. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a bigger problem occurred. The monarch of Huang Divine Dynasty started attacking their territory instead of focusing on rebuilding. Ling Hua thought that just because Huang Min had also lost the majority of his elite soldiers and officials, he would take some time to recover, but she was wrong. On the contrary, Huang Min became more vicious and cutthroat. He recruited countless ordinary people into his army and sent them to battle with little to no training. He seemed determined to use a large number of casualties in order to quickly conquer as much territory as possible. In just a few weeks, more than 5 million people have been killed, with more than 70% coming from the Huang Divine Dynasty. Unfortunately, this method seemed to be working as more and more territories of the Savior Coalition kept falling into the Huang Divine Dynasty's hand. Chapter 149. On the border of the Huang Divine Dynasty and the Savior Coalition, Huang Min was having a meeting with the few capable generals left. He had an ugly look on his face while the other people in the room had their heads down while trembling. In the entire room, only one person did not have his head down. Instead, he looked directly in Huang Min's eyes and said without a hint of fear, "Your Majesty, we have lost too much of our people. We cannot continue to sacrifice so many of our people." "Are you the monarch of this dynasty or am I?" responded Huang Min with a face full of killing intent in his eyes. "Of course it is your Majesty who rules this land. However, I stand by my decision. If things keep going on like this, it is only a matter of time before our territory becomes unstable, resulting in countless rebellions all over." "It doesn't matter," replied Huang Min with ruthless eyes. "As long as I conquer the territory of the Savior Coalition as soon as possible. So, go execute my orders and recruit more people into the army." The minister who previously spoke sighed after hearing this, then bowed before saying, "In that case, Your Majesty, I refuse to listen to this order." After hearing this, Huang Min instantly appeared in front of this minister and held him in the air by the throat. "What did you say?" "I am sorry, Your Majesty, but I refuse to let the blood of countless ordinary people be stained in my hands." "Do you want to die? Do you want all 9 generations of your family to follow you into samsara?" "If the king wants the minister to die, then the minister has to die," replied the suffocating minister. However, despite Huang Min's threat, he had both a calm look in his face and a strong determination. However, his look greatly angered Huang Min as it reminded him of people who defied him, people who dared to disregard his noble and divine bloodline. So, with a burst of anger, he used all of his origin chi to directly pinch this minister's head like an exploding balloon. As a result, blood and brain matter scattered everywhere in the meeting room. All the other officials looked at their clothes drenched in the blood of their comrade, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes. The realization that the same fate could happen to them and their families at any given moment brought extreme dread to all of them in the room. So, they lowered their heads even more. Meanwhile, Huang Min could feel the intense fear emanating from his officials. He licked his lips with intense pleasure as he enjoyed placing the fear of God to these natives, making them realize that compared to them, he was truly a god that can determine life and death. He looked down at them before saying, "Any of you still want to disobey this emperor's order?" No one answered him as the room instantly became quiet. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. So Huang Min nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, an official went to execute his order. Countless common people were forcibly recruited into the army, then separated from their loved one and sent to the war in the frontier. Using countless lives as sacrifice, the Huang divine dynasty's border continued to grow rapidly. Meanwhile, Huang Min was overseeing the entire war at the borders. The reason that he was in such a hurry was because he had an intuition that something would happen to him. He figured out that it was only a matter of time before either the Great Xia people reached his border after conquering Fang Lijuan's territory, or the Great Zhou people will come after him once they have settled the territory of the Great Wu. So, Huang Min's plan was to increase his dynasty's luck solely based on the territory size, then absorb enough luck for him to reach purple gold before immediately leaving this trial. Huang Min knows perfectly well that his plan is actually quite flawed, as he would be backlashed by karma if he did such a thing. However, he was desperate and he did not have much time to plan anything better. As for the repercussions of his actions, he believed that his Huang divine clan would find a way to help him deal with it. Meanwhile, in the Savior Coalition, Princess Ling Hua had just made a plan to respond to the emergency situation of the coalition. Her plan was simple. She used a technique to turn into Long Outyin, then started making inspirational speeches to all the people in her remaining territory. She told them of the cruel methods that the people of the Huang divine dynasty had to suffer under their ruler's hand, and motivated all the capable men and women to take arms and defend their home. Of course, Ling Huan made her appearance look sick and weak to explain the reason that the coalition leader did not take action personally. And her plan worked wonderfully. All the people were banded together under the idea of defending the country and fighting foreigners. Whether it was men, women, and even children, they took anything that can be used as weapons and headed to the border to fight these invading barbarians. Unlike the people of the Fang divine dynasty that were forced to enter the army, the Savior Coalition volunteered of their own free will to join the army in order to defend their dynasty. While the people of the Savior Coalition were sacrificing their lives for a noble cause, their leader was drinking wine and chatting with a beautiful goddess. Due to his powerful body, Long Outyin only took 3 days to heal his injury after taking the Earth Tear pill. Now he was having a romantic dinner with Fang Lijuan. "Waner, this wine from your home world is truly the finest delicacy that I have tasted in my life. How many times has this goddess told you not to call me Waner? It is already your honor to allow you to call this goddess by her real name. I know I keep forgetting. So Waner, how is the war going?" Fang Lijuan sighed before ignoring the rude behavior of this audacious man. "Of course it's going terrible. It is only a matter of time before the Great Xia reaches the capital, thus completely destroying this goddess dynasty. Is there anything I can do to help? If we team up together, we can definitely stop Li Jun. Is not that this goddess refuses your help, but with your strength, it will be useless for you to intervene. Not to mention that Li Jun has a female companion that is not far in strength with him. On top of that, the true big boss of the Great Xia, Wang Wei, has not even shown up yet." Long Outyin secretly formed a fist with his right hand. In the past few days he watched a terrible battle between Li Jun and Fang Lijuan. It was then that he realized how weak he truly was. Even his so-called battle with Huang Min was nothing but a joke, and he was truly lucky to survive. What's worse, Long Outyin learned that there was even a more terrible heaven chosen behind the Great Xia dynasty. Long Outyin sighed before taking a big sip from his wine. He realized that his path to become a great emperor still has a long way to go. Fang Lijuan realized that her words might have hurt Long Outyin, so she immediately said, "Well, thanks to the special formation you provided, our army has been able to greatly slow down the advancement of Great Xia." Long Outyin just smiled wryly after hearing this. Afterwards, the two of them just drank and chatted about other topics. After they finished drinking, the two of them stood on top of an ancient wooden building gazing at the stars. The moonlight illuminated them, making both of them look like an immortal couple descending from heaven. Suddenly, Long Outyin turned to face Fang Lijuan, held her hands and said, "Waner, I know you have a high background and status, but if you can overlook my humble background, I want to spend my entire life with you." Fang Lijuan was shocked by the sudden declaration, so she blushed shyly. Then a happy smile appeared on her face, so he opened her mouth to say something, but she immediately stopped before frowning. "Is there something wrong? Do you not feel the same way as I do?" asked Long Outyin with a worried look on his face. "That's not it," replied Fang Lijuan after sighing. "The truth of the matter is I am actually already engaged." "What? With whom?" asked Long Outyin with a flustered look on his face. "To Huang Min, him? asked Long Outyin with fury in his face. In that case, I'll just kill him to annul the engagement. Chapter 150. Fang Lijuan immediately stopped Long Outyin from doing anything stupid, then she said coldly, "How are you going to kill him? With your feeble strength?" Long Outyin gritted his teeth to calm himself down, then he started walking back and forth thinking about this situation. He was ready for Fang Lijuan to reject him, but he believed it was because she feared that her powerful family would not allow their union. As such, Long Outyin was prepared to show his worth to her family. And if that did not work, wait until his strength is enough to use force to suppress her family until they allow them to be together. But now, things seem a little complicated. After a few seconds, Long Outyin looked at Fang Lijuan and asked, "How come you are engaged to him? Do you have any feelings for that guy?" "Do not insult this goddess. How could I have any feelings for such a disgusting person?" replied Fang Lijuan with a look of disdain on her face. Words that were very comforting to Long Outyin. "As for the reason we are engaged, it is because of our divine clan." "Divine clan? How so?" "His Huang clan and my Fang clan are the two most powerful clans of the Divine Tao League, with each of us being the only clans with two great emperors. As such, for countless generations, when two heaven chosens or divine child appeared in these clans, the two families will betroth them to each other in an attempt to either support one another for the heavenly throne, or to cultivate a next generation with a very pure and powerful bloodline. As it turns out, in this generation, this goddess and Huang Min are the divine child of our clans, so we were betrothed ever since we were born." Long Outyin looked pensive after hearing this. "How does your clan decide the status of Dao child?" Fang Lijuan was a little surprised by this sudden question, and she could guess Long Aotian's thought, but she just shook her head and replied, "Our bloodlines were tested after we were born to determine our positions as divine child." "Bloodline this, bloodline that, everything is about bloodline," said Long Outyin with a raised tone, almost screaming. "I have heard that the other heaven chosen do not have bloodlines. Couldn't your family just accept a talented person without bloodlines?" Fang Lijuan just sighed after hearing this and said with a lowered head, "Our family has been preaching the concept of bloodline superiority for millions of years. Do you think that they would just change their mind just because of your words?" Long Aotian's face became ugly after hearing this. Although he knew that these powerful and ancient clans had strict rules, he did not expect that they reached the point of being dogmatic. "In the end, I still have to kill this Huang Min," replied Long Outyin with a ferocious look on his face. This time, however, Fang Lijuan did not say anything. Nonetheless, Long Outyin soon reigned in his anger. He also acknowledged the fact that his goddess was right. He was in no way a match for Huang Min, at least for now. Long Outyin has seen the battle between Li Jun and Fang Lijuan, and he knew how powerful she actually was. And according to her, this Huang Min is not too far off from her strength. On top of that, Long Outyin knew that his injuries were not completely healed. At best, he could only use about 70 to 80% of his strength. After thinking about it for a few seconds, an idea suddenly appeared in Long Aotian's mind, so he said excitedly, "Since I do not have the strength to kill him personally, I can still use poison." "Poison?" asked Fang Lijuan with a look of shock and doubt from her face before saying, "What gave such a strange idea? Since there are rare herbs that can heal my injuries so quickly, then there must be poison herbs powerful enough to kill Huang Min." However, Fang Lijuan quickly shook her head before saying, "Not to mention that with Huang Min's powerful cultivation, there are only a few herbs that are effective on him. How are you going to get him to take the poison?" "So, you are saying it is possible?" "Technically speaking, yes. However, the herb used has to be very powerful, specific and rare." "You just have to tell me what kind of herb is needed," replied Long Outyin with a confident smile on his face. "As for how to make Huang Min take the poison, I have my method." Fang Lijuan still had a puzzled look on her face. However, she did not want to extinguish Long Aotian's excitement, so she described the herbs that are strong enough to kill someone like Huang Min. After checking his space ring, Long Outyin discovered that he did not have any of these herbs. However, he was not discouraged. As a man chosen by heaven, all he needed to do was search and he would find what he desired. As such, he instantly caught Fang Lijuan by surprise and kissed her in the cheek, before running out in a direction, leaving only a blushing goddess and Long Aotian's last words, "Wait for me, Wanner. When I come back, I promise that the bastard Huang Min will be more than dead." A few minutes after Long Aotian's departure, Fang Lijuan's blushing instantly turned cold and indifferent. She took out silk handkerchief and wiped out her face with disgust. Then she muttered to herself, "It seemed that the spiritual suggestion wine worked better than anticipated. I thought I would have to spend a lot more time hinting at him about the use of poison." After saying that, Fang Lijuan left the roof and returned to her room, waiting for the outcomes of things. Meanwhile, Long Outyin rushed to the nearest forest near him and started searching for the herb he needed. However, even after searching for a week, Long Outyin did not find anything, so he became a little discouraged. Just as he was about to give up his search and headed out to a different place, suddenly a powerful flying demonic attacked him. Long Outyin immediately fought back. However, he soon realized that this demonic beast was in fact a Tier 4 demonic beast. So he immediately ran away. With his injured body, it would be suicidal to fight with it. However, the demonic beast had different thoughts. It kept chasing Long Outyin and attacking him. After a few minutes of no success, the demonic beast seemed very angry, so it opened its mouth to gather a powerful lightning, then shot at Long Outyin. Boom! A powerful explosion resulted after this attack. Although Long Outyin jumped in time to evade the attack, the shockwave created by the blast still hit him. Unfortunately for him, he happened to be running close to a cliff, so he was sent over the cliff due to the attack. Long Outyin cursed the beast out loud before trying to use his origin chi to hang on the cliff side. However, his injuries suddenly acted up, forcing him to throw a big mouthful of blood and falling down the cliff. Knowing that this might be the end of him, Long Outyin used his origin chi to protect his body, then closed his eyes hoping for the best. However, Long Outyin was not splashed to death as he anticipated. Instead, he fell inside a river or water source of some kind. After swimming out the river, he praised his luck once again before navigating around looking for a place to exit. Soon, an enticing scent attracted Long Outyin and he followed it. There he saw a very clear lake with rainbows emanating from it. He swallowed his saliva as a sudden thirst suddenly overcame him. Without hesitation, he drank a few mouthfuls of the clear water. Immediately afterwards, Long Outyin felt a very mysterious aura traveling all around his body, healing him of all his injuries including the hidden ones that he suffered from the past. Long Outyin groaned in pleasure for a few minutes before getting back to his senses. He looked around to check whether anyone heard the sound he previously made before sighing in relief. Then he checked his body thoroughly. To his surprise, not only were all his injuries healed, but even his strength had greatly increased. Most noticeably was his fleshly body. After going through and surviving the power of chaotic space, his fleshly body seemed to have dramatically strengthened. This further increased his stamina and defensive ability. After smiling for a while, Long Outyin looked around him before noticing a strange thing floating in the middle of the pond he just drank from. After closer observation, Long Outyin suddenly started laughing out loud as he realized that this was the exact spiritual herb that he was searching for. "I'm truly the illegitimate child of the goddess of luck," smiled Long Outyin with a big grin on his face. Chapter 151. After coughing for a few minutes without stopping, Long Outyin proceeded to carefully remove the spiritual herb known Blood Yang Peony based on the method described by Fang Lijuan. After that, he took out a talisman with a grin on his face as this was the method he planned to use that allows him to feed this spiritual herb to Huang Min. Then Long Outyin suddenly slapped himself in the face before muttering, "How stupid am I? Why didn't I use this invisible talisman to hide from that demonic beast?" After that, Long Outyin proceeded to climb the cliff he had just fallen off. There he saw the demonic beast not far from him. So, he activated the talisman, turning him completely invisible before he secretly approached the Tier 4 demonic beast. However, as soon as he reached more than a few meters from the beast, it suddenly reacted and started looking around. However, the beast did not find anything around him. Meanwhile, Long Outyin frowned after seeing this. He realized that this talisman was not all-powerful and some people will notice him if he gets close enough, for example Huang Min. However, he did not care since his plans can still be executed despite this flaw. Furthermore, he realized that this talisman was not as simple as it seemed. There seemed to be some kind of seal on him, preventing it from showing its full power. After thinking about this, Long Outyin then had a fierce battle with the Tier 4 demonic beast. Well, to be precise, he hid with the talisman then sneak attacked the beast. When the bird was in its last dying breath, Long Outyin promised to save it if it surrendered to him, becoming its slave. Although unwilling, the Tier 4 Thunder Eagle signed a beast contract with Long Outyin, becoming his pet. After that, Long Outyin rode the Thunder Eagle towards the direction of the Huang Divine Dynasty. It took him a while to learn about the current situation, which made him even more furious towards Huang Min. Especially when he learned that his savior coalition was actually on the verge of destruction. Long Aoshan's urge to kill Huang Min suddenly increased dramatically. After hearing this news, he rushed straight towards the border where Huang Min was located. With the use of the invisible talisman, he secretly infiltrated the barracks. Of course Long Outyin learned his lesson and did not rush to confront Huang Min, nor did he meet with any powerful cultivator. He spent a few days observing all of Huang Min to determine his daily routine. Then he found the perfect opportunity. One night, Huang Min was drinking wine with one of his favorite concubines in his hand. He was in a very good mood as he will soon conquer the territories of the Savior Coalition, so he decided to reward himself. With one inside her blouse, he held his wine cup on the other. Once he finished a serving, his concubine would immediately refill the cup again for him. Huang Min was very happy with how submissive she was. After drinking a few dozen cups, Huang Min suddenly felt a little dizzy. At first he thought that he might have drunk a little too much, however, things suddenly took a different turn when he spat a big mouthful of black blood. Realizing the severity of the situation, he immediately mobilized his origin chi to try to remove the poison in his body. However, it turned out to be useless. On the contrary, this poison seemed to spread throughout his body even quicker. Afterwards, Huang Min fell on the ground breathing heavily, black blood started coming out his eyes and an intense pain suddenly assaulted him. He tried to scream for help, however, no sound seemed to be coming out of his throat. So, he looked in the direction of his concubine, hoping that she would go quickly to ask for help. Unfortunately for him, when his eyes locked onto his concubine, all he saw were eyes full of hatred looking at him. Then the concubine spit at Huang Min before starting to kick him in his private area. Huang Min tried to scream again, but it was of no avail. Meanwhile, the concubine had tears streaming down her eyes as she screamed while still kicking Huang Min. "You took everything from me, my body, my soul, and even my family. You defiled my purity by making me do these horrible things. I wish that your death was even more miserable than it is now." Meanwhile, Huang Min, who was struggling down in the floor, managed to gather some strength to activate his bloodline power. Then with a wave of his hand, a powerful shockwave hit the concubine, throwing her away. However, Huang Min's situation suddenly aggravated. The poison seemed to have discovered something very appealing to it, so it rushed straight inside his bloodline, destroying everything in its path. As such, Huang Min's face became even more ugly than it was. Without hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue to draw some of his blood essence and used it to open his space ring. After taking out a talisman, he immediately crushed it, then a space crack appeared and swallowed him. Meanwhile, Long Outyin, who heard a thumping sound from the outside, immediately rushed in. He was just in time to see Huang Min disappearing into the space crack or passage. Without hesitation, he rushed to the concubine lying on the floor with blood all over her body. He injected his origin chi inside her body, noticing that most of her internal organs have been liquefied. Although he knew that it was impossible to save her, he still tried. He took out the clear water that helps his injuries and fed it to her. After a few sips, she regained consciousness. However, Long Outyin could tell that she would not last long. "Why did you have to confront him? If you had followed the plan and stayed close to the door, you could have just watched the bastard slowly die," said Long Outyin with a little guilt in his face. "I had to confront him for myself," replied the concubine after spewing out a mouthful of blood. "Watching this bastard dying was very satisfying." "Was it worth you dying in the process?" "Yes, it was," she responded with a smile on her face. "Furthermore, to me death is probably a relief." After that, she raised her feeble hand to caress Long Aotian's face before saying, "Thank you for giving me a chance to avenge myself." Then her hand dropped to the floor, never moving again. Long Outyin looked at her in his arms. He looked at her smile before she died. Despite the fact that her mouth was still full of blood, her smile was still full of brilliance and vigor. More importantly, it was peaceful. He sighed. The original plan was for her to just wait for Huang Min's death after putting the poison in his drink. Long Outyin promised her that afterwards he would take care of her as one of his wives. And if she did not want that, he would give her enough wealth to live a life of luxury without worrying about anything. After finding a place to make a proper grave for her, Long Outyin sighed again. However, thinking about the fact that he could finally be with his goddess, he rushed straight back to the Fang divine dynasty. After getting back, he saw Fang Lijuan waiting for him, so he rushed to hug her, explaining to her in great detail how he killed Huang Min. Meanwhile, Fang Lijuan just smiled and nodded happily. Then, Long Outyin suddenly said, "Wanner, now that no one can prevent us from being together, how about we consummate our marriage early?" Fang Lijuan blushed shyly before answering with her head down, "Now? Aren't we moving too fast?" "Of course not. You love me and I love you, that's all that matters." After heeding this, Fang Lijuan nodded shyly before she was led by Long Outyin to her room in the manor they live in. There, Long Outyin started kissing Fang Lijuan with great passion. However, when he was about to remove her clothes, she stopped him and said, "Wait, give me a few minutes to prepare." After that, she went to change her clothes while Long Outyin removed all of his clothes. After a few minutes, Fang Lijuan came back wearing bright dark rouge in her lips with a very thin veil on her body that could be removed by the slight breeze of the wind. Afterwards, she slowly walked towards Long Outyin before removing her thin veil. She leaned on him in the bed and gave him a deep kiss. An act which greatly excited Long Outyin. After a long, deep and passionate kiss, Long Outyin wanted more. So he rushed out to touch her two peaks and forbidden zone. However, midway though, his head suddenly became dizzy, and before he could react, he passed out. Meanwhile, Fang Lijuan looked at this with cold eyes and without any surprise, she muttered, "You are the only man who saw this goddess' divine body. Unfortunately, you will take this knowledge to samsara." With a wave of her hand, numerous circles with strange writing or runes appeared all over the room. This was a formation. This array had only the purpose to absorb the chi luck of one person and transfer it to someone else. This array was designed solely for Sons of Destiny. Fang Lijuan had this idea or plan the moment she realized that Long Outyin was the son of destiny of this warring kingdom world. As for Huang Min's death, it was just because she wanted a reason to annul their marriage, thus gaining her freedom. After thinking for a brief moment, Fang Lijuan finished activating the array. A massive golden energy from Long Outyin suddenly entered her body, then she looked at how her chi dragon changed from purple to the peak of purple gold. After her transformation was done, Fang Lijuan dressed herself before taking the space ring off of Long Aoshan's mummified corpse. Since he was already dead, Long Aoshan's connection to the ring was cut off, so Fang Lijuan easily managed to browse through it. In there she found many strange and rare things, but one thing in particular caught her attention. It was a talisman. After checking it out, she muttered, "Is that the—" However, before she could say anything, her Minister of War barged into the room bringing terrible news. Chapter 152. The Minister of War looked at the mummified corpse of Long Outyin on the bed and she was not that surprised. Although many people were worried that their goddess had fallen in love with a native in a small thousand world, she never worried about this. Although she did not know the reason that the divine child was acting lovey-dovey with this Long Outyin, she did not believe even for a second that she had actually fallen in love with him. As the person who watched Fang Lijuan growing, the Minister of War knew how deep the pride and arrogance the divine child had inside her. In her opinion, Fang Lijuan is the kind of woman who looks down on all beings, both women and men. She also knows that the divine child is also very ambitious. So, unless there was a reason, she would never get close to someone without a reason. As such, after entering the room and seeing the dead Long Outyin, she just glanced at him before reporting to Fang Lijuan. "Goddess Empress, we just received an emergency news that the people of the Great Xia have long bypassed our blockade and have already taken over the capital. Now, they have already infiltrated this city and are now headed to this manor." After hearing this, Fang Lijuan did not show any emotions in her face, then she looked directly at the mummified Long Outyin and sighed. "Worthy of a son of destiny," she muttered under her breath. In fact, there is a reason that Fang Lijuan had to get intimate with Long Outyin, having to go as far as showing her naked body. Sons of destiny are very tricky individuals to kill. According to the research she read back home, there are 3 ways to kill a child of destiny of any world. One is to use overwhelming strength to instantly kill them, cut off their powerful luck or destiny, and lastly, use emotional manipulation. The first 2 methods are very straightforward but very difficult to accomplish. As long as you give a son of destiny the slightest of breathing room, they will find a way to escape, as they are harder to kill than cockroaches. As for cutting off their luck, only a few special individuals or techniques can do such a thing. And often one has to suffer from backlash after executing these techniques. The last method is more effective, but requires more planning. Another way to get rid of a son of destiny is to overwhelm his mind or spirit through emotions like anger or lust, just like Fang Lijuan did. During these intense emotions, the son of destiny's judgment are at all-time low, thus easy to fall into traps like poison, sudden attacks, or trapping formation. However, during these scenarios, the son of destiny has to be quickly executed or some random event will occur that facilitates his escape. Just like this sudden attack on this city. Fang Lijuan knew that if she wasted a few more minutes, that maybe the attack of the Great Xia would be the catalyst that allowed Long Outyin to wake up and escape. After thinking about this, Fang Lijuan waved her hand, then Long Aoshan's body turned into a blue crystal, following which he dispersed into crystallized particles that scatter into the air. After that, she took out her conferred god list and imperial seal to check the chi luck of her dynasty. And as expected, her chi dragon was on its last breath and on the verge of dying. Normally speaking, as soon as the people of the Great Xia stepped into the capital as the dynasty's ruler, she should have been notified, and yet she was not. Feng Lijuan guessed that the heavenly Tao of this world hid the movement of her dynasty's luck in an attempt to save Long Outyen. If she had known about the movement of the Great Xia army, she would have reinforced the city she was currently located in, thus preventing any chances that this son of destiny had to escape. Meanwhile, in the brief moment that Feng Lijuan took to do all these things, loud sounds could be heard coming near the manor she was in. She knew that time was running out. However, she did not care about such a thing given the fact that she had accomplished her task in this trial. So, without hesitation, Feng Lijuan crushed a talisman that swallowed both her and the Minister of War. In the endless void, as soon as Feng Lijuan appeared, she saw the furious face of her Tao protector. "Are you happy now?" asked the true monarch Tao protector of the Divine Tao League. "I don't know what you mean," replied Feng Lijuan with a calm look on her cold and beautiful face. "Do you know how much impact your little scheme has on our family? And even the Divine Tao League?" Feng Lijuan frowned after hearing this. She noticed that there was only one true monarch of the Divine Tao League left floating around here. "Your poison did not kill Huang Min, however, you should have expected that given that your true objective was actually to ruin his bloodline. With us around, you probably guessed that he would not die, so you chose a herb that specifically targeted bloodline powers. Without a powerful bloodline, Huang Min can no longer hold the position of Tao Child, and of course you do not have to marry him." Feng Lijuan did not say anything. However, she did not also apologize. She never regretted her actions. Now, the Huang Min family has demanded that our Feng family give them an explanation. Worse, they have even threatened to go to war with us if necessary. "Our Feng clan does not fear their Huang clan," replied Feng Lijuan calmly. "That may be so. However, have you ever thought about the consequences of internal friction between the two most powerful families of the Divine Tao League? The status of our divine clans has always been precarious in the myriad emperor world. So, what do you think will happen to us if we start a civil war?" Feng Lijuan further frowned after hearing this. She did not think that fat. All she knew was that she did not want to marry Huang Min, so she found a way to get rid of him. She thought due to the fact that she did not, personally, do something to him that she could get away with it. But now things seemed more complex than she imagined. If the situation escalated like her Tao protector said, the Huang family might ask that she be handed off as a peace offering between the two clans. Then she would still be forced to marry some random person. However, Feng Lijuan suddenly thought of the talisman she discovered in Long Outyen's space ring. If this talisman is the one she believed it to be, then not only would her clan 100% support her from the pressure of the other divine clans, she will have a powerful boost for this generation's heaven will. As such, Feng Lijuan instantly removed the little regrets she had due to her actions and remained firm by her decision. After seeing the stubborn look in her grandniece's face, the Tao protector sighed before taking out a void boat, placed her and her companion on it before opening a space channel and leaving this world to head back home. Meanwhile, back in the Warring Kingdom world, the Great Xia dynasty had just finished conquering the Feng Divine dynasty, when they received a sudden news. Both the leaders of the Savior Coalition and the Huang Divine dynasty have been killed, thus leaving these territories without a proper leader. Chancellor Yan Liling, who is the de facto ruler of the dynasty while Wang Wei was in retreat, ordered all the dynasty's legions to try to occupy as much territory as possible as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the Great Xia was not the only dynasty that received this news. The Great Zhou, who had just started stabilizing the territories that they occupied from Great Wu, also sent their military to occupy these leaderless lands. Meanwhile, in the Great Shu dynasty, Feng Heng was also having some troubles. After the assassination attempts of the Fate Shadow Guards, a few of his officials were killed. However, the impact was not enough to affect the entire dynasty. Unfortunately for Feng Heng, someone took the opportunity to create more chaos in his dynasty. Many more officials and generals were assassinated again, and with great success. After investigation, he realized that it was the spy of his competitors that did these things. He could guess that these people wanted to sabotage his trial. Despite all that happened with these spies, this was not Feng Heng's most urgent problem. After his teacher returned from the secret realm, he noticed that the disappearance of the incense power in the temple dramatically increased. So, he guessed that these spies must be stepping up their plans, so he needed to speed up the speed of catching them. However, weirdly enough, the Great Shu dynasty did not receive the information about the situation of the Savior Coalition or the Huang Divine dynasty. Chapter 153, Snow Tiger Mountain. Inside the chaotic space left by the explosion of the secret realm, Wang Wei finally opened his eyes during his retreat. He exhaled out a long breath before checking the result of his seclusion. The biggest gain he accomplished during this retreat was the fact that his skin seemed to temper to another level. After close observation, Wang Wei discovered that on top of being very dense, his skin has an additional innate aura or magnetic field automatically protecting him. So, if someone wanted to break through his defense, they first had to go through the aura or magnetic field, then pierced his skin and muscles. As for his actual skin, Wang Wei easily noticed that the density of it is heading in the direction of a neutron star, which was considered one of the densest materials in the universe in his previous life. Although Wang Wei knew that his skin did not reach that level yet, he was still rapidly approaching. In order to check his progress, he took out a high-grade Earth-tier sword and tried to pierce his skin. Before the origin artifact could even touch his skin, Wang Wei felt a powerful resistance preventing the sword from penetrating. Knowing this, he smiled and used more force, then the sword pierced the innate aura surrounding him before hitting his skin. After a few seconds of resistance, the sword then went through his skin before cutting the muscles. After seeing this, Wang Wei smiled and removed the origin artifact. This test has proven that his defense has reached the bare minimum level of the primordial spirit realm. Of course, Wang Wei could tell that only his skin has reached that level and his strength has only increased a little, but he was still happy. As long as he does not die during a battle, everything is fine, as he can always find a way to victory. Of course, Wang Wei also knows that his defensive ability is not absolute. In this cultivator world where there are attacks that focus on the soul, or weird curses that ignore all defenses, or attacks on the conceptual level, his defensive ability can only buy him time to figure out countermeasures to these weird techniques. After checking his skin, Wang Wei started to check his bones. The next part of his body that needs to be tempered through the ancient desolate body refining scripture. With this retreat, all the early tempering has been done. So, as soon as he returns to the sect, all he has to do is immediately enter the body refining secret realm for a few years, then inject the material necessary to complete the process. After checking all of his gains in this retreat, Wang Wei still kept the formation to isolate the chaotic space. Then he flew straight back to the Great Xia capital, where he called all his officials to come attend a meeting. While Wang Wei was sitting in his dragon throne waiting for the arrival of the other people, the first person to arrive was in fact Empress Dong Lifan, as she was the closest. After seeing her, Wang Wei's eyes lit up and he said, "It seemed that you have succeeded." Dong Lifan, who was now in the Divine Sea realm, bowed before taking her seat. "It was all thanks to His Majesty." Wang Wei just nodded while secretly sighing. Right before he entered seclusion, Dong Lifan discovered a way to use Qi luck to improve her foundation. The method was actually quite straightforward, as all she had to do was absorb the Qi luck of the dynasty, but instead of using it to increase her own luck, she used to acquire a Dao foundation instead. And with Dong Lifan's years of accumulation, she directly entered the River of Origin after entering the Divine Sea realm. The reason that Wang Wei sighed was due to the fact he had encountered a major problem in his study of Qi luck. Through Dong Lifan, he has managed to find a way for his black Qi dragon to turn into purple up to 99%, however, the remaining 0.1% seemed to be a terrible chasm that prevented Wang Wei's success. As a result, he was quite frustrated for a while, as he could feel that something important would happen to him once he succeeded. However, no matter what he did, he could fill in the last remaining percentage. As such, Wang Wei was forced to use the tactic of just slowly wearing it out through the passage of time, otherwise he would have to wait until a plan came to him. After a few hours of waiting and chatting, all the high levels soon arrived. With the flying construct of Great Xia, these people can arrive in the capital in just a few hours at a moment's notice. In the meantime, Wang Wei also learned that his seclusion only took a little over 6 months. As a matter of fact, many of the native officials were very happy to see Wang Wei back. During his absence, Yan Liling as the chancellor was in charge of the dynasty, something which many people did not particularly back. So they were happy to have their majesty back. Of course, whether Yan Liling, Li Jun, or Wang Ju all knew about the crooked idea inside these officials' heads. However, none of them care about this. Although many of these officials were capable people, sometimes their visions were too low, they could not see beyond the petty court politics of this world. After everybody arrived, Wang Wei started the meeting with Wang Ju, reporting from the moment he entered seclusion. "Your Majesty, after you entered seclusion, we cleaned up all the noble clans in the dynasty, leaving no heirs. However, according to the information that the Fate Shadow Guards gathered, these nobles still have a few illegitimate children scattered throughout the world, but all of them seem to be people without leakless bodies, so we did not know whether to place them in the executing list. Wang Wei waved his hand as he did care about these people that could not even cultivate, let alone be a threat to him. Not to mention that he was soon leaving this world. Even if these people somehow managed to come back for revenge, he still had total confidence in himself. Wang Ju nodded and continued to explain the development of the Fate Shadow Guards during the past few months. Then it was Yan Liling's turn. A few weeks after your retreat, we managed to conquer the Feng Divine Dynasty. However, Feng Lijuan was gone right before we took over all her territory. I am assuming that she crushed her talisman and left the trial. Soon after we conquered the Feng Divine Dynasty, some random people suddenly sent us news that both the coalition leader and monarch Huang Min were dead, thus leaving their territory in chaos and for the taken. So, I quickly rallied our army to conquer as much land as possible. Unfortunately, the same news was also sent to the Great Zhou Dynasty. Currently, we have managed to conquer 3/4 of the territory of the former Huang Divine Dynasty, while the Great Zhou got the entire Savior Alliance and the remaining quarter territory of Huang Min's territory. Wang Wei had a pensive look on his face after hearing this before asking, "So our borders finally touch with the Great Zhou?" "That is correct. Has there been any fighting between the two of us?" "No," replied Li Jun. "Currently, there is an unspoken truth between the two dynasties as we focus more on digesting the territory that we have occupied." Wang Wei nodded when he heard this before asking, "Do you know the people who sent the sudden information?" "According to our investigation," replied Wang Ju, "we discovered that the information came from a group of people from the Great Shu Dynasty." "Oh, how come?" "The Fate Shadow Guard discovered a special group of people determined to undermine the stability of the Great Shu Dynasty. More importantly, Feng Heng seemed to spend a great amount of time and resources hunting down these people. According to our analysis, these people are most likely sent by his competitors from the same sect to disturb his trial. It seems that Feng Heng's position in the Tai Profound Gate is not completely secured," replied Wang Wei with a pensive look on his face. After hearing the most important events that occurred during his absence, Wang Wei then began to take care of the little details in his dynasty. For example, due to the large area of the dynasty, the concept of city, county, and states was not enough to govern all the territory. So a new system of prefecture was added. A group of states was called a prefecture, then a governor was chosen as the leader of said prefecture. The tenure of the governor position was only after a few years, then based on the person's performance he will either be promoted or moved to another prefecture. This method was used to prevent one governor from amassing too much power and prestige due to being stationed in one place for a long period of time. Although Wang Wei did not care about this kind of thing, he began to plan for the future of his dynasty after he left this world. After everything was over, Wang Wei began to prepare with his clash against the Great Zhou Dynasty, or Jisong to be precise. Unfortunately, before these two giants could clash, something happened that affected the entire world and all the Heaven Chosen still remaining. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.